Hello everybody, welcome back. Fate Friday resumes. Today we are starting Route 2 of the game, Unlimited Blade Works. And as I've said before, when we were streaming Fate Route, I was completely familiar with everything that was going on in that route because I had read it already. But I hadn't gotten around to doing the other two before we started streaming this, so from here on, it is completely blind reading for me. I have no idea what's gonna happen. I mean, obviously, I've absorbed some osmosis spoilers from Fate just over the years because of having already watched Zero and also, you know, the anime community being the anime community. But, yeah, I have not read these two upcoming routes myself. So, this is gonna be kind of an interesting experience. And yes, hello. We got the Rin PNG going, so that's also fun. We also got a new layout in keeping with the new route. I hope you enjoy it. I thought that it would be a pretty cool thing to spice up. But yeah, anyway, I guess we'll just go ahead and hit new game. Now, I know that the routes generally begin the same for the most part as each other, and I know there's like a lot of repeat stuff, especially towards the beginning. I did look into it a little bit though, and it definitely says like, you know, yeah, there are like little differences that you start to notice, and that if you just skip the scenes, then you're probably not going to get that. So at the risk of being somewhat repetitive, I think that maybe we should at the very least start without skipping and see, yeah. Basically, like, if we need to start skipping through some stuff, then we can just do it manually. I don't want to hit skip on the entire scene and then just risk losing a bunch of shit. So, let's just hit no. This again.
I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. I've created over 1,000 blades, unknown to death nor known to life. I've withstood pain to create many weapons, yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, Unlimited Blade Works.
Lord Omega 12 with the $10. Crazy to think we're here now. Generally speaking, there's some decent debate to be had on which one is the fan favorite, this route or the next one. I'll be curious to see which one you like more. I will be curious too. You can disable skipping entirely in the menu. It gets annoying having to see the prompt every scene. We'll see. Skip will catch anything new. I mean, I think yes, but I remember seeing somebody too that's like, I wouldn't recommend hitting the all skip button just because you kind of miss out on what exactly the context of the scene leading up to it is? Question mark? But, I mean, I don't mind doing a little bit of rereading at the beginning here, and if you guys don't mind. But I will go ahead and hit control for now. So yeah, we had Shiro's hospital adventure. And I know that we're going to be getting to Sakura here in a second. Right? Yep, Sakura. I'll at least, like, probably skip to the first choice. Yeah. So, we already chose this before, but this is what we're gonna choose again. We're just gonna take care of our daily tasks. Nah, we don't need to skip the scene. Actually, if I can... I'm pretty sure that everything here should generally be the same until the next choice, because I'm pretty sure we're taking a different one next time. Well, in any case, I'm sure it'll stop if we get to a point where I haven't. Let me make sure real quick that that setting is correct, though. Let me make sure that I definitely have that. Let's see. Oh no. I don't think that's supposed to be like that. I think that might be something mod is doing or something. I don't know. Skip previously read scenes on text fast forward. Read text only. Okay. Good. That's what I wanted to make sure of. Just wanted to make sure that it would stop skipping if I got to something that I haven't seen. But yes, of course, we have the daily domestic bliss. Fujimura being Fujimura. Hey, Sakura, do you want me to beat up Shinji? You know, that kind of thing. The answer should always be yes, for the record. Okay, now we're getting to this. I'm pretty sure this is where we're coming up on that new choice soonish. Shut up, Shinji. Get out of here, Shinji. I hate you, Shinji. Fujine is dead, but now she's not because she's the tiger. Okay. Yes. Okay, so this is where it's different. So before we went to our part-time job after helping out with student council shit, today we're going to help the student council. That's what we're doing. All right, time to actually read.
The stuff from this morning is unfinished, so I should at least finish what I started. Change of plans. You want me to finish what we started in the morning, right? Leave it to me. I'll finish all repairs before exams start. That'll be helpful. Let's go check on our patient in the art club. Sure thing. Oh, but make sure there's nobody around. I can't concentrate when there's people around. Of course. I won't let anyone get in your way. Keeping up with Issei's brisk pace, I follow him out of the classroom. The sun's long since set by the time we step outside the building. The school gate's already closed. It's 7 o'clock, way past the time they closed the gates. But thanks to Issei's help, the two of us avoided trouble. You really helped me out today. I'll repay you for this, so don't hesitate to ask me if anything comes up. Sure, I don't think anything will come up, though. I didn't help him because I wanted something in return, and I don't think I would ask Issei for anything impossible. Honestly, you might have to reconsider being such a good guy all the time. Having you around is certainly helpful, but I can't stand when other people use you for their own ends. Helping people may be a good thing, but you should be more selective about who you help. You just do everything everybody asks. You think so? Am I really that much of a pushover? Mm-hmm. And that means heartless idiots are going to use you as they wish. You're a busy man, so it wouldn't hurt for you to decline requests from time to time. I honestly can't tell, but I think Issei is concerned for me. Oh, do you think so? I love Issei. What a good guy. What a good friend. Ever since middle school, I've always been told how helpful I am since I never decline requests or ask for anything in return. I guess Issei thinks that's unhealthy, but I'm only doing this because I want to, and I decline any requests I feel are impossible, so there's no issue. You really don't need to worry about this. Oh no, wait a minute. You really don't need to worry about this. I know myself and my limits. Besides, helping people is a good thing, and not the sort of thing the son of the temple should be telling anyone not to do.
Philip with the 8. First super of the route for fast forwarding in general. Just note, it'll never allow you to miss stuff you haven't seen. What you haven't seen. Yeah. We'll try to make sure. Yeah. Just want to try to make sure that I keep my wits about me in terms of, like, what the context of the scene is, too, generally. But I know that the further we get in, the less of an issue that will be, because it'll start becoming so different that I doubt it'll really be a problem anymore.
But you take it to an extreme. You're going to burn yourself out. I'll keep your warning in mind. See you tomorrow at school. See you tomorrow. Issei leaves, looking dissatisfied. Issei lives in Ryudo Temple, located on top of a mountain, which means he and I have to go our separate ways. Okay. No, but... I walk through the still darkened town. It's about 7:30. I believe we've seen this scene already, but I'm gonna read through it just in case, because I feel like I want to see it again for reasons. There should still be people out and about at this hour, but there are no signs of anyone around. Oh, right. There was a crime committed in Miyama the other day. A burglar murdered someone, I think. It must be why there's no one around, and why the school curfew has been set to 6 o'clock. Gas leaks and burglars, huh? Seems like it's getting dangerous around here. No wonder people are avoiding walking around at night. It's probably not safe to let Sakura go home on her own anymore. Fujine might be fine, but Sakura's house is the residential area on the other side of town. Guess I should walk her home starting tonight. Huh? I can't quite believe what I'm seeing. I must be wrong. I sense a presence on the uphill path I was sure was empty. Whoever it is, they're standing still and looking to be peering down at me. Look to be peering down at me. Hi, Ilya. I unconsciously hold my breath. A girl with silvery hair smiles and walks down the path without making a sound. And as she passes by...
You better summon one soon, or you'll die, big brother.
What she says makes no sense.
Yeah. I thought that was definitely interesting because, you know, obviously when we saw her before, we didn't know who the fuck she was at first. Now it's very, very obvious what she's talking about.
I climb up the hill and reach my house. The lights are already on, which means Sakura and Fujine are home.
Okay, and I think we're probably good to just skip on through this. Me when I get you, Fujine. Okay. So, originally we hung out with Fujine. Today, we're just gonna chillax.
I suppose. I should take a little break before my evening training. The bath's been filled, and I guess I can ask Fujine to take Sakura home. Now that that's settled, I should be as efficient as I can. First I need to wake Fujine up, since she's dozing in the living room. Then I'll thank Sakura for dinner and see the two of them off on their way home. Then I'll take a bath and rest a bit more.
Alrighty. Boop. But I assume that this is pretty much just this scene again. Yeah. Me putting a giant magic rod in my back that makes me stronger. Definitely. Okay. Wake up, Shiro! Yeah, also we'll save. So, technically, we're still on Fate at the moment, I suppose. But things will change. Things will change. Okay. Stop dreaming about swords. Wake up, idiot. No. No. We have to fast forward. It doesn't take that long, and also it's just generally helpful for me to see what's on screen to be like, oh yeah, this was happening at this time. Yep, that's when you're talking about the news. The teacher comes in for like half a second. I remember. No. Yeah, this is where Issei is like, Rin is a harlot and a liar, and she'll get you. Yeah, and we see Rin on the rooftop. I remember. That's where Shiro gets bonked. Lord Omega 12 with the $5. It can't be unlimited blade works unless Shido sees blades every 20 seconds or so. She's a vixen, but not in a bad way. But watch out for her. God. Okay. Alright. Yeah, there are no choices on day 2. But now today is when we get accosted by Mr. Lancer Deltarune is gonna get us. Yeah, Shinji being Shinji, of course, as usual. Closing up the room, seeing the fight and being like, whoa, that's so fucking cool. Wait a minute, I'm gonna die. I better get the fuck out of here. Holy shit. Oh no, oh my god, it's... Do you like my dramatic reenactment? Oh, it's cutting in and out. Well, that sucks. Yeah, give me just a second. Okay. Well. I just let the other people here know, just in case. Anyway. Saber. But no. We seem to be back, okay. Okay. All happens in an instant. I see a familiar man in red and Saber fighting. Saber rushes him and breaks through his guard in a single sweep. Stop. What? It happens in an instant. The man in the red coat appears right in front of Saber. Saber attacks and he loses his balance. I see her preparing the finishing blow. Behind that, I'm sure I know the person the man in red is protecting. Wait! I reach toward her with my left hand and cry out. I have no idea who that man in red is, but after defeating him, I'm sure Saber will attack the person behind him without hesitating. I can't let that happen. I can't let Saber hurt her. Saber, stop! Huh? A slight but noticeable pain tingles the back of my left hand. One of the marks there fades away, as if in exchange for that. Saber halts her attack, though it shouldn't have been possible for her to do so by that point. For an instant, the silver armor comes to a halt, as if it's frozen to stone. The man in red takes advantage of the opening and makes his escape. That guy is... I'm sure of it. He's the one who is fighting Lancer. That means the girl behind him is... I don't really want to believe it, but is it really?
Are you out of your mind, Shido? I could have defeated Archer and his master right there, but you used a command spell just to waste the opportunity.
Well, what am I supposed to do? I can barely process the situation. I stopped Saber because I don't want her to kill the girl who saved my life.
Master, please retract your order. I cannot defeat our enemies, even the ones who should be easily beaten, if this is how you conduct yourself.
Saber readies her weapon again. Before her stands the man in red I prevented her from defeating. No, stop, Saber. To be honest, I have no idea what's going on. But you're trying to kill someone I know, and I can't let you do that.
What are you saying? She's Archer's master. She's our enemy, so we must finish her off here.
Enemy? She and the man in red are enemies? I don't care about that. For a start, you're calling me master, and I have no idea what that even means. If you're gonna call me that, you should at least explain it to me.
That's true, but...
Then... Hold on just a second. Sorry, just looking at something real quick. Okay. Sorry about that. So that's how it is, Mr. Amateur Master. Okay, it is Rin. Rin's tone is mockingly polite. I turn around to see the man in red and a girl in uniform push her way to the front. I take a moment to catch my breath. So I wasn't seeing things. It was Rin Tosaka who was with the man in red. Rin Tosaka? How do I put this? Even I can tell the man behind her isn't human. Like Saber, he's not of this world. Then, if Tosaka is bringing him around, she's also...
Oh, you know who I am. Oh, you know who I am. Well then, that makes things easier. First off, good evening, Emiya.
I don't know what her intentions are. Tosaka greeted me with a big smile. Huh? This is troubling. Her incredibly casual greeting makes it seem like all this craziness isn't real, and I find myself wanting to return the greeting. Are you serious? This isn't the time for greetings. Tosaka, you're...
Yes, I'm a master just like you. That would make me a mage. We have that in common, so there's no need to hide, is there?
A mage? You're a mage, Tosaka? Oh, crap. I don't know why, but Tosaka... She looks really, really irritated. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to say.
I see. That makes sense. So it's going to be like that, huh?
Tosaka glances at us and turns back to the man behind her.
Archer, I'm sorry, but can you go into your spirit form for a while? Kinda pissed off right now.
I don't mind, but what do you mean by pissed?
Exactly what I said. I have to make him understand the situation he's in, and I don't need you for that right now. So turn invisible. Saber can't relax as long as you're here.
What a pain. Well, I have to obey you, but I'm warning you, this is a waste of your time.
The man just disappears, like some kind of an illusion. Tosaka, that was...
Never mind that. Let's talk inside. You don't know anything about this, right, Emiya? Don't worry. I'll explain, whether you like it or not.
Tosaka's completely nonchalant as she heads for the gate. What? Oh, wait, Tosaka, what are you thinking? I stop her without thinking. And then, Tosaka turns around, but her smile is different from before.
Ugh, you idiot. I'm thinking all kinds of things. That's why we need to talk. Emiya, it's understandable to be surprised by everything that's happened, but failing to accept that could cost you your life. By the way, understand that now is one of those times. If you understand, that's enough. Let's get going to your place. You're okay with that, right, Saber?
In return for sparing my life.
Oh. In return for sparing my life, I'm going to explain things to your master. Very well. I do not know your intentions, but if you're going to help my master, then I will not attack.
Tosuka goes through the gate. She's really pissed. I don't know why. I really have no idea why, but still. She's completely different from when she's at school. This night just keeps getting stranger. In front of me, leading the way, is this school's golden child, Rin Tosuka. Even I admire her. Following silently behind me is Saber, the blonde girl who calls herself a servant. Oh. The hallway suddenly feels like it's in another dimension. But I can't be a coward forever. I may be an amateur, but I'm still a mage. Tosuka, a mage like me, is perfectly confident, so I can't be any less so or she'll look down on me. That said, I can only make sense of a handful of things. First, about Saber. She's clearly some kind of familiar since she calls me master, and I made a contract with her. I've heard that a familiar serves as a kind of assistant to mages. Usually mages transplant a part of their body into something, then has the other self that process creates serve them. A familiar is simply intended to assist a mage in whatever they do. To minimize the burden that familiar creates, small animals that require minimal magical energy are usually the most suitable for the role. So I was taught, at any rate, but...
What is it, Shiro?
Oh, no, it's nothing. Saber looks completely human. More than that, though, she's clearly superior to me, her master, in every way. I don't have enough magical energy to bind a regular person, much less the magic circuits to use a familiar. So, Saber must only be something similar to a familiar. There have to be differences. She called herself a servant. I'm not sure what that is, but I get the sense that guy Lancer and the man in red with Tosuka must be the same thing as well. Saber was also calling Tosuka a master. I guess that means mages who have servants are called masters. Apparently Tosuka is a mage too, but I have no way of telling what she really is. The Emiya family are just outsiders that came to this town in my old man's generation. That's why I didn't know Tosuka was a mage, and I'm sure Tosuka didn't know I was learning magecraft either. There's several mages in this town that I don't know about. If Lancer and the other mages' servants are familiars, does that mean I've stumbled into a conflict between mages?
Wow, this place is pretty big. I'm also not used to the Japanese style. Oh, Emiya, is that the living room?
Tosuka continues talking as she heads into the living room. I need to stop overthinking this. We head into the living room so I can hear what Tosuka has to say. I turn on the light. According to the clock, it's already past 1 a.m.
Oh, it's so cold. The windows are all broken.
I couldn't help it. That Lancer guy attacked me and I was a little too busy trying to stay alive to worry about that kind of thing.
Oh, I see. So, until you summoned Saber, you were fighting him by yourself?
No, he just beat me up.
Oh, so you're really not a show-off, huh? I see. You're really just as you seem, Emiya.
She seems pleased for some reason, as she walks over to the broken window. Tosuka takes a piece of shattered glass in her hand. She examines it for a bit and...
Minuten von Schweißen.
She cuts the tip of her finger and lets a drop of her blood drip onto the shard of glass. What kind of magecraft is that? The shattered pieces of the window reform into a complete hole right in front of me. Tosuka, that was...
Just a little demonstration. It doesn't make us even after you saved me, but it's the least I could do. Well, I'm sure you would have fixed it even if I hadn't, but it'd be a waste not to use my magical energy, right? Really, you could just change the window, but I can't even talk when it's this cold.
Tosuka says all of this as if it were normal. Needless to say, her skills are beyond my comprehension. No, that's amazing, Tosuka. I can't do anything like that, so I appreciate it.
Huh? What do you mean you can't? Of course you can. Fixing glass is basic. It's trivial, like entrance exam for school level stuff, right?
Oh, really? I only know what my old man taught me, so I don't know any of that kind of stuff.
Actually, I think cross-trash that setting is disabled right now. Yeah, it's off. Because I found it garish and ugly. But
That was just me. Tosuka freezes. Crap. I think I just said something I shouldn't have.
Hold on. Are you a complete amateur? As in, you can't even run your own workshop?
No, I don't have a workshop. Oh, I do have that shed where I train, but if I call that a workshop, I have a feeling it'll probably just make Tosuka mad again.
Okay, I'm sure it can't be this bad, but let's check. Is there any chance you don't know how to use the 5 great elements or how to make a magical path?
I nod, honestly. Geez, I am scared. It's so intimidating seeing someone this beautiful being this silent.
So, you're, what, a complete amateur?
Well, no, I can at least use strengthening magecraft.
Strengthening. That's a pretty weird choice. So, you can't do anything else?
Well, probably. Her stare was so intense it hurt, so I wanted to be vague.
How did a guy like this wind up summoning Saber?
That makes me mad.
Learn to make it 12 with $5. I don't know how to think. I was taught to live life as head empty, Tosuka. True.
It's not like I've been playing around. Sure, I'm inexperienced, but that's another matter entirely.
Whatever. No point complaining about what's already done. More importantly, I need to return the favor.
Tosuka takes a breath.
I'll begin then. Emiya, you don't know anything about the situation you're in, do you?
I nod.
I knew it. Well, I could tell just by looking, but I wanted to be sure first. I'd just be putting extra weight on my brain if I explained all this to someone who already knows.
That's a weird way of putting it, but I stay quiet if only so she won't punch me.
So to start, you were chosen as a master. You have a holy sign on one of your hands, right? It varies by person, but there should be 3 command spells on the back of your hand or arm. That's proof that you're a master.
Well, actually, it's just 2 now.
Oh my god, okay.
On the back of my hand. Oh, this.
Yeah, it's something like magic words you use to control servants, so take care of it. It's called a command spell, but as long as you have that, you can keep control of your servant.
What do you mean, as long as I have it?
Command spells are absolute commands. They overrule your servant's will and force them to obey your command. It doesn't require any spell to activate. In fact, it will activate as long as you focus on using it. Also, if you lose all your command spells, you'll be killed, so be careful.
What? What? I'll be killed?
That's right. Masters killing other masters is a pretty key part of the Holy Grail War. At the end, the master who defeats the other 6 masters is awarded the Holy Grail, which can grant any wish.
What? Hold on. I don't understand what Tosuka is talking about at all. Like, about masters defeating other masters. And in the end, the winner gets the Holy Grail. So, by Holy Grail, does she mean the Holy Grail?
Yeah, I remember that line. You still don't get it? Fine. You got dragged into a game, a very deadly game between 7 masters called the Holy Grail War. This is a battle to the death between mages. It only ends when you're the last master left standing.
Tosuka says this all plainly, as if it were normal. Her words swirl around my head. I've been chosen as a master. Tosuka says she is a master. Familiars called servants. And the battle to the death called the Holy Grail War. Wait, what is that? What are you even talking about?
I understand how you feel here, but it's the truth. Besides, deep down you understand, don't you? You've had servants nearly kill you not once, but twice. I'm sure you've worked out that this isn't something you can just run away from.
That is... okay. That Lancer guy did almost kill me, but...
Oh wait, no. You weren't almost killed. You actually were killed. I'm surprised you came back to life, Emiya.
I wasn't almost killed. I really bit it. That's right. That guy with the spear killed me. The fact that I'm somehow alive should be even more surprising than this mess I'm in. The wound in my chest, the blood running, the warmth fading, and the pure voice I heard there on the brink of death.
Do you get it now? That's the situation you found yourself in. You can't run away just because you don't know anything, but you've braced yourself since you're a mage, right? We're the ones who kill and get killed.
Tosaka is in a good mood. Maybe she likes seeing me so troubled. Maybe that's why she's quoting Undertale.
What? No, what is that? It hasn't even come out yet.
But you know what it is.
Shut the fuck up.
Sure, I've braced myself. But before that... Tosaka, how did you know about Lancer killing me? How does she know that?
Damn, I got carried away.
She's acting pretty suspiciously now.
I was just assuming. Forget it. It's nothing.
It's not nothing. When it happened, someone...
Don't worry about it. You should be more concerned about the position you're in. You're also one of the 7 Masters, an integral role in the Holy Grail War. Look, once every few decades, 7 Masters are chosen in this town and given a servant.
Gotta change the subject real quick, because she doesn't want to talk about the fact that she saved Chiro's life. Oh, man.
Masters use their own servants to kill the other Masters. Those are the rules of the ritual known as the Holy Grail War. I'm also one of the chosen Masters. So I made a contract with the servant, and you made a contract with Saber. It seems like you didn't summon Saber yourself, but servants are familiars the Holy Grail provides. That means it's even possible for a mage who knows absolutely nothing, like you, to become a Master too.
Tosaka's explanation is too specific. It doesn't feel real at all. There is one thing that I've been wondering about, though.
Hold on. You said Saber is a familiar...
Oh, you said Saber is a familiar, but I can't bring myself to think that. Familiars are like cats or birds, right? I hear there's some that use ghosts, but Saber has a body. Plus, you know, she doesn't look like a familiar at all. I glance at Saber. Saber is quietly listening to my conversation with Tosaka. She looks just like a human being. I don't know her identity, but she looks like a girl about my age.
Familiars, huh? Well, servants are within the same classification, but they're on another level. In fact, that girl over there is a ghostliner, the strongest of all familiars.
Ghostliner? So they are ghosts after all?
Ghosts... Well, they are similar, but Saber would kill you if you compared her to one. Servants are heroes from the past that are given bodies, so they're beings like spirits that surpass humans.
Heroes from the past that are given bodies?
That's right. Legendary heroes that have died are pulled from the past or present or whenever and materialized. Well, our job as Masters is to summon them, but the Holy Grail does the rest. It's impossible to give a soul a form, so we get the needed strength from the artifact.
Hold on. So a hero from the past means... what? I look at Saber. So she was a hero too? Well, it is true that there's no one dressed like that in the modern world, but still. That's impossible. I've never heard of such magecraft like that.
Of course not. This isn't magecraft. Think of it as a phenomenon created by the Holy Grail. Otherwise, there's no way you can replicate a soul and materialize it.
Replicate a soul? Then a servant is different from a ghost?
Actually, you know, for just the moment, we're actually going to turn that on. Okay. It's not tinted, though.
It's different. Haven't you heard that humans, animals, or machines that leave great achievements behind get pulled out of the cycle of reincarnation and sublimate into beings of a higher rank? Heroic spirits are like that. They're basically godlike figures that are worshipped as such. Spiritual evocation, or the use of mediums to channel the powers of heroic spirits, falls under general ghost-handling magecraft. Servants are familiars that use something like the original form of the heroic spirit instead. That's why they usually accompany you in spirit form, but you can materialize them and make them fight if necessary.
So you can use them in a spirit form or give them a material body. So the guy with you disappeared because he turned into spirit form?
Yeah, he's keeping watch on the roof right now. I'm sure you figured it out from the last battle, but servants can only be defeated by other servants, spirits like them. Of course, we can attack them if they take form, so we might be able to defeat them. But servants are all like walking, breathing monsters, right? So the idea is to let them fight each other while the Master supports them from behind.
Tosaka's explanation offends me for some reason. I don't know about other servants, but I don't want her calling Saber a monster.
Anyway, Masters, you need to use their summoned servant to defeat other Masters. Do you understand that much?
Technically, yes, but I'm not convinced. To begin with, who even started such a thing and for what?
That's not something I know or can answer for you. You should ask the one overseeing the Holy Grail War. What I can tell you is that all you can do now is fight, and since servants are strong familiars, use yours wisely.
Tosuka says this as she turns to look at Saber.
So, from what I hear from Emiya here, you must not be in your full form, Saber. You were summoned by a mage apprentice that has no idea how to be a master. Yes, just as you say, I'm not in my best form. Since Shido has no magical energy to give me form, it will be difficult to return to spirit form or restore my magical energy. I'm surprised. I'm surprised it's that bad, but I'm even more surprised you'd be so open with me. I was even thinking about how I can try to find out your weaknesses. I do not wish for others to know my weakness, but I do not think I can fool you. It would be meaningless to hide our situation from you. In that case, it's better for you to know, so Shido can better understand the current situation. Correct, and you're real nice too. Ugh, this really sucks. If I was your master, I would have definitely won.
Tosuka clenches her fists in frustration. Hey, Tosuka, are you saying that I'm not fit to be her master?
That's right, you're useless.
Wow, said the quiet part out loud without hesitation. Heartless.
What, still have questions?
She doesn't even realize it either. The model student impression that I had of her from school is crumbling apart. Issei really knows what's up. Tosuka really is a demon underneath it all.
Well then, now that we're done talking, let's get going.
And Tosuka suddenly says something that doesn't make sense. Go where?
To go see someone that knows a lot about this Holy Grail War that you've been dragged into, Emiya. You want to know the reason behind the war, right?
Oh, of course, but where's that? It's already late, so we shouldn't go that far.
It'll be fine. It's over in Shinto, so we can make it back by dawn if we hurry. And besides, tomorrow's Sunday, so staying out late shouldn't be a problem.
I'm not really worried about that. I'm just tired from everything that happened today, so I want to rest and organize my thoughts.
What, you're not going? If you say so. What about you, Saber?
Tosuka asks Saber for her opinion for some reason. Hold on, Saber has nothing to do with this. Don't pressure her.
Oh, so you already have the self-awareness as a master? Do you not want me talking to Saber?
That's not it. It's just, if what you're saying is true, then Saber's a hero from the past, right? She wouldn't know how to get around in this day and age. That's why...
Shido, that's incorrect. As long as it's the human world, I can adjust to any era. I'm already familiar with this time period.
Wait, really?
Yes, this is also not the first time I've been summoned in this era. What? No way. What are the chances?
Oh, Tosuka is surprised too. So what Saber's saying must be truly incredible.
Shido, I agree with her. Your lack of knowledge as a master, as a servant who made a contract with you, I need you to become stronger.
Saber looks at me silently. Her gaze was gentle, as if to say that she worried not for herself, but for me. Alright, I'll go then. So where is that place, Tosuka? It's somewhere close enough where we can get back, right?
Of course. The destination is Kotamine's church in Shinto. That's where the fake priest who's overseeing this battle is located.
Tosuka makes a devious smile. It looks like she's having fun having me wrapped around her finger. Call me crazy, but I feel like something is wrong with her personality. We make our way through town at night. It's past 1 a.m. in the morning and there's absolutely nobody out. The lights from the houses are off, leaving only the streetlights to illuminate the quiet town. Hey, Tosuka, this may be a silly question, but are you planning on walking the entire way?
Yeah, the trains and buses have stopped running. A nighttime walk's good every now and then. No?
I see. Just wondering, but do you know how long it takes to get there? Did I actually get the setting on? I just want to make absolutely sure. Yeah, previously read text is on.
Let's see. Should take an hour by foot. Well, if it gets late, we can always take a taxi.
I'm not going to waste that kind of money. Anyway, what I've been trying to say is that it's dangerous for a girl to be out at night. You know how it's been recently. If something happens, I may not be able to do anything about it.
Don't worry, no one's gonna mess with us. You seem to have forgotten, but Saber is really strong.
Oh, that's right. Even if someone at random attacked us, they wouldn't know what hit them in return.
Rin, what did Shido mean? I could not understand. Oh, it's nothing. He's being stupid. He was suggesting if some pervert or something showed up, he'd step in. What? Shido is my master. It should be the other way around. He isn't thinking about that sort of thing. Like, he doesn't care about mages or servants or anything. Oh, that's definitely some screws loose in there.
Tosuka and Saber seem to know each other well enough to talk to one another. Saber's been quiet ever since I stopped her from going out dressed as is. She became even more silent ever since I made her wear a raincoat, since she refused to take off her armor. Now she has been following behind me and only talking with Tosuka.
Wait, where are you going, Emiya? Isn't that the wrong way?
We just have to get to the bridge, right? It's faster this way. Feels awkward walking all bunched up together, so I quickly made my way to the side street ahead. They're both following me without complaint. We come out to the park by the riverside. We have to cross that bridge to go to the neighboring town, Shinto, but...
I didn't know there was a path. Path here, I see. So, since we can also get to the bridge from the park, we just head for the park.
Tosuka's voice is full of energy as she looks up at the bridge. Maybe it's just because we're at a park at night. Tosuka's profile as she peers up at the bridge looks even more beautiful than when I see her at school. I've sure got it bad. Let's go. We didn't come here to play around. I hurry her along and lead her to the stairs. If we take her to the walkway next to the bridge, then we can get straight to Shinto.
I think I can definitely tell what the slight differences are here and there. There are definitely differences in, slight differences in wording in some instances, but overall the narration is a lot more focused in incidental moments on Rin. It is definitely leaning more, less toward, whoa, Saber is so pretty, from Shiro's POV, and it's more leaning into the, whoa, Rin is so pretty from Shiro's POV. So I think that's kind of what the notable differences in these scenes are right now.
Nobody's on the bridge. It's not particularly busy even during the day though, so it's to be expected. People usually commute by bus or by train, so foot traffic is pretty rare. It's long enough and seems unsupported such that there's probably a fear of collapse that plays into that. I'd guess that's why nobody uses it even on dates, despite being the perfect view. That's stupid. What am I thinking? Tosuka keeps next to me while Saber follows behind us silently. I try to ignore them as I hurry across the bridge.
I don't think it's too bad for it to just count it as new, though, because for what it's worth, depending on how long it takes you to read as well, it might have been a while since you've been in these earlier scenes, so it probably is kind of wanting to be like, well, we kind of have to remind you of the context of what was going on earlier in the route before we start getting to the more major changes.
After crossing the bridge, Tosuka guides us into the suburbs. When I think of Shinto, what comes to mind is always under construction office buildings, but beyond the station, the streets of yesteryear remain. Within that, the suburbs are the oldest of them all, excuse me. There are gradual slopes and a view overlooking the ocean. As we go farther up the hill, there are fewer and fewer buildings, and the foreigner cemetery built on the slope comes into view.
The church is up here. You must have been here at least once, right?
No, I haven't. I know that it used to be an orphanage, though.
I see. It'll be your first time here. In that case, you should brace yourself a bit. The priest here is real difficult.
Tosuka starts up the hill.
Yeah, I've never been into his weird, creepy basement, but I'm sure it's fine.
I look up and see what looks like a cross cresting the hill. A church atop a hill. I never thought I'd end up visiting God's house for the first time over something like this. Whoa, this is amazing. The church is rather impressive. The grounds seem to cover most of the hilltop, as I'm welcomed by a flat and open space. The church itself is not particularly big, but it's overpowering in the way it seems to tower over visitors.
Shiro, I will stay here.
Why? I can't just leave you here after coming all this way.
I did not come for anything from the church. I came to protect you. If this is your destination, then I trust you will not stray far. I shall wait here for your return.
Saber says clearly. It doesn't seem like she's going to budge on this, so I'll just have to respect her decision. Alright, I'll be back.
Yes, but please be on guard no matter who it is, Master.
It's a spacious, solemn chapel. With this many seats, there must be quite a few attendees during service. The priest must be distinguished to be entrusted with a church like this. Tosaka, Tosaka, what kind of person is the priest here?
That's hard to explain. I've known him for about a decade, but I still don't quite get him.
You've known him 10 years? That's quite a long relationship. Is he a relative of yours or something?
Not a relative, but my guardian. Not to mention he's also my senior as an apprentice and second instructor.
Senior apprentice. You mean as a mage?
Yeah, why are you so surprised?
But he's a priest, right? It's a taboo for a priest to be using magecraft. Mages and the church should be mutually exclusive. The large organization that mages belong to is called the Mages Association. And behind the world's largest religion, the side of Christianity that you wouldn't see if you're living a normal life, is an organization that's ostensibly called the Holy Church. These two seem similar yet different. They cooperate together on the surface, but they have a dangerous relationship where they're always trying to kill each other when given the chance. The church hates heretics. They eliminate the inhuman, which includes those who use magecraft. For the church, miracles are only granted to and utilized by saints. Any others who perform miracles are all heretics. There are no exceptions, whether they belong to the church or not. Also, the higher the position, the more forbidden it is to use the impurity of magecraft. It goes without saying that for a true believer, the stronger the divine protection, the farther one strays away from magecraft, but... First of all, is the priest one of your kind?
Yes, he's the overseer of the Holy Grail War. After all, an active executor dispatched by the church. Well, it's questionable whether he has divine protection or not, though.
Tosaka walks toward the altar. It's bad manners to do that without the priest present, but it's also so late at night. I can't imagine he'd be in the chapel. If he's anywhere, it'd be somewhere in the back. So what is that priest's name? You were saying something like Kotomine before. I ask, following after her. She comes to a stand before the altar and turns to me with a conflicted expression.
His name is Kire Kotomine. He was my father's student, and I suppose he's been an important person in my life. But, well, if I had a choice, I'd have never met him.
I feel the same way.
Oh, I feel the same way. I would not have wanted an apprentice who does not respect her instructor.
I hear footsteps. He appears from somewhere behind the altar, slowly making his way over. He must have heard us come in.
You didn't answer my repeated calls, and now you brought a strange guest. So, he's the seventh one, Rin.
Yes, he's a mage, but he's a complete amateur, so I couldn't leave him be. I believe that the rule was to report here when one becomes a master, right? You guys made that all up, but in this case, I'll play along.
That is sufficient. I see. I must be thanking this young man.
The priest called Kotomine slowly turns to me. Without realizing, I take a step back. There's no reason for me to be scared. It's not like I feel any hostility from this man either. Yet, he still had this intimidating presence that makes it feel like lead weights were just heaved onto my shoulders.
My name is Kire Kotomine, the one who's in charge of this church. What is your name, Seventh Master?
Shiroemiya, though I haven't agreed to this master thing yet. I glare at the priest, trying to match his intensity.
Shiroemiya. Holy shit, for real? oh my god, okay. Hold on, let me take a second. Okay. So, I'm gonna have a lot of fun with you. What? Don't worry about it. Have you ever seen the basement, by the way? Really fucking cool place. You should come down there sometime. I bet we'll have, just such a good talk.
Do you know what he's talking about?
Fuck if I know. Oh my god. I have never seen his eyes light up like that before. It is literally the creepiest thing I've ever seen.
Okay, not just me then, not just me. What are you two talking about over there? Nothing. All right. I'll believe you. Even though that's bullshit.
Huh? The weight I'm feeling changes to a chill. The priest smiles silently as if he's come across something pleasant. That smile. I can't think of anything that would compare.
Thank you for bringing Rin here, Emiya. If it were not for you, she would have never come.
The priest walks toward the altar. Tosuka steps away from the altar with a bored expression and moves to stand next to me.
Let us begin then, Shido Emiya. You're Saber's master, correct?
That's wrong. Yes, I made a contract with Saber, but I don't know anything about Masters or the Holy Grail War or anything. If Masters are supposed to be established mages, then you should choose another Master.
I see. This is serious. Does he really not know anything, Rin?
I told you he's an amateur. Teach him right from step one. You're good at that, right?
Tosuka urges the priest unenthusiastically.
Ah, I see. So, that's what this is all about. Very well. This is the first time you've so willingly come to me. I can't thank you enough, Shido Emiya.
Father Kotomine laughs. Their conversation is making me uneasy.
First of all, let me correct your misunderstandings. You see, Shido Emiya, the role of the Master is not something that you can give to another person, nor is it something you can forfeit once you've been chosen. No matter who they are, those who have a command spell on their arm cannot quit. You must first accept that fact.
Why can't I quit?
Command spells are sacred marks. Being a master is a trial blessed to you. It's not something that you can give up just because it's inconvenient. You won't be liberated from that pain until you get the Holy Grail. If you wish to retire from being a master, then you have no other choice but to win the Holy Grail and fulfill your wish. If that happens, then everything will go back to normal, Shido Emiya. Your every desire, even the cleansing of your soul from the filth of this world, is possible. That's right. One could start everything over from the beginning. Like you're doing right now, by reading this text again. What are you talking about? Don't worry about it. Pay attention. As such, you should find your wish. If that time comes, you'll be thankful for the luck that made you a master. If you want to erase the unseen that has scorched your heart, all you have to do is accept the holy mark.
I feel dizzy. The priest's words don't make any sense. The more I hear, the more I get confused. But still, his words seem to soak into my chest and clot like blood.
Kiddo, don't go off topic. I asked you to explain the rules to him. No one asked for you to open old wounds.
A voice interrupts the priest's words. Tosuka? Sorry. That clears my head.
I see. It may be pointless to explain such things to this kind of person, but I thought I could still clear his conscience of moral compunctions while he's still misunderstood. Perhaps it's true that such pity is unbecoming. My apologies. It seems I'm enjoying myself too much.
What does it do you any good for you to help him?
Absolutely. Helping others leads to one's own salvation, though I suppose at this point there's no reason to try to explain it to you. Back to the original topic, Shido Emiya. The battle that you've been dragged into is called the Holy Grail War. Have you heard from Rin already that it's a free-for-all between 7 masters using 7 servants?
I heard. 7 masters killing each other is ridiculous.
Indeed. However, we do not wish such atrocities to be carried out. It's all a ritual to determine who is the most suitable to receive the Holy Grail. Due to its importance, it's necessary to conduct several trials to determine the owner.
Trials my ass. If I squint, I might be able to see it like that, but for sure this priest doesn't think of it as a trial. Hold on. You've been repeating Holy Grail over and over again, but what even is that? You can't possibly mean that it's actually that Holy Grail, right? The Holy Grail. A chalice that's said to have received the blood of Christ. It's considered to be one of the most sacred of relics, and is said to be capable of many miracles. The most well-known legend is that the one who obtains the Holy Grail will obtain the world. But that's just a myth. It's something that exists mostly in theory or belief, but not in actual practice. It's true that an object called the Holy Grail, which makes wishes come true, appears in legends and folklore all over the world. But that's the extent of it. Even if it did exist, the Holy Grail's an imaginary power impossible to replicate. So answer me, Kira Kotomine. Is the Holy Grail that you talk about the real deal?
Of course, the Holy Grail that manifests in this town is real. As proof, miracles that cannot be explained by logic, such as servants, have occurred. Summoning heroic spirits from the past for use in battle. No, this miracle infinitesimally close to resurrection can be called true magic. The Holy Grail holds such dominion and grants its bearer infinite power. Things like the authenticity of the object are worthless before that truth.
In other words, he means that even if it's a fake, the authenticity of it would not be questioned if it has more power than the real thing.
Alright. Let's really... Oh, I think that's probably... Shadow? Yeah.
Alright, let's assume there really is a Holy Grail. Why does there have to be a Holy Grail war? If there's a Grail, they don't have to kill each other. If it's something so great, everyone can share it.
That's a valid stance, but we do not have such freedom. There can only be one that can obtain the Holy Grail. It's not something that we decided, but what the Holy Grail decided. Choosing the 7 masters and summoning the 7 servants are all things that the Holy Grail does. I told you that this is a ritual. The Holy Grail designates those that are suitable to receive it, and selects only one person to be the owner by making them fight for it. That is the Holy Grail War. A ritual of spiritual evocation where those chosen by the Grail slay one another to obtain it.
The priest says it all matter-of-factly. I find myself without an argument as I look down at my left hand.
Holy shit, did you use one of those already? For what? Oh my god. Oh, you're so gonna die.
There's the mark that they call the command spell. The priest is trying to say that as long as I have this mark, I can't quit being a master. I'm not convinced. Even if you can only choose one person, I don't like the idea of having to kill the other masters.
Huh? Hold on. You misunderstand. There's no need to kill the other masters.
Tosaka taps on my shoulder and blows the argument wide open again. What? But you said we had to kill each other. Kotomine said so too.
You do have to kill each other.
You be quiet, kiddo. Look, the Holy Grail in this town is in spirit form. Since it doesn't exist physically yet, you have to summon it. That's the ritual. We're materializing it. So mages can summon the Grail, but since it's in spirit form, we can't touch it. Do you understand what this means?
I understand. Only spirits can touch other spirits, right? Oh, that's why we need servants!
Exactly. The Holy Grail War is something where you eliminate all the other servants other than your own. So there's no rule saying that you must kill the masters.
Man, she could have told me that sooner. Jeez, Tosaka and this priest sure love torturing people.
No, I like torturing people way more than she does.
Okay. Anyway, that's a relief. So even if I participate in the Holy Grail War, Tosaka's not going to die.
I see. I suppose that is another way to consider it. Then let me ask you, Shidoemiya. Do you think you can defeat your own servant?
Defeat Saber? That's impossible. Magecraft doesn't work on her, and she's an incredibly powerful swordswoman.
Then let me pose something else. It is absurd, but I must ask. Do you think you're superior to your servant?
What is this guy saying? I can't defeat Saber, so there's no way I can be superior to her. No matter how you phrase it, the answer is still that I'm weaker than my servant. Oh.
That's right. Servants are hard to defeat, even with another servant. Then what would you do? See, it's a simple solution. Servants cannot exist without their master. No matter how powerful the servant may be, they'll cease to exist if their master is defeated. If so...
Yeah, it's a natural solution. You wouldn't pick the hard route. In order to win, the most effective way to kill the servant would be to kill the master, not the servant. Okay, I understand that in order to eliminate the servant, defeating the master is faster. But then, if a servant is defeated first, would their master not be a master anymore? Only servants can touch the Holy Grail, right? Then masters who lost their servant wouldn't have any worth anymore.
No. As long as they have command spells, their rights as a master and the ability to form a contract remains. As long as they have the mark, they're free to contract with any other servant. Don't ask me how I know this, though. Bro, I promise it's irrelevant.
A servant who loses their master does not necessarily disappear right away. They stay in this world until all of the magical energy in their body runs out, which is something that I know only from reading about it and no other source. If they meet a master who's bereft of a servant, they can form another contract and make a return to the battlefield. That's why masters kill other masters. If you allow them to live, there's a possibility they'll become a future hindrance. Then what if you use up your command spells? Then you can't form a contract with other servants, and freed servants can go off with other masters too.
Wait, that's...
Yes, that is correct. If you use up your command spells, then you'll be liberated from all duties as a master. Although I cannot imagine that there would be a mage that would waste a command spell that allows them to use such powerful magecraft. If there was, they'd be an amateur or a coward. The priest laughs as if he can see right through me. He's getting on my nerves. I decide to kill him and end all of this forever.
Just like, fuck this guy. For some reason I get a bad vibe. Explodes you with my mind.
What? No!
Jeez. He clearly wants to get a rise out of me.
Is everything clear? If so, I've finished covering the rules. Now, let us return to the beginning. Shido Emiya. You said that you have no intention of being a master, but is that still true? If you wish to quit, then so be it. As you've said, you may use up your command spells and terminate your contract with Saber. I then guarantee your safety until the Holy Grail War ends. Wait, why do you have to guarantee my safety? I can protect myself. I do not have the luxury of time to care for you either, but that is also the rule. My orders are to supervise this occurrence of the Holy Grail War. It's part of my duty to keep the casualties from the Holy Grail War to a minimum. Protecting mages who are no longer masters are my top priority as overseer. This occurrence of the Holy Grail War? Hold on. That means that this has happened more than once? What do you mean? The Holy Grail War didn't just start now? Of course not. Do you believe an overseer would be dispatched if so? It's the duty of this church to recover holy relics, as we're part of the lowest ranked special agencies. Originally, our purpose was to research and recover the true cross, but here, our duty is to assess the Holy Grail. We're to investigate the 726th Holy Grail that has been observed in this far eastern land. We must recover it if it is real, and invalidate it if it is not. 726? That many Holy Grails? Who knows? Insofar as we understand, there are at least so many similar objects. And one of those is the Grail from the Holy Grail War observed in this town. According to our records, it's said that the first battle was 200 years ago. Since then, the battle among the Masters has been repeating in a cycle of 50 years. This is the 5th time for this Holy Grail War. Since the last one was 10 years ago, this has been the shortest cycle yet. What? Are you guys insane? You've had this kind of thing happen 4 times already? I couldn't agree more. Just as you say, this has happened far too many times already. Yes. In the past, the Holy Grail Wars have all been brutal, fatally. The Masters were driven by their desires, forgetting what they'd been taught as mages, and murdered one another wholesale. I'm sure that you're aware. The worst crime for mages is to use magecraft in public. Mages are not supposed to reveal their identity to the public. However, past masters have violated that. The Mages Association dispatched third-party overseers to maintain order. They only started from the Third Holy Grail War. The one who was dispatched that time was my father. You understand, boy? Yeah, I get why these overseers are necessary. But based on what you said just now, these Holy Grail Wars are just evil at their core. Oh? How are they so evil? The past masters were mages who would break the rules, right? Okay, so assuming the Holy Grail is real, what if the one who wins is selfish and would use it for their own interests? It'd be bad if it was given to someone who had no problem killing others. If the Mages Association is responsible for mages, shouldn't you be punishing those kinds of people? I ask with a glimmer of hope. However, as expected...
Whoopsie, I left the filter on. Sorry.
I ask with a glimmer of hope. However, as expected, Kire Kotomine laughs.
Of course not. There are no mages that don't act out of self-interest. The only thing we administer are the rules of the war. The aftermath does not interest us. And the Association is not concerned with what kind of individual obtains the Grail.
That's crazy! What if the master who got the Grail's a psychopath?
Certainly a bother, but there's nothing that we can do. It's the Holy Grail that chooses its owner, and we do not have the power to stop the master chosen by the Grail. It's a Grail that makes wishes come true. The one who obtains it will be able to do as they please. But if you do not want such a thing to come to pass, then you must win it yourself. That's the more reliable way, isn't it?
Kotomine is trying to hold back his laughter. He seems to enjoy how I'm not able to accept being master.
What happened, boy? I thought that was a good plan, but you don't seem too keen on the idea.
That's not your concern. First off, I have no reason to fight. I'm not interested in the Holy Grail, and I don't feel like a master even if you call me one.
Oh. So you're not interested in what the victor of the Grail would do, even if it leads to disaster?
That's... I don't have anything to say. Damn it. Everything this guy says is like a beatdown. He just delivers blow after blow of the harsh truth and doesn't let up at all.
If you don't have a reason to fight, that's fine. I suppose that means you do not care about what happened 10 years ago?
10 years ago?
Correct. At the end of the last Holy Grail War, an unworthy master touched the Grail. I do not know what that master wished for. What we do know are the results of that disaster.
Yeah, an unworthy master touched the Grail, huh? I seem to remember that being explained differently by you before, though. At the end of the last route, gee, huh. Gee.
For one moment, that hell appeared in the back of my mind. Hold on. That can't be.
It is. The tragedy that everyone living in Fuyuki is well aware of, Shiroemiya. 500 casualties. 134 buildings destroyed. That fire is what remains of the previous Holy Grail War.
I feel nauseous. My vision blurs. I can't lose focus. I can't focus anymore. It feels like I'm going to pass out. I force myself to stand firm before I completely lose control. My teeth clench as I stave off oblivion. Anger boils within me, and I use that to fight against the rising nausea.
Emiya? What's wrong? You're all pale. I know this is a lot to take in, but look, why don't you get some air?
I must have looked awfully pale. Though this must really be something else for Tosuka to be that worried about me. No need to worry. I'll feel better after seeing the funny face you're making.
Hey, what is that supposed to mean?
I don't mean anything by it. Literally just what I said. Don't worry about it.
Well, fine. Hey, that's worse, lunkhead!
And with that, the supposed #1 model student Rin Tosuka smacks me upside the head. Which is just enough. The nausea and anger from earlier disappear altogether. Thanks. I'm serious, Tosuka. It was a help. I still have a few things that I need to ask, though, so hold on to whatever else you have for just a second. Tosuka looks like she isn't through with me, but acquiesces.
Oh, you still have questions? So be it. Let us clear the air of any concerns.
He ought to know what I'm going to say, but he seems to enjoy needling me to say it aloud. Bring it on. I'm not going to back down. Then I'll ask. You said this is the 5th war, right? Then has anyone ever actually obtained the Grail?
Of course. Such disastrous misfortune does not happen every time.
Then...
Don't get ahead of yourself. It's easy to obtain it. After all, the Holy Grail itself is looked after by the Church. If you wish to touch it, you may do so any day of the week.
What? The Holy Grail is in this church?
Of course, it is only the vessel. It has no contents. As Rin mentioned earlier, it's still in a spiritual state. The one stored here is an elaborate replica. This is used as a catalyst to materialize the real Holy Grail and form the chalice that can make wishes come true. I suppose it's similar to the relationship between master and servant. Yes, there was indeed a man who obtained the real article, at least temporarily.
So the Grail was real? Wait, what happened to that guy who obtained it?
Nothing happened. That Holy Grail did not come to completion, all due to the folly of one man's foolishness. I don't know where his high and mighty attitude went. Suddenly he casts his eyes down and looks regretful. What do you mean? Didn't the Grail appear? If one is only concerned with making the Grail appear, that's simple enough. Once the 7 servants are present, it will manifest in time. As Rin says, there's no need to kill the other masters. However, that does not complete the Holy Grail. That thing chooses its own suitable owner. A man who avoided battle could not and did not obtain it.
So, you're saying it's pointless to obtain it without a clear conclusion to the battles with the other masters. Last time, the first master to obtain the Grail was spineless. He avoided the Grail and said he didn't want to fight the other masters.
Tosuka spits out, looking away from Kotomine. No way. So does that mean that Kotomine was one of the masters in the last war, and he obtained the Holy Grail but refused to fight and retired? Kotomine, you didn't fight? I did, up to the halfway point, but I made a mistake. This resulted in an incomplete Holy Grail. Well, that must have been my limit regardless. The other masters were all monstrously strong. I lost my servant right away and was taken under my father's protection. Come to think of it, the Overseer's son being chosen as master was not something that was supposed to happen. My father passed away at that time. After that, I took over the role of Overseer and guard the Holy Grail here in the church. Saying that, this priest named Kire Kotomine turned away. Following his gaze leads to the symbol of worship towering over us. Our conversation ends here. The only ones who are qualified to obtain the Holy Grail are masters with servants. When there's only one left of the 7 participants, the Grail will manifest. You must decide now whether you'll participate in this battle, this Holy Grail war. The priest requests my final decision as he looks down at me. I'm at a loss for words. Until this very moment I had no reason to fight, but now I have a reason and the will to accompany it. Although, is this really what I want? Are you still undecided? Understand that being a master is not something you become just because you wish it so. Rin has been training as a mage for a long time, but that does not mean that it was determined that she would be a master. All she could do was decide whether to prepare or not, if the opportunity arose. Only mages are chosen as masters. If you're a mage, you should have already been ready. If you're not, then I suppose nothing further can be done. Both you and your instructor are failures. It'd be a nuisance for a mage such as you to go into a battle, so you should remove your command spells right now. It isn't even a question now. I refuse to run. To be honest, this Master and Holy Grail War stuff doesn't feel real at all. Even so, if I have to choose between fighting or running away, I would never run away. The priest even said it. If I'm a mage, I should be prepared. So I need to get it together. Even if I'm an amateur, I'm still a mage. If I decided that I'm going to champion justice and follow in Kiritsugu Emiya's footsteps after admiring him for so long, I'll fight as a master. If the cause of the fire 10 years ago was the Holy Grail War, then I can't let that happen ever again. The priest must have liked my answer, as he's smiling with satisfaction. I threw away all my hesitation. I've got to man up and fight. I said I would do it, and so I'll face this on my pride as a mage. Well then, I shall approve you as Saber's master. From this moment on, the Holy Grail War is officially underway. Until there is one master left, I approve of the battle in this town. Each shall put their pride of very life on the line and fight to their heart's content. The priest's words echo throughout the church, although there's no real purpose to his declaration. Only Tosuka and I heard his words. This man just carried out his own little ceremony, ringing the starting bell.
It's official then. I'll be heading out, but can I ask you a question too, Kira?
I don't mind. This may be the last time, so I'll answer anything further.
Then I'll take you up on that, kiddo. Since you're in charge of overseeing everything, you should have information about the other masters, right? I followed the association's rules, so at least tell me what you know.
That certainly puts me in a bind. I'd be more than happy to tell you, but I do not know much myself. There are not many legitimate mages this time. I am only aware of 2 masters. 3, if you include Shido Emiya, actually.
Oh, really? Then you should know by the order they were summoned. You're the overseer, after all.
The first one was Berserker, the second was Caster, and so on and so forth. The other day was Archer, and then Saber was summoned a few hours ago.
I see. So that means...
The Holy Grail War has officially begun. Rin, you are not allowed to come to this church until this Holy Grail War is over. The only time it is permitted is...
when I lose my servant and I wish for protection, right? So if I rely on you any more than that, no perfect score.
That's correct. You would likely be the victor, but the church will not ignore your transgressions. The likely result is that you're forced to listen to a lecture and they take away your Holy Grail. That would also be problematic for me.
You fake priest. You're with the church, but you're going to support the Mages Association?
I'm serving the Lord. That does not mean I'm serving the church.
Yeah, right. That's why you're a fake.
Tosuka turns her back to Kire Kotomine. With that, she makes her way toward the exit without saying goodbye. Hey, are you fine with that, Tosuka? He's your senior, right? Then... You sure you want to leave it like this without a proper farewell?
It's fine. In fact, it's a relief to cut him off, and you should get out now too. You have no business with this church anymore.
Tosuka crosses the chapel and without stopping, really does leave without so much as a goodbye. I sigh and follow Tosuka. Then, I feel the presence behind me and can't help but turn around. He crossed the distance before I knew it to loom over me. What? Do you still have something to say? Though I can't help but take a step back. Just as I thought, I'm no good with this guy. It's like we're incompatible or on a different wavelength. I'm not fond of the feeling. If you don't have anything to say, I'm leaving. I head towards the exit, trying to escape his stare. As I go, rejoice, boy. Your wishes will soon be granted. So the priest says, as if he's an oracle. Those words are they really what I've been feeling deep down? What is this, all of a sudden? You should know. If there was no clear evil, then your wishes wouldn't be granted. Though it may be difficult to swallow, one who champions justice needs an evil to defeat. My vision is about to go black. The priest says it. My wish is at the same time noble and shameful. Yes, the desire to protect something is the same as wanting a threat to harm it. You. But there's no way that I would wish for something like that. I don't remember wishing anything like that. That just means my aspirations and ideals have a contradiction. Good thing you have an enemy to face now. That's what the priest is saying, his words like a dagger to my gut. What? No need to keep up appearances. Your dilemma is valid as a human being. The priest smiles joyfully. I shake off his words and head towards the exit. Farewell, Shido Emiya. A final warning. Be cautious on your return home. From here on out, your world will change completely. You have become a person who will kill or be killed. You are now a master. Those words are a parting shot as I hastily make my way out. Yeah, careful on your way home. Not because there's anybody in particular that's going to attack you or anything. I wouldn't know anything about that. Definitely not. It's windy. I suppose part of it is being atop a hill. The breeze is stronger than below, and the chill that pierces my cheeks has a stronger bite.
Shido, have you finished talking?
Yeah. I've been made aware of more than I could ever want. About the Holy Grail War and Masters, too. In that case... She leans forward and pierces me with a stare. That's only natural. The decision that I make is her business, too. Yeah, I don't know if I'm fit for it, but I decided to fight and be a master. I'm sorry that I'm an amateur, but do you still agree to take me on as a master, Saber?
There's no need for such an agreement. You are my master. I've already vowed that I would become your sword.
That moment flitters through my mind. That's right. Yeah, it makes me relieved hearing you say that. I take a deep breath and face Saber again. Shake on it then. Let's do our best, Saber. I extend my right hand. I don't know anything about the relationship between master and servant, and what we need to do moving forward, but at the very least I want to start off on the right foot. Saber? Oh, are you against shaking hands?
No, that's not true. I was just startled by the suddenness.
Saber says as she takes my hand in hers.
I vow once again, as long as you have your command spells, I will be your sword.
Okay. I still don't understand everything, but it's good to have you. Since Saber is so serious, I nod along. Come to think of it, this is an odd sight. Under the stars in the winter night, I'm shaking hands with a girl I just met and exchanging words like some magical contract.
Looks like I can leave you two at it, huh?
I hastily let go of her hand. When I turn around, there's Tosaka, and that knight in the red coat standing there.
Look at you two getting along. You weren't even talking until a moment ago. What a change. What, you fully trust Saber now?
No, that's not it. Wait, I guess you're right. I don't know anything about Saber yet, but we're going to work together from now on.
I see. Then you should be on your guard. Now that you guys are in this war, we won't go easy on you either.
I tilt my head. It takes me a second for it to sink in.
Hey now, you understand we're enemies now, right? I brought you here because you weren't my enemy yet. But now you're a master, right? Then I think there's only one thing to do now.
Well, that's true, but why? I don't intend to fight you, Tosaka.
Man, just as I thought. Geez, it was meaningless to bring you here.
Tosaka drops her shoulders. Rin. Oh, Rin.
What? We promised that you wouldn't talk until I give the go-ahead, Archer.
I know, but we'll get nowhere at this rate. There's no need to find out if our opponent's ready or not. If there's an enemy we can defeat easily, we should attack them without holding back.
Hey, I know that without you having to tell me.
If you know, then you should act on it. Or what? Are you going to show him mercy again? It couldn't possibly be that there's some special reason.
Of course not! It's just, I owe him one. Until I clear that up, I can't fight him I just can't fight him fairly.
You sure are difficult. Then I'll make myself scarce. Call me again after you've straightened that out. The Red Knight, Archer, disappears. Or rather, I just can't see him anymore. According to Tosaka, servants are spirits. Saber says that she can't turn into spirit form, but I'm sure she could easily if she was Tosaka's servant, since Tosaka is a functional master. Well, aside from that. Hey, Tosaka, that thing you owe me, are you talking about what happened earlier?
Yeah, no matter what the reason may be, you used a command spell to stop Saber, so it won't be fair unless I hold back a bit to balance things out.
Balance, huh? You care about weird things, Tosaka.
I know this is just piling on some extra weight, but I can't help it. I hate being in debt to people.
She snorts and turns away.
But this is for a limited time. Starting tomorrow, I won't hold back, so you should go ahead and make your plans with Saber.
So this is only for today?
That's right. Well, I am the one who brought you here. So I'll at least look out for you until you get back into town.
With that, Tosaka starts walking without looking back at us.
Let us go, Shiro. As she says, it's not good to stay here.
I nod to Saber and follow Tosaka. The three of us descend the hill. It might be because Tosaka took the lead, but we make our way back without any conversation.
There's a simple forked road ahead of us. One path that leads to Main Street going towards the front of Shinto Station, and the other leads to the big bridge connecting to Miyama. Tosuka stops in front of the intersection. Tosuka, aren't you coming? We should head to the bridge if we're going home, right? No, sorry, but you'll have to head home on your own. I forgot since I've been so occupied with you, but I had other plans. Now that I'm in Shinto, I'm gonna look for something while I'm here.
Go look for something? As in other masters?
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I've been waiting for this a long time, for the 7 masters to appear in the night of the Holy Grail War to begin. Wouldn't you say that going straight home is a waste? Since I couldn't beat Saber, I won't feel satisfied unless I can take down another servant.
There's no hesitation in Tosuka's eyes. That made me realize. Tosuka is a mage. Her knowledge and attitude as a mage are set. I wonder why.
So, we part ways here. I've paid back my debt, and it'll be a pain if we're in each other's faces. After today, we'll become enemies.
Why does she have this part of her that's opposite of a mage? Tosuka didn't explain the rules out of a sense of duty. She just wanted to be fair, and after figuring out my circumstances, supported me. So now that the situation is clear, it goes back to how it was before. As a master, I'll be a target for battle from here on. Despite all that, Tosuka made sure to clear the air first. For her, everything that happened tonight was unnecessary. It'll just be a pain if we're in each other's faces. If that's how she really feels, she shouldn't have gotten involved to begin with. But she isn't dumb, so she must have known this is how it would go. And yet she still helped out, all without thinking about cost or benefit. The Tosuka in front of me is so different from the one I see at school. Even putting it nicely, she's harsh and cranky, a real sourpuss, and so different from what she normally projects that it makes me want to scream. What's up with the way you act at school? Man, she almost seems like a fraud. Yet, still. Tosuka Rin is also exactly how everyone thought she was. Yeah. Tosuka, you're a good person.
Huh? What's with you? I won't go easy on you even if you try flattery.
I know that. Because she won't go easy on me, it'll be a pain to also be on the lookout for me. That's what she's saying. I know. But if possible, I don't want to be enemies. I like people like you.
What?
For some reason, Tosuka falls silent. These deserted suburbs, the church that looms in the distance and the stillness of the foreigner cemetery that spreads over the hill, feel strangely warm now.
Anyway, if your servant gets killed, just run to that church. If you do that, at least your life will be spared.
Got it. I don't exactly like the idea, but I'll keep it in mind. Highly doubt it'll happen, though. No matter how I look at it, I'll die before Saber does. Tosuka reacts strangely again. She lets out a deep sigh as if she's fed up with me and glances at Saber.
Alright, I won't give you any more warnings since then I'll really be going out of my way. Just be careful. Even with Saber as strong as she is, it won't matter if you, the master, gets killed.
Tosuka turns around and starts walking toward Shinto. However, she stops dead in her tracks as if she saw a ghost.
Hey, are you done talking?
A youthful voice echoes through the night. The sing-song voice is unmistakably that of a young girl. My line of sight focuses on the top of the hill. There. I don't know when the sky's cleared, but the moon shines brightly in the night. The shadow is long and monstrous like a demon in a picture book. Amidst the silhouette of the townscape, through the late-night gloom, something terrible stands.
Berserker.
Oh, Berserker. Tosuka mumbles a word I'm not familiar with. Even if I don't know what that means, I can tell that the giant is something different altogether. That thing isn't human. Then, it's one of the beings called servants, just like Saber and the others.
Good evening, big brother. This is the second time we've met like this.
The girl says, smiling. The innocence sends a chill down my spine. The dissonance between her and that monstrous shape behind her makes me feel like I'm living a nightmare. What I said earlier about a chill down my spine is underselling it. The chill reaches every part of me, deep into my consciousness. That thing is a monster. I'm not even looking directly at it, but its very presence is making it hard to move.
surprised. If we're talking just raw power, that thing surpasses Saber. She clicks her tongue and glares at the monster above us. From her back alone, I can tell she's just as terrified as I am, but also determined not to lose to this thing. Archer, that thing isn't something that can be fought head-on. Fight it with your class specialty. Her voice is barely more than a whisper. The unmaterialized knight gives his response.
Understood. But what about your defense? You cannot avoid a charge.
There's 3 of us. If it's just playing defense, we can manage.
He must have nodded to that. The presence hanging around Tosuka vanishes instantly.
Amiya, it's up to you whether you want to run or fight. But if you can, I'd say make a break for it.
Are you done with your little strategy session? Can I start now?
A playful laugh. The girl gives a polite bow, incongruous to the entire situation.
Nice to meet you, Rin. I'm Ilya, alias Vale von Einsburn. You know what that means, right?
Einsburn. She seems familiar with the name and wavers in pace. The girl smiles happily in response to Tosuka's reaction and says,
I'll kill you now. Get her, Berserker!
She croons to the monster behind her. The gigantic figure flies through the air. The Berserker comes tearing down from the top of the hill almost faster than I can follow.
Shido, stay back!
In the moonlight, a shower of bullet things rain onto the onrushing giant like shooting stars. So, this supernatural accuracy at work. The silvery lights peppering the giant are arrows. That's probably underselling it, though. It's more like strafing fire from a machine gun. Each blow is powerful enough to pierce bedrock. 8 shots of that. The barrage is more than powerful enough to reduce a house to smoking rubble.
Are you kidding me? It did nothing!
The giant's completely unaffected. The 2 swords clash, the massive sword wielded by the Berserker amid a hail of arrows, and the sword of Saber who rushes to meet him, collide with a deafening clang, sending sparks flying. The 2 blades strain against each other. In spite of Berserker's overwhelming strength, Saber does not give ground. Silver lights flash through the darkness. Just how much magical energy is stored inside that small body of hers. She's clearly weaker, but she doesn't budge an inch. She blocks, parries, and cuts through the whirlwind of attacks from the giant's massive sword. The spectacle takes my breath away, and I'm not alone in that. Tosuka and the giant's master stand beside me, watching in fascination as the fight unfolds.
Archer, back her up!
Another silver light flashes across the battlefield in response to Tosuka's command. It drives viciously into the giant's temple. Archer's arrow impacts the giant with all the force of an artillery shell. No matter how strong that giant might be, there's no way that won't do some real damage.
Got him!
Saber follows with a slash from her invisible sword. However, a savage counterattack strikes with such force that Saber is sent flying. Saber slides across the asphalt. The black whirlwind surges after her. Silver lights burst all around in attempts to obstruct the whirlwind. It does nothing. 3 arrows strike the giant's forehead with perfect precision only to disappear. The giant does not stop. Saber catches his attack on her blade. Saber! My scream does nothing.
Was that enough for a life, I wonder? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, from the sounds of it, it doesn't sound like they're doing much to him right now.
The sheer force of Berserker's blow is such that, even though Saber blocks it, she's slammed to the ground with a tremendous thud. Is she feeling dizzy? Saber's on her knees, not moving.
This is it. Crush her, Berserker!
The girl's voice echoes across the battlefield. The black giant charges towards Saber with terrifying speed. Archer!
Oh, Archer, keep shooting!
Tosuka yells as she starts running. She must be intending to help Saber. Tosuka runs up the hill and takes what looks like a rock in hand.
Oh, yeah, okay. Good thing it gave me a translation.
Pressure! Shackles of obsidian!
She throws obsidian stones in the air and a storm of silver light rains from the sky. The attack doesn't even slow Berserker's charge. What a monster. Even I can see how absurdly strong he is now. Strong isn't even a big enough word for that monster. He must be protected by some kind of law of immortality woven with an insane amount of magical energy.
It's fine. Just ignore the noise.
Archer and Rin's attack. Oh,
Archer and Rin's attacks can't get past your noble phantasm anyway.
the girl's voice carries clearly to me. The giant swings his huge sword, and Saber blocks bravely, but the force of her blow flings her away once again. That was a bit of a tongue twister. She's blown away dozens of meters up the hill. Saber is sent in a perfectly straight line, like a pitcher's fastball, before smashing into the barren road. She must be dead. She might have survived one blow, but there's no way she's okay after receiving 2 blows from that giant's large sword. No chance. The dark whirlwind surges toward her. It's already over. Hasn't that thing had enough? Still, the monstrous thing charges across the barren road. She's going to die. Even if somehow Saber is still alive, she'll die here and now. And so long as I'm here, I'm dead too. Run if you can! I can't see... Oh.
Run if you can!
I can't see Tosuka, but I can hear her. She went after Berserker. Even after this monster is unscathed from so many powerful attacks, she means to keep fighting it?
Okay. I mean, generally, even without looking at the guide for just a second, generally speaking, the general trend of choice that I've noticed that gets you bad endings is when you act pussy, basically. It's like, don't act like pussy and you'll be okay. So yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let's go after them. That's what I thought.
I couldn't do anything, even if I wanted to. I know that. But even now, I can still feel her hand in mine. I told her we should do our best. She shook my hand when I offered it. So... well, isn't that obvious? If I climb up this hill and chase after the giant, I'll be killed. I suppress a tremble and sprint up the hill as fast as I can. Saber! I run into the barren land, and then... Oh, okay, we're here. What I see defies all expectation. Oh shit. Oh my god. A tombstone goes flying. Every time the giant roars and swings his massive sword, he splits tombstones in two. In the midst of that, a knight dashes undaunted through the storm of tombstones. Fuck, yo!
Hard as fuck visual?
That monstrous cleaver weaves a raging storm around the giant. Tombstones crash together in a deafening cacophony. In the center of that storm, Saber fights Berserker, matching his power, if not exceeding it. Their positions have reversed. She's using her much smaller size to her advantage. Berserker is so large that he's hindered by all the obstacles around them. Saber is also able to move around freely, darting between them. These obstacles are trivial to something as strong as Berserker, but it's more than nothing. It's a small advantage, but in a battle like this, even that small advantage is tipping the balance in the other direction right now. Over here! You're in the way!
Whoa! Oh, wait, okay, that was reversed. Over here, you're in the way! Whoa! What are you thinking? Didn't I tell you to run? Are you deaf?
She's absolutely fuming. I heard you, but I can't just run away, right?
What? How did you figure that? Don't you get it? You can't fight. You're just in the way here. If you died trying to make a difference, well, that happens. But if you're killed before you can even do anything, you'll be dying in vain.
I don't know why, but Tosuka is furious. Weirdly, I'm not upset about how she's yelling at me. Hey, is that really something for you to get mad about? If I die, even in vain, it's not really your problem, is it, Tosuka?
It has everything to do with me. It bothers me if you don't get home safely even when I'm letting you go for the day.
And now I'm even more confused. Tosuka really puts up a front at school.
Jeez. Anyway, you're not hurt, so just run away. That Iliasvale brat really does seem to be planning to kill us all.
I know that, but I'm not running away. Saber is still fighting, and I won't leave her.
That's what an experienced master should say. The problem is you're going to die in vain since you can't do anything to support her. This is your last chance. Go on, now.
No way. There has to be something I can do as long as I'm alive. Plus, Tosuka, would you make someone else do something you can't? Tosuka stares at me, her expression serious.
You're right. It was wrong of me to force something I can't do onto you.
She looks away.
Well, you might not even need to run away. It doesn't look like Saber is going to lose now.
Tosuka peers at the cemetery from behind a tree.
God damn!
Their battle continues, unchanged. Berserker's attacks slash only empty air, tearing apart his surroundings like a tornado. Between those attacks, within the swirling whirlwind and flying clods, and rain of broken tombstones, Saber steps in closer to Berserker and attacks without even scratching her armor. This is divine, like nothing I've ever seen. After witnessing a battle that's nearly impossible for humans, the fear I felt until just now disappears. In fact, I'm fascinated. The whole thing about the Holy Grail War hadn't really sunk in yet, and I was so anxious. But after seeing her, all that just fades away. Swords dance around each other in violent, brutal arcs. At the center of that whirlwind of fatal destruction, the knight challenges her enemy without hesitation. Maybe this is what made me accept it all, no matter what may wait in the future. With Saber at my side, I could fight even a god.
I thought so. I thought it was suspicious, but she blocked Berserker's sword on purpose.
Quietly, Tosuka mutters without emotion. Well, was that to lure Berserker here?
Figured it out too, huh? Fighting that thing in the open with no cover is suicide. So Saber chose this place as their battlefield. She did it cleverly too, drawing Berserker away from you while pretending to be on the back foot.
That would mean Saber must have decided this was a good place to fight as far back as when we were walking down that hill.
Certainly. You can't expect backup in a battle like this. But this monster nullifies even Archer's arrows. Backup would have been meaningless in the first place.
Tosuka mutters while watching the battle between Saber and Berserker. Archer's arrows. Those words get my attention. Archer is nowhere to be seen. If he's a bowman as his name suggests, then close combat probably isn't his thing, but...
She got him! She got him!
Tosuka snaps her fingers. Just as she said, either Saber must have struck Berserker or he must have lost his footing. Berserker, who hadn't so much as faltered until now, loses his balance. He unleashes a wild attack in desperation. Saber dodges backwards and grips her sword with both hands. This is it. As his desperate attack is dodged, Berserker loses his balance completely, and Saber bends her knee to rush in with all her might. Then...
Huh? Archer, what do you mean, get away?
I notice the confusion in Tosuka's voice as she tilts her head. Then I sense the lethal intent aimed in this direction, from far away. Oh shit. Oh shit! From behind, I see a knight in red holding a bow on a rooftop hundreds of meters away. It's either nausea or chills. He's holding a bow. It's no different from before. Even if he aims perfectly, it won't do any damage. So there's no sense feeling so threatened by it. But I get chills anyway. He's knocked. It's not an arrow, it's something else. That intent to kill isn't directed solely at Berserker. My legs move. Yeah. Yeah, no, you need to get back here immediately. No, come back, Saber! I hear my voice shouting at Saber before I even realize what I'm doing.
Master?
Saber steps slow as if she heard my command, but it's not enough. She won't get away in time.
It's dangerous. Please get away. No, you're in danger. Just come here.
I reach my hand out to Saber.
I am?
She must have understood. Saber turns from Berserker and dashes away from the battlefield as fast as she can. Just as Saber retreats, Archer fires his arrow. Saber jumps clear like sparks from a flame, and Berserker rushes after her. Archer's attack impacts between the two of them at the center of the battlefield. Up until now, his shots have done nothing. Saber approaches as if those arrows aren't even worth dodging. But just then, the giant turns his back to us, attacking the incoming projectiles with furious intensity. In that instant, sound fades entirely. I throw myself onto Saber and brace. I must have gone deaf. I can't hear a thing, but I can feel the vibrations in the air shaking my body and heat searing my skin. The blast kicks up all kinds of debris, and I feel something stab into my back. I grip my teeth and brace myself. The white flash of light must have lasted only an instant. Somehow I survived. Oh my god. What? Saber is clearly stunned by what she's seen. So am I. I have no idea what happened. I just know that Archer's attack wreathed the entire cemetery in flames. At the explosion's center is a smoking crater. That is the extent of his attack's destructive force. In the heat of all that incredible destruction stands the giant, still alive. Heart of all that destruction, rather. Berserker. He's unscathed even after taking a direct hit from a rank A noble phantasm. The strength seems to have gone from Saber's voice. Sparks flutter in the dark night air. The giant stands motionless in the flames while all present look on in stunned silence. The only sound to be heard is the soft crackling of the flames. Just when I thought the flames might grow out of control. A strange metal, something rolls toward me, clanging across the rubble-strewn ground. A sword? No, it's an arrow. An arrow with a luxurious hilt and spiral blade. It was a sword, I think, but it was used as an arrow. What the fuck? I'm not sure why it captivates my attention so much. The arrows Berserker smashes aside disappear, as if simply melting away. They fade without leaving a trace, like candle wax melting in flames. That makes me nauseous for no reason. Shadow, those were Archer's arrows. That's all I know. I look up and see Archer in the distance. I can't possibly see that far. I can't see it, but somehow I do. He's smiling. He's smiling as if to say he hadn't just been aiming at Berserker. That bastard! I have a headache. The chills running down my spine don't stop. My spine is burning and I feel like throwing up, almost like the time I failed to create a magic circuit. I've underestimated you, Rin. Your Archer is not bad. The girl's cheerful voice drifts across— Oh, okay, that's Ilya.
I've underestimated you, Rin. Your Archer's not bad.
The girl's cheerful voice drifts across the battlefield to us, but I'm not sure where from.
Okay, come back, Berserker. I wanted to get the boring stuff over with first, but my plans have changed.
The dark shadow wavers. The giant obeys the girl's voice and retreats through the flames.
Oh, come on. You're gonna run away after all of this? Yes, I've changed my mind. I don't need Saber, but I'm interested in your Archer, so I'll let you live a bit longer.
The giant disappears. The girl in white giggles.
Bye-bye then. Let's play again, big brother.
With those as her parting words, she disappears on the other side of the flames. And just like that, she's gone. I'm sure Tosuka doesn't actually plan to go after her, despite what she said. Even I can tell the girl just let us go. I can't imagine Tosuka seeking out a fight like that. It'd be too reckless.
Thank you, Master. Archer's noble phantasm would have hit me, had you not called out to me.
I try to say I was glad to help. Master? What's wrong with me? I'm not badly hurt, but I don't feel well. And I think I'm starting to...
Amiya, you look really pale.
Master!
Shiro!
I fall to my knees. Suddenly, my vision goes white. Pull yourself together. What is going on? I feel someone catch me as I fall.
Grimley, I'm not gonna do that because I want to save all of the bad endings for, like, a compiled stream at the end. And I don't want to mistakenly get any of them now and then just reduce on the runtime of that because I want that to fill up a whole thing by itself.
But that feeling fades abruptly as most of my senses simply cut out. All that's left is this throbbing. What's happening? What's wrong with me? I'm slipping into unconsciousness, but my head continues to throb as if I have a fever. Oh.
Really cool opening. I liked that. Okie dokie. Well. Oh yeah, baby. The tag says Unlimited Blade Works now. Hell yeah. Okay, let's see. I think I'm gonna take a quick, BRB real quick to grab some water. But, yeah. I'll be back in just a minute. 1 second. Okay. Yep, see you in a minute. Fuck, I left the Homestuck music on. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we're back. Also, yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with the conversation about opening spoilers, but also at the same time, I've definitely, like, gone through plenty of things that have, like, outright spoilery openings. Like, Umineko Chiru, for example, has an incredibly spoilery opening for the console stuff, and I showed that, and I don't think it really had any effect on anybody's experience at all. It didn't have one on mine whenever I went through that, because I literally had no context for what I was seeing. Generally speaking, I don't think spoilery openings usually are that bad if you don't have the context for what you're actually being shown, is my general opinion on that. Really, it only becomes a spoiler when somebody points out that it is a spoiler, because then you know to expect something from that. But that's just my take. I've never seen anything like this before. There's a sky of flames overhead. At my feet, the steel of uncountable blades. The remnants of war, perhaps. This world is endless and lifeless. Not a single living thing inhabits it. A wind carries ashes through the forest of blades. The number of swords in this woodland of steel is uncanny. There's not just 10 or 20, not even 100 or 2. There has to be an end somewhere. If someone can't count them all, the total number may as well be... Unlimited? You mean like unlimited blade... Yeah. The myriad weapons thrust upon the earth rust away from disuse. The remains of a great many swords. He thinks that. This place is like a graveyard. Okay. My vision returns. It's definitely late in the morning based on how sunny it already is. That dream. I hazily open my eyes and try to remember the dream I was having. A hill of swords. I must be dreaming that sort of thing because of the battle Saber had in the graveyard, and that fire that...
Oh, are you awake? That's good. I'm glad that it's nothing serious.
I realize. Rin Tosaka is there, looking down at me with a real condescending expression as she speaks matter-of-factly.
What? Ah!
I fly out of bed. Like a startled cat, I scurry so my back is to the wall as far as I can get from Tosaka.
Tosaka? What? Why are you in my room?
My head spins. I was on a hill of swords. No, the burning cemetery with Saber. So why am I sleeping in my room, and how is it already morning?
Tosaka, why are you here? What am I doing here?
As soon as I say that, my head starts spinning more. This isn't just because I'm disoriented from everything else. What's really making my heart race is seeing Tosaka's face so up close on top of everything else.
If you're going to be shocked about something, just pick one. You don't quite have the intellect for both, Emiya.
Oblivious to how I feel, Tosaka just carries on like normal. It's enough of a slap to the face to bring me to my senses. That's right. It's natural to be surprised by Tosaka's face as soon as I wake up. But that must mean... I get it. You carried me here after I fell unconscious.
Wow, you're sharper than I thought. You look like a mess, but I guess upstairs is still working. Interesting. Very interesting.
Ugh. I wish you would stop saying stuff that makes it hard to tell whether she's being critical or giving a compliment. No, you will never get that clarification, Jito. So, part of the day has passed since then? You carried me home. I'm guessing that means nobody saw anything?
Yeah, that's right. It helps that you understand.
Perhaps that satisfied her. She bids a quick farewell and makes to leave. Hey, wait, where are you going?
Still asleep over there? What do you mean, where am I going? This is your house. I can't stay here forever.
She speaks firmly. Her eyes say, "We're enemies," rather pointedly. That is true. Last night, we declared that we would fight at the church. So then, we can only fight each other. You're right. Sorry. Also, this is late, but thank you. Then, Tosaka pauses and glares at me. Hold on. Why are you thanking me?
Well, you helped me out, right? I'm even more thankful if you insist on being enemies. Hey, sit right there, Emiya. I don't know why she's doing this, but I have a feeling I'd better listen or else. Come on, hurry up. She taps the floor. It seems like she has something serious to tell me. I obediently sit down if that's the case. Look, I have to say this since you don't seem to get it. You're going to die if you keep thinking like that. What do you mean? I'm telling you not to thank your enemies, even offhandedly. If you're concerned about something like that, you're not going to make it even if you had extra lives. Look, you have to think of them as obstacles. Just because they look and talk like a human doesn't mean that they're anything like you. Tosaka explains it with a firm voice and strong look. She is right. If it's dangerous to feel sympathy for an enemy, it'd be a mistake to waste time worrying about this sort of thing. Since I've decided to fight, I need to focus on defeating them. Yeah, I get why she's saying this. But that is... Hey, are you listening? The Holy Grail War is where you kill each other to win the prize. In order to do that, you can't think of other masters as fellow people. Even if it's your family, you need to come to terms with seeing them as a target to destroy. Really, this is the first rule as a master. Yeah, but then... I understand that, but if so, why didn't you kill me? Wouldn't that be an issue? That's because... Just where did all that bluster go now? She clears her throat, even more troubled. I just didn't feel like it. I owed you, and it's not fair to attack you when you're sleeping. I just didn't like the idea, okay? Tosaka, didn't you just tell me to do whatever I can to win? That's right. So this is a mistake on my part. I suppose I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid since I'm so much stronger than you. Well, I guess it's extra weight on my mind. Oh, I've heard her say that before. Weight on your mind? Does that mean you're fat? Shido, what? You say funny things, Emiya. But you should think real long and hard from here on out. If you aren't careful, you will end up dead. That was scary. I just crawled backwards instinctively. Well, anyway, that's all I have to say. Ask your servant about the rest. Tosaka stands up and heads out without stopping this time. Goodbye. We'll be enemies next time we meet, so be prepared. With that, she's gone. It must really have been on a whim when she carried me here and treated me. She left without any regret or expressing any sentiment, just a declaration that we're enemies. Okay. Well, I take a quick breath and try to organize my thoughts. I haven't even had time to think since witnessing that fight between Lancer and Archer back at the school. Oh, I see. Then that must have been Tosaka. The pieces finally start falling into place. After that, I got stabbed in the heart by Lancer, somehow got saved and came home, then got attacked by Lancer again. Saber saved me and I became a master. So then I had things explained at the church. The Holy Grail War, a battle to the death. A Holy Grail, a device said to grant any wish to the victor. None of that is sunk in yet, but I've been attacked by enemies 3 times already. I can't afford to stay clueless forever. Most importantly, I said that I would fight, not that I had any real choice. A life and death game of musical chairs. No matter what your expectations are, once you participate, you can't survive unless you defeat your enemies. The problem is, depending on how you go about it, you run the risk of harming other innocent people who aren't involved. So...
Rejoice, Shido Emiya.
My reason to fight in the Holy Grail War is not to survive and win.
Your wish will finally be granted.
It's to do everything I can to stop those who will try to win by any means necessary. There should be nothing wrong with that. To champion justice, I've been practicing magecraft to save any innocent lives that may be wrongly victimized. Alright, I need to talk to Saber first. I try to shake the priest's words as they cling to the back of my mind as I make my way towards the hall. After making a full round of the house, Saber's nowhere to be found. I even checked the detached guest rooms, but I can't find her. That's weird. That armor isn't exactly camouflage. Even so, a fully armed and armored Saber still eludes me. Supposedly, servants can turn into spirit forms, but unfortunately she can't with me. No, first of all, even though I'm called a master, I don't know anything about her. I don't even know what Saber is or how servants are able to exist. The one thing I do know is, I feel I can go through this strange battle as long as I'm with this golden-haired knight. She's not here, either. I've looked around the entire house. It's the size of a traditional Japanese inn, but I play hide-and-seek with Fujine when I was a kid. Hide-and-seek with Fujine when I was a kid, so I know the most efficient way to search it. She must be in the dojo or the shed if she isn't in the house itself. Saber is in the still, silent dojo, but her appearance is different from yesterday. Saber is sitting upright, her legs tucked beneath herself, on the wooden floor. She's not wearing her armor. She changed into rather elegant clothes that really suit her. Now she sits in wait. Words fail me at the sight. Saber looks beautiful. She strikes a refined, dignified figure as she sits there, eyes closed. She seems to almost merge with the silence, like nothing so much as still water. And that rids me of any further doubt in my mind. Servant, or whatever it is, she seems sacrosanct. So, from now on, I'm sure I won't go down the wrong path. Saber, I call to her. Saber calmly opens her eyes and meets my gaze. You're awake, Shido. Her voice is serene. Something rich and calm about her voice hangs in the air. Yeah, I just woke up. What are you doing here?
Spaceman Scott with the $20. Hi, Mercy, only stopping by for a sec, but just wanted to tell you to keep slaying. Thank you, I appreciate it. Always happy to see you around, Scott.
Saber gives a straightforward response as she scrutinizes me. This is, making me nervous in a different way than Tosuke did.
Shido, what is it? Is your body still?
No, I'm totally fine. It's something else. Really, it's nothing. I quickly take a step back and shake my head. Looking away from Saber, who tilts her head at me quizzically, I try to calm my rapid heartbeat. Get a hold of yourself. Why are you getting worked up like this? I take a deep breath, but I don't think this feeling is going away anytime soon. Man, why did she have to change? I can't help myself. With Saber in that outfit, I can't help but actually think she's real now. Real now. Seriously, she's drop-dead gorgeous. I mean, I saw that yesterday, but it's actually setting in now. Shido. As soon as we made eye contact, I can feel my nervousness grow. Then again, I wasn't looking everywhere for her to just stay silent. It's uncomfortable, but I can't let it be awkward forever. I bite the bullet. I should have asked her yesterday anyway. If she really is my servant, and if I really am going to participate in this battle. Going back to our conversation, Saber. Oh, well, just making sure again, but can I call you Saber?
Yes. As a servant who has formed a contract with you, I'm your sword. I shall follow your orders, attack your enemies, and protect you.
Saber says without any hesitation. There's no room for me to question her intentions. You are my sword, huh? To win the Holy Grail thing?
Is that not why you summoned me?
No, I only summoned you by chance. I'm an amateur mage after all. I'm sorry, but I don't have the knowledge or power as a master. But now that I've decided to, I'll fight. I'm inexperienced as a master, but are you okay with that?
Of course. You are my master, Shido. This fact will not change no matter what. Servants do not have the freedom to choose their master.
Is that true? Then I can only do what I can within the best of my ability to respond to Saber. Got it. So you're fine with me being your master, Saber?
Yes. However, Shido, I will not allow defeat. If you do not have any chance, it's my duty to carve out a path to victory. I will use any means possible to have you win the Holy Grail. We servants do not serve our master out of charity. We serve you because we also desire the Holy Grail.
Hold on. You mean you want the Holy Grail too?
Of course. Originally, the only ones who can touch the Holy Grail's spiritual form are servants, who are also spirits. Masters who win the Holy Grail War obtain the Holy Grail through their servant. After that, the servant will have their wish granted in return. That is the relationship between master and servant, Shido.
I see.
Come to think of it, there's no reason these absurdly strong heroic spirits would listen to humans normally. They'd only serve masters as part of a contract to achieve their own goals. So that means that Saber also has a wish she wants granted. That's why Saber doesn't hesitate. But that is... Hold on, Saber. You said any means possible, right? Does that mean you don't care what measures you take to win? For example, like that priest said, involving innocent people who aren't even masters and creating a disastrous scene like 10 years ago.
Shido, that is not what I mean by any means possible. I can only do things I allow myself to. It is impossible for me to betray my own beliefs. Harming unarmed innocents goes against a knight's oath. However, I must obey if you order so. In that case, you'll have to use one of your command spells in compensation.
I get overwhelmed by the edge in her voice. At the same time, I feel relief flooding through me. Saber seemed like a robot because of her extraordinary power and the lack of hesitation, but I know now that she's not some cold-blooded killer. Yeah, I wouldn't make you do anything like that. Just as you say, we have to do our best with what we can do. I'm really sorry. What I said must have been insulting.
No, I also failed to grasp your intentions and jump to conclusions. You're not at fault, so could you please raise your head?
Huh? Oh, I bowed without realizing it. I raised my head. I don't know what's so funny, but Saber has a small smile on her face. Well, I'm glad she's smiling, so I won't question it. Okay then, can I ask you one more thing? You said masters are mages who summon servants, right? I get that, but I still don't quite understand your side of things. I do know that you like Saber and Lancer aren't your real names, though. I think that might have... Was that? I do know that like Saber and Lancer... It's probably... I mean, technically you could... I mean, you could say it like that. I don't think that would be written in text, though. Or, I don't know. Shido doing Valley Girl. Like, Saber and Lancer are your actual names, though. Okay, but anyway.
Yes, those are only names that are given based on each of our roles. Alright, I shall use this as an opportunity to give a rough explanation. We servants are heroic spirits. Each of us made a name for ourselves in our respective time periods. We accomplished some great deed beyond human capabilities. Whatever the means, we are beings who are sublimated to deity-esque status.
That much is obvious. Heroic spirits had supernatural abilities while they were alive, were celebrated after their deaths, and were promoted to a higher spiritual rank than a ghost or such.
But at the same time, that is also our weakness. Because heroic spirits each left a mark upon history, our weaknesses were also recorded. By revealing our names and identities, we'd be revealing our weaknesses. It's no problem if the enemy is spiritually inferior, but we are all heroic spirits that have the power to kill each other. If our weaknesses are revealed, the enemy would take advantage of that to defeat us.
I see. Heroes usually do have some opponent that they're weak against, so that's why you're using a name like Saber and concealing your real name.
Yes. However, that's not the only reason I'm called Saber. There are 7 servants who are called forth by the Holy Grail, but each of them are selected according to their class.
Class? So that's where Saber and Archer come from?
That's correct. First of all, summoning a heroic spirit is itself close to a miracle. To summon 7 of them is too much even for the Holy Grail. In order to solve that, the Holy Grail prepares 7 vessels beforehand, and only calls forth heroic spirits who are compatible with those vessels. Such vessels are like objects that keep us temporarily bound to this world. Those are the 7 classes.
Saber. Lancer. Archer. Rider. Caster. Assassin. Berserker.
The Holy Grail calls forth heroic spirits with abilities that correspond to each role from any time period. And those who are assigned to these classes are called servants.
I get it. So you're a Saber because you're a heroic spirit who is good with a sword.
Correct. Kero, thank you for renewing your channel membership. There may be some heroic spirits who possess multiple attributes, but I would say in all humility that there are none better than I with the sword. However, that is also my disadvantage. I am not a mage, so I can only defeat enemies as your sword.
You mean you're not good at the cloak and dagger stuff? I don't consider that a weakness. You're more than strong enough as a saber.
Shido, battles are not won through might alone. This is hypothetical, but if your enemy is better at close combat than you, then what would you do?
Well, I guess I know that I wouldn't be able to win if I just fight head-on, so I'd have to do something without fighting. I understand once I say that. If their opponent is strong, they're not going to fight fair. Defeating opponents with a sword isn't the only way to fight. If you can't beat them with a sword, all you have to do is beat them some other way.
That's correct. If your opponent discovers that you're skilled in close combat, then they will most likely not challenge you thusly. In that sense, servants who lack ability will use any means possible. The assassin servant lacks combat capacity, but has the ability to hide its presence, and the caster servant is proficient in magecraft that does not exist in this age. You cannot get your hopes up from a difference in strength alone. Additionally, we have things called noble phantasms. No matter what kind of servant we are, as heroic spirits, we have the opportunity to create a fatal attack.
Noble phantasm? I've not heard the term, though I think I can glean the meaning from the words.
Noble phantasms are special weapons that servants have. Weapons like Lancer's spear, Archer's bow, and my sword are all such treasured tools. Heroes do not become so by themselves. It is due to their chosen weapon, the very symbol of their existence, that they are recognized as heroes. Heroes and their armaments are one. As such, those who become heroic spirits bear famed and powerful weapons. That is a noble phantasm, the trump card for servants, and what we must be most wary of.
Saber says that noble phantasms are weapons that heroic spirits had while they were alive. I recall that Blue Knight's spear. It sucked up all the magical energy in the air and stabbed Saber's chest with an impossible trajectory. That thing is certainly not something that a normal human can handle. The spear itself carried a strong curse, but I felt an amount of magical energy, on another level from the words Lancer said back then, too. Then, could it be? Saber, are noble phantasms magecraft? Lancer's spear certainly seemed like something with its history, but the spear itself was not extraordinary. But with his words, the spear went beyond the realm of weapons. Isn't that a type of magecraft?
Yes, noble phantasms are certainly similar to magecraft. Take for example Lancer's spear. It is a noble phantasm, but its true value is demonstrated only when he puts magical energy into it and says its true name. Noble phantasms are technically mystics that are materialized. Just as incantations are necessary to activate magecraft, noble phantasms also need their true name to be recited in order to awaken and activate them. However, this also has its dangers. By saying the true name of the noble phantasm, that servant's identity will be revealed. I get it. Heroes and weapons are a set. If you know the name of the weapon, you can work out who wields it. Saber nods in silence. That's why the noble phantasm is a trump card. In exchange for revealing the identity, it would launch an unavoidable fatal blow. And if that attack misses or fails, the servant has revealed their weaknesses. Philip with the 8. Fun moment from the UBW anime. Berserker pulls off some parkour to evade Saber, and Rin legit goes, "How the fuck is that thing a Berserker?" So, Saber, is your noble phantasm that invisible sword? Yes. However, I've not revealed its identity yet. At this point, there should not be any servants who know my true name. With that, Saber looks away uncomfortably for a second. Shido, I have a request about that matter. What kind of request? It's about my true name. Normally, servants reveal their true name only to their master so they can plan strategies for the battle ahead. However, you're inexperienced as a mage. If you encounter a superior mage, they should be able to read your mind. Therefore... so you can't reveal your name yet, huh? Yeah, you're right. Like hypnosis or being hit with a whisper-type spell or... Well, I doubt it, but if other masters have mystic eyes, then I might have started babbling about it. Okay then, I'll leave it up to you to decide when to use your noble phantasm. Are you certain you should make such a rash decision? It's not rash. I thought it over, and I'm satisfied by the conclusion I reached. I did think it through, so don't worry. Moving on. We've talked through most things, but I still don't think I understand the whole situation. Come to think of it, it's strange. I decided to fight, yet the only opponent I know of is Tosaka, and I have no intention of fighting her at all. Well, actually, she's ready to fight me, so I guess I'm not the one in a position to say that. Hey, Saber, do masters or servants have some sort of mark? I don't really know what I should be doing. No, unfortunately there's no definitive way to identify them. But if other servants are near, a servant can sense their presence, all the more so if they're in physical form. Servants themselves are a powerful force of magical energy. Have you ever read JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Shido? It's a bit like that, when stand users can detect other stand users. What? How do you know about that? Because I'm cultured, unlike you. You were able to sense Berserker's presence, correct? That's true. It'd be bad if I can only tell once I'm attacked, right? I need to at least notice before they approach, or else I won't be able to take some kind of countermeasure. Then how about tracking the Master's presence? Masters are mages. Since they use magecraft as a living, there will always be magical energy that is leaked. If you search for that, you may be able to identify the Master's whereabouts. Sorry. Unfortunately, I can't do anything requiring skills like that. I mean, I didn't even realize Tosaka's identity, and we go to the same school. We were in the same building for 2 years, and on top of that, I saw her many times. Sure of autism.
Do you believe in gravity, Shido Emiya?
Fucking Dio. Damn, no wonder I get made fun of for being an amateur. My only proof as master is my command spell. Looks like I have a tough road ahead of me. I sigh heavily. 1 second. I had to answer a message real quick. I sigh heavily. And then... Shido, can you close your eyes for a moment? Saber's face is stern as she speaks. Grimely with the 5 channel membership gifts. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. The JoJo bit made me burst out laughing. I'm glad to have delivered. I can only be funny every once in a while. That's my gift. That's my standability, if you will. I'm only allowed to be funny once every blue moon. Saber's face is stern as she speaks. Close my eyes. Why? I'm going to prove that you are a master. Just listen to me. Close your eyes and regulate your breathing. I close my eyes. I feel something slightly touching my forehead. Wait, it's oddly pointed. Could it be the end of her sword? Saber, hold on. Are you sure you're not doing anything weird? She's just like, I am going to lobotomize you. This will prove something. Master, please be quiet and concentrate on my finger. Oh, it's her fingertip. On my fingertip. If you're a mage, you should be able to feel my magical energy from that. Oh, so it's Saber's finger touching me. I pull myself together and quiet my mind. Whoa. What is this? I've unlocked the servant menu. Yeah. Interesting that we don't have, I mean, like, obviously, yeah, we haven't come across that information yet, but I do think it is interesting that, like, the stuff that we learned last route is not in the menu anymore, like, Artoria's name and that kind of stuff. Saber, what was that? Is it not obvious? You and I are connected through a contract, so it's natural to understand my condition. Understand your condition? I do not know how you saw it. Your standards are what determines how you measure a servant's ability. There are some masters who distinguish simply through colors, and there are other masters who understand by comparing them to beasts. In other words, it varies by person, but one perceives it in the easiest way for them to identify. This is the basics of being a master, so from now on, please check frequently. You should be able to understand the details of someone after seeing them once.
I think I get it now. I was surprised because it was so sudden, but I might be able to act a bit more like a master now.
Master, this concludes my abbreviated explanation.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in, but it makes sense. Sorry for the trouble, Saber.
There's no need to apologize. You need to understand the situation we're in to make decisions about our next steps.
Saber leans forward attentively, awaiting my next words. This tells me Saber is probably the same as Tosaka. She's the sort to strike first. Well, I don't think we'll do anything particularly different. I don't plan to go looking for other masters to defeat them like Tosaka.
Shido, that is not what we just talked about. Do you have any intention of pursuing the Holy Grail in your capacity as master?
Saber's eyes narrow. Those eyes are those of a cool-headed knight that does not accept any disagreement. I stare back, trying not to let myself be intimidated and clearly convey my intentions. Of course I do, but only because I don't want it to fall into the wrong hands. I don't really have any particular reason to want the Holy Grail for myself. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to fight. I'm a mage, even if I'm an amateur. I know I can't back out of this situation now, and that I won't make it out alive if I just sit and do nothing.
So in this battle that you cannot avoid as a mage, instead of fighting to obtain the Holy Grail, are you saying that you're fighting to prevent the conflict over the Holy Grail?
Well, I guess that's what it means. Yeah, that's it. I can't really explain it, but I feel like that's something worth fighting for. Yeah. Honestly, the idea of a Holy Grail doesn't feel real to me. But preventing battles? That I can fight my hardest for and do it with pride.
I don't understand. You say that you're a mage. If so, you should desire the omnipotence of the Holy Grail. Do mages not master their craft because they have a wish they cannot grant themselves?
I'm not sure what you're saying. I don't have unfulfillable wishes. I do have a lot of things that I have to do, though. Yeah. That's why I need to do everything in my power to keep innocent people out of this battle.
Does that mean that you do not need the Holy Grail? You will not fight for it?
That's not what I'm saying. I have every intention of getting the Holy Grail since I'm going to fight.
Your words are contradictory. Why would you bother fighting for something you have no need of?
Well, because winning means you get the Holy Grail, and most of all, you need it, right? Then we have to get it. Yeah, I don't know what kind of people the other masters are. Some of them may be really good people, but I decided I'm going to be on your side. And if you say you want the Holy Grail, then I'm going to give it my all to help you. I'm only echoing my old man's opinion, but if you want to champion justice, you need to be an egoist. It's pointless to support everybody, so you need to ally yourself only with people that you like and trust.
I never thought of it that way, but now I think I should.
I can't just fight for myself, but what I can do is fight for you. Okay, yeah. But what I can do is fight for you, Saber. And to be honest, if it's something this girl wants that seriously, it's only natural to want to obtain it for her no matter what. I mean, don't all guys think that way?
Does that mean you would forfeit the fight if I gave up the Holy Grail?
I wouldn't want that. But if Saber does that, everything I thought of so far falls apart. No, it doesn't matter. I already said I would fight. That's why I won't run away. I've already decided, Saber. I look at her straight in the eyes as I declare this. Saber doesn't respond immediately. She takes a deep breath, then looks at me.
Understood. If you say so as a master, I simply have to obey. My objective is the Holy Grail, while your goal is to stop the battle. Our ultimate destination is still the same. But I must say one thing, Shido.
Saber stops abruptly. She seems to look far into the distance.
I struggle to put it into words, but I believe you will come to regret what you've said. In fact, I'm sure that.
So she says. Interesting.
Foreshadowing is a narrative device that...
Since it's noon already and we missed breakfast, we decided to have lunch for now. Saber can't turn into spirit form like Archer, since unlike the other masters, I'm not providing her the magical energy that she needs. If it goes without saying that I'm an inexperienced master. She says she can't prevent the consumption of magical energy by getting sleep, but she can't replenish it no matter how much she limits herself. In that case, the only way to replenish her energy is by eating food,
Since I'm in charge of the meals, I can't cut corners. Servants are materialized using magical energy, right? So then, if your magical energy isn't restored, are you going to get weaker as you fight? After putting away the dishes, I ask while I fold my apron.
It does not mean that energy is never restored. Magical energy is produced within my body as long as I'm active. Even if servants do not get support from without, they can replenish their magical energy using their own magic circuits.
Oh, then is there no problem?
Well, how do I explain this? Let's see. Let's use this faucet as an example. There's water dripping from the faucet now, correct? Think of this as the amount of magical energy produced within my body. Consider the cup receiving the dripping water as myself.
But that's tap water. Are you sure that you want that?
Irrelevant to the explanation. In this state, little by little, I can accumulate magical energy. Now, the more water the cup holds, the more water can come out of the faucet. As long as the cup holds water, water will continue flowing from the faucet. But once the cup's water runs out, when I use my magical energy, the faucet will completely shut off. At which point there will be no supply of magical energy, and the cup will forever stay empty. That means termination for the servant. Either they receive a fatal wound or they run out of magical energy, though the latter rarely occurs.
But it's fine as long as there's a drop left in the cup, right? If the cup has some magical energy, water, then the faucet is still on. So if time passes, the cup will fill with water.
What's the problem with tap water? Well, depends on where you live, but depending on where you live, it can be very, very bad. I mean, we literally bought a water filter the other day that's main selling point is it gets rid of 99% of lead. So, yeah. Our tap water is remarkably bad. Like, really, really bad. It's some of the worst in the country, I think.
That is correct. However, the water filling the cup is constantly consumed even as we speak. Additionally, it's lost at an ever-increasing pace during battle. In fact, the more powerful the action, the more water it consumes. If I were to use a noble phantasm, I could empty the entire cup even if it were full.
This is getting complicated. To sum it up, since I'm figuratively Saber's faucet, she can only restore magical energy at a slow pace, since I'm only providing the equivalent of a drip. So to fill the cup with water, she has to vanquish her enemies swiftly, following by resting and conserving energy as efficiently as possible. Oh man. So using your noble phantasm is a luxury we can't afford, huh?
That's correct. However, it does not mean that I cannot use it. If I suppress its power, it should be possible to use it once.
What are you saying? I can't let you do that. You're not allowed to use your noble phantasm, okay? If you die doing that, there's no way I could ever make it up to you. Saber sets her tea down. She frowns and reaches for the tea. Then, we're thankfully interrupted by the phone ringing. A phone call, this time on a Sunday. Hold on. To break this one out again for once. I have a good idea of who it is, and I'm terrified of what will happen if I were to ignore the call. Hello, this is Emiya.
Hi, this is Fujimura!
I feel dizzy. She's so overpowering. The sound of her voice is enough to pull me back to the everyday reality from before all this nonsense that's happened overnight. What do you want? Just so you know, I'm busy, Fujine.
What? I'm busy too. I gave up my day off to teach my students.
It's strange. It's like she's right in front of me, puffing with pride. Okay, well, nobody here is being robbed or dying, so you can get back to chaperoning club activities with a clear conscience and all that. I try to cut the conversation short. Philip with the three, me after sipping the Californian tap water. That's how I get rid of all the other servants. Here, why don't you have this refreshing glass of water, Berserker?
Oh, why thank you. Oh!
Hey, wait! Your big sister is swallowing her pride and calling you, so it'd be terrible if you hung up without listening to what I have to say.
Yeah, and I've been neck deep in it for the past night. Not that saying so would help any. Though I suppose if she's desperate enough to make a call, she really is in trouble?
Okay, so what's up?
Shido, I want to eat lunch. How about those sweet rolled omelets you make? That'll be it for my order. I want it to deliver to the Kudo Club right away. Bye!
Honestly, what is up with that teacher? Man, they say the beasts go wild when they're hungry. I put my apron back on. Well, there's leftovers from lunch anyway, and rolled omelets are easy enough to add. Jesus. Fucking Fujine like,
Hello, is this my DoorDash driver?
no! For the last time, no! Okay, I'm done. Saber, can you watch the house for a bit? I'll be right back, so wait here, okay? I head out into the hallway, carrying Fujine's lunch. Saber follows.
Yeah, I mean, I'll cook with tap water for sure, just because it's like, I mean, if you're boiling it or whatever, it doesn't really matter as much.
I put on my shoes. When I look up, Saber is also putting on her shoes without saying a word. Saber? My voice is annoyingly timid. I can already tell what she's going to say, but I have to ask.
Well, I shall accompany you if you're going outside. Servants protect their masters. It's dangerous to let you walk outside alone.
I knew it. Well, this is something we would have run into eventually. This is a good opportunity, so I should tell her now. Saber, masters try to avoid drawing attention, right? Then it's safe during the day as long as I stay away from secluded areas. They won't attack me.
I understand, yet to be sure. Since you are still inexperienced, I need to be by your side at all times.
What? At all times? Does she mean that literally? That's stupid! We can't do that! First of all, what are you gonna do when it's time to sleep?
Are you testing me, Shido? I must be the most alert while you're asleep. Of course I shall be standing by your side.
What? I quickly look away to hide my reddening cheeks and try to take a breath to calm myself down. Damn, how stupid of me. It finally sinks in. This is what it means to fight alongside Saber.
Shido, what's wrong? I do not think it is that surprising. I'm just going to do what Rin did last night.
What? Are you kidding me? I'm gonna go crazy before we start fighting if you do that. I can't let that slide. I'll prepare a room for you, so use that. Ugh. I won't give in, even if you look at me with those eyes.
Shido, please put an end to this foolishness. I believe I've been patient, but cannot abide it any further. As a master, you continue to make unreasonable choices. I cannot obey unless you explain your reasoning.
Saber looks up at me, frustrated. Her stare makes me want to curl in on myself, but I do my best to fire back. There's no reason. I'm telling you just to do as I say. It's fine during the day, so you should just go ahead and rest.
I refuse. If you do not give me a clear reason, I will not back down.
You don't get it, do you? Since you're a girl, there's no way we can sleep in the same room. Saber freezes. Anyway, I'll prepare a room once I get back, so rest until then. I make a break for the door. Am I a kid or what? My face must be red as a tomato. I slap it as I make my way out. Well, anyway. Saber should be convinced since I told her so firmly. Though I should probably apologize for yelling when I get back. I go down the hill. It takes me 30 minutes to get to the school, a fair distance normally, though I'm walking pretty fast today. The reason being... Just trailing behind him, hiding behind like light poles and shit. She follows behind me silently. If I don't do anything, she'll follow me right onto the school grounds. I have to tell her clearly right now. Saber, I said to wait at home. You're going to disobey your master? I stop and turn around. Saber glares at me, and after a moment of clearly mulling over what to say...
Who knows? If a servant does not obey their master, they must not have heard them.
She grumpily turns away from me. I ignore her and descend the hill. Behind me, ever present. Saber continues to pressure me without saying a word. Go home already. Do I have to tell you directly for you to understand that it's annoying to have you following me?
I glare at the girl that stays exactly 5 meters behind me. I don't know what her problem is, but I'm met with silent defiance. Jeez. I don't get why she's so mad, and she's just being stubborn now. Okay, fine, do what you want. This time I actually ignore her and start walking. I go up the hill that leads to the school. Miyama has a lot of hills, but this slope is especially long. From the school building that sits on top of the hill, you can get an unobstructed view of the whole town. It's a bit past 1 p.m. Fortunately, I don't see any students around on the way. It must be because it's a Sunday and the ones having club practices are taking a break after eating lunch. Well, I guess I'm in luck, but it won't be like that from here. With a sigh, I surrender. I turn around. Saber's making her way up the hill, still glaring. I imagine that now that I've started to ignore her, she's even more grumpy. Saber.
Yes? You said I may do as I please.
You only listen to what's convenient for you, huh?
Of course. I am a servant, so I cannot let my master remain in danger while I'm present.
Fine, I give up. I'm raising the white flag so you can come along. You'll understand that it's a safe place once you see it for yourself. Also, I'm sorry for yelling at you earlier.
Huh?
Well, let's make up a story for you. You're a relative of my father, and you came here to visit and sightsee. Is that alright? I go up the hill alongside Saber.
Oh, yes, if that is what's convenient for you, then I do not mind.
Alright, then it's decided. Yeah, you would have met them sooner or later, so it doesn't matter if I introduce you to them now. That's right. She's bound to meet Fujine and Sakura if she's staying at my place. Oh, yeah, I forgot to ask you, but where did you get these clothes?
Rin gave these to me. She said that I would need regular clothes since I cannot turn into spirit form.
That's unexpected. I'm surprised at Tosaka's kindness, but I'm more surprised that she has such mature tastes. What about your armor, then? Is it back at the house?
No, that armor is made from my magical energy. When I cut off the supply, it disappears. When it's time for battle, I can immediately protect my body with it.
So you can make it appear and disappear at any time?
Yes, so there's no need to worry. If an enemy were to attack us here, I will protect you.
I see. Yeah, that's comforting. Maybe it's in reaction to keeping quiet until now that my honest opinion slips out. Saber does not answer to my slip of the tongue and continues up the hill. We arrive at school. I can only be open about this now. I can pretend that I'm showing a new transfer student around school. Saber, if someone stops to ask you something, just shake your head without saying anything. It'll be best if you pretend you don't understand Japanese. Saber, what's with that grim look on your face? Don't scare me like that.
Oh, I was not looking at you, Shiro. I was just surprised at how strong the traces of magical energy are here.
Traces of magical energy? Are you sure? Saber says so, but I don't feel anything. Well, not that I can sense magical energy unless it's really concentrated.
Yes, but it's not something that you should be surprised about. Rin is in the same grade as you, correct? This is a place where a mage as strong as her has been for over a year. I'm sure she has a workshop, so energy will leak out even if she attempts to hide it.
The magical energy that Saber feels seems to be from Tosaka. It's pretty careless of her if you can sense her magical energy before you even go inside. Wait, is she in there right now?
No, it seems that Rin herself is not there. If she was, I would feel it even stronger. There are no humans resembling a mage on site as of now.
Something here feels off, which bothers me, but there's no danger. Yeah, I mean, like, I have to assume it's something to do with Shinji. I told you that I'd be fine. Come on, we're going in, so stay close.
Oh, Amiya, you in charge of lunch?
Comes in handy sometimes to find someone who knows you well enough. Ayako Mitsuzuri, the captain of the Kyudo Club, even figured out my reason for being here at a glance. Hey, yeah, I'm the delivery boy, as you guessed. Is Fujine inside?
She is. Man, you saved us. Whenever Miss Fujimura is hungry, she's crazy. The cafeteria is closed too, so we were considering going to get food from somewhere.
It was that serious? Wait, were you thinking of going down to Toyoetsu by yourself?
Where else is there to go? We're already short on money for equipment, so I can't spend too much on emergency food.
As expected from Mitsuzuri, who's notorious for being stingy. By the way, Toyoetsu is the name of the supermarket in the shopping district.
In the Kudo Club, anyone who's taking a break and resting their arm muscles is sent on a grocery run as exercise. It's a contradictory custom where it's an excuse to rest your arm, but you have to carry a lot of groceries on the way back. That sucks. Here's her lunch. It got late, but give it to Fujine, will ya? I hold out the paper bag. Wow, that's a fancy 3-layered set. Nice, haven't seen that in a while. You sure are good at that sort of thing. I don't know what she's happy about, but she smiles. Well, in comparison, she is good at mass production. Mitsuzuri is usually the one who's in charge of dinner at our training camps, and she surprises everyone every time. The world of cooking is vast, considering how her curry was good despite having basically whole potatoes in it. Well, anyway. Mitsuzuri only looks inside the bag but doesn't take it. Hey, no need to tease, just take the bag. Isn't it chaotic in there with Fujine going wild? Yeah, if you think so, you should go in already and hand it to her. First of all, you should know she'll obviously get mad if I say I turned you away here. I don't want to be chewed out. Accept your fate and go in. My what? Mitsuzuri, say that again? What, your fate? Oh my god. Does she know? Why are you looking at me like that? She points to the dojo with her chin. True enough, it'd be scary later on if I don't at least go to see her. It's not like I came here for practice, so I can just leave as soon as I hand her the lunch. I give up and head to the archery range. But hey, Mitsuzuri, you've been here long enough now, so you should at least check if Fujine has her lunch in the morning. It's too creepy imagining a teacher looking around at her students' lunches. Well, I was tired this morning. I've been busy, so I don't have much time to spare. Well, guess there's no use complaining to you. Then she suddenly comes close and whispers in my ear.
So, Amiya, who is that? She's so beautiful. Do you know her?
She asks me in a nervous voice. Everybody has their bisexual awakening for Saber, I see. Yeah, I'm sure anyone would be surprised seeing Saber, especially since she's trying to follow me inside the archery range without saying anything.
So, is that an acquaintance of yours?
It's complicated to explain, but it'd be helpful if you could say that she is. Also, if you can explain that to everyone so they won't make a fuss about her when we go in, I'll be forever in your debt.
Okay, I'm curious about what the situation is, but I like the bargain. Don't take it back later, okay, Amiya?
I open the door. Saber silently follows behind Mitsuzuri and me. We enter the dojo. The archery range after lunch break is noisy like a battlefield.
Miss Fujimura, Misaki's saying her stomach hurts so much that she's about to die. How old were those crackers? That's just a stomach ache. I also ate that and I'm fine, so give her some tea. Miss Taiga, I'm going to practice with the target, so please let me move the stove. It's cold in the corner of the dojo. Okay, since you've got some nerve using that name, go run 3 laps around the range in shorts. We're gonna whip you into shape. Miss Fujimura, we have someone bleeding over here. Kitsuko cut her cheek with the bowstring. You don't have to go to the nurse's office for a wound like this. Just rub some aloe on it. It's planted on the hill in the back. Ouch, jeez, why is this bow bent backwards? I can't string it like this. Hey, don't string it for pushing from the top. You're still young, so get someone to help you if it's hard. If it flips and comes apart, your neck will be broken. That is, I'll break your neck if you damage our bows. Miss Fujimura, there's no powder. My hand's slipping. Oh, really? Can someone go to the storage room and bring the stock? Sensei, we're out of stock. I think it's because you forgot to order more the other day. Oh, then the first years are going to the baseball club and steal some Rosenbachs. God, she's nuts.
Man, this place doesn't change at all. Well, I can't stick around this pandemonium forever. Oh, great timing. Hey, Sakura. I call out to the girl in front of the bow rack.
Senpai?
Sakura returns the bow that she's holding and runs to me, bewildered.
Oh my god, I'm in this route? Holy shit, I have screen time? Oh, okay. Senpai, why did you come here today? Could it be,
Yeah, I brought lunch for Fujine. I'm sorry, but can you take that to the manic teacher over there?
Oh, yes, right. Come to think of it, she was making a call.
I'm not sure where her smile goes, but it vanishes at the same time she slumps her shoulders. Yeah, I did think the A was pronounced, because that's how I've always heard it said by everybody in my life. But, I mean, anyway, that's how I've grown up hearing it, at least. Yeah, that'd be the one. When she gets hungry, Fujine becomes a dictator, huh? Might be too late now, but she can have what I made. Also, sorry I came home late last night. Thanks for making dinner.
Yes, thank you for saying so, but...
She looks behind me. There stands a golden-haired girl that's out of place in the archery range.
Senpai?
What, am I actually too late? I made yours just in case, too.
No, that's not true. I'm hungry too. I gave half of my lunch to Miss Fujimura.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I made yours so that you can eat it right away, so it shouldn't take that much time. Well, if that's the case for everyone, I don't think anyone would complain about resuming lunch.
You're right. Then thank you for the meal, Senpai. Will you be at the dojo all day today?
I think so. Since I'm here, I might as well stay until practice is over. I skipped yesterday, so I'll make dinner today. And, oh wait. You should come and eat with it. Wait, did I get that? Yeah, okay, yeah. That was... Sorry, I just got confused for a second. This is water.
Yes, I'd love to. I'll go get Miss Fujimura. Senpai, please don't drop off lunch and just go somewhere, okay?
Sakura goes to get Fujine in a hurry. When I look back, I see the members buzzing in conversation over Saber and Mitsuzuri going around explaining things. Well, for now, I think I've accomplished my initial goal.
Oh, I'm so full. The sugar's flowing to my brain, so I'm finally back to my regular self.
The break room. Fujine sips tea while she eats some sweet bean jelly. It must be because Fujine is calm now, but the sound of bowstring twangs and arrows cutting through the air is all that echoes through the dojo.
Miss Fujimura, I'll be taking my turn at the range, if you'll excuse me. Righto. Oh, can you tell Mitsuzuri to come here? I need to talk to her. Okay, Senpai, please make yourself comfortable. If you can, I'd appreciate it if you coached me.
Sakura bows and leaves, but as she does so, she stares uneasily at Saber, who's silently watching by the wall.
So, what are you gonna do after this, Shido? I'll finish practice by 5, but do you want to stay and watch?
What should I do? Just from what I see, Saber seems to be gazing at the archery range with interest herself, so I should... Yeah, let's stay. Yeah, it'd probably cause some trouble if I were to take Saber to walk around school. I should stay in this familiar room and chill until the evening. Yeah, I'll stay and watch if it's not going to be a bother, Fujine.
Alrighty, I'll go coach then, so you can space out here. Oh, if you feel like shooting, go right on ahead. You're my student, you're better than most people.
I suppose. I am better than the others on the shooting front. Even though I've been away from it, I'm sure I can get the same results as when I was active. But that's not because of archery skills. I can hit the target like I do mentally while I'm working on magecraft. That's not true, Fujine. I'm no good with the persistence part of the sport.
What? The shoot 200 arrows a day and the rest is just releasing the bow thing? You focus on some of the boring parts, Shido.
Hey, anyone who does Kyudo should know this. Anyway, I'm not gonna shoot half-heartedly. I'm not in the swing of it anymore, so I don't know if I'll even hit the target.
Oh, but Shido, shooting arrows every day isn't the only way to train. Even if you're not shooting, if you're training yourself, that's enough for the persistence part. It's good to draw a clear line, but having respect towards the sport covers commitment. Anyway, don't sweat the small stuff and just go with the flow, my guy.
Funny thing to say, my guy. Bangin' sermon, my man. Bangin' archery, my man. Fujine heads to the range. As if tagging in, Mitsuzuri enters.
Excuse me. Oh, why the long face, Amiya? Got the whole spiel from Miss Fujimura, eh?
I guess. She told me not to worry so much, though she is probably right.
Oh, I see. I totally thought you lost interest. I didn't realize you still had the itch. That's a bit unexpected.
It's unexpected? What, did it look like I got bored with Kyudo to you? Yes, I mean, you only missed the target once. From day one when I joined, all I thought was that you had crazy skills. Your form was beautiful, and you seemed like you didn't know how to miss. And then I thought, man, you must not even be happy anymore when you're this good. Even without a bow, you can get into the headspace, and it's annoying that it looked like the bow was even maybe in the way. Was I right? I bet. Kudos to shoot one's mind. The arrow isn't shot at the target, but at the mind of the shooter. Those who can't face themselves, or those who can't shoot oneself, won't understand the mental space they need to find.
In other words, Kudo is a way to kill oneself, to make yourself transparent and aim to be the one with nature. The 8 stages of shooting are for that. Ashibumi, the footing. Doskuri, correct posture. Yugamai, readying the bow. Utsuyokoshi, the action of raising the bow. Hikuake, drawing the bow. Kai, the full draw. Hanare, the release. And Zanshin, the follow-through of the shot. Specifically with Kai, the unity of the target and oneself. With the release of the arrow that has become oneself, that snapshot in time is called Hanare. The self becomes further away with a hit, as well as the action and result becoming one. It all converges to make the past and future into a singular point. That is Zanshin. It's a ritual, practice to build oneself. That's right. Basically, Kudo's process resembles meditation in magecraft.
I suppose I'm preaching to the choir here. Hitting the target's a bonus. Kudo's mental framework, it's a path rather than skills. Put another way, Kudo is a sport where you cannot reach that state of mind if you don't have a bow. I thought that was the boring part for you. The rest of us shoot an arrow, and when it hits the target, we get the illusion of feeling it, even though we know that shooting is only a means to do so. We don't know if we were able to purify ourselves until the arrow hits the target. But Amiya, you're the type that doesn't care where the arrow goes. Anyone can hit the target in Kudo if you disregard the 8 stages and just focus on the technique of hitting the target. Anyone can do it. But that's only making an arrow hit the target with their skills. Real shooters hit the target no matter how bad skill-wise the shooter may be.
That's not true, though. I go to the range so that I can hit the target, too.
That's what I'm talking about. Do you actually need to come all the way to the range to practice? Even the bow part seems to be irrelevant in the first place for you. You've missed the target once, right? I wanted to see if you'd flip out, but it was still nothing to you. When I asked why, you said, I deliberately pictured a miss. You didn't miss because you screwed up, you missed because you wanted to. That's when I realized you always picture hitting the target before you even fire. Everything else is still just follow-through.
What are you talking about? That's just basics, right? Don't you also imagine the arrow hitting the target and follow accordingly?
Of course. People try all sorts of things and hope for the best, but that's only in our imagination. We can't envision it like you can, Amiya. You're already one with nature and all. You've reached the state of nothingness, to put it in martial arts terms.
I don't know if I can actually envision it like that, but I can agree to the nothingness part. Being able to erase oneself to make a circuit is the sign of a strong mage. To make the self transparent and rid oneself of any attachments and desires to reach a goal, simply chasing after the result. When it comes to making oneself into nothingness, the training for Kudo and magecraft are similar. This is getting complicated. What are you getting at, Mitsuzuri?
What I'm saying is that since you're unselfish, that transparency is easy for you. You should be more greedy and selfish. It's boring if you become a master at such a young age, you know? I won't tell you to be like Shinji, but why don't you have some fun once in a while?
I'm at a loss for words. On one hand, I don't really see it, but on the other, I can't think of anything that I consider fun.
I told you. That's why Sakura has such a hard time with you. If you don't know how to let loose now, you won't know how to once you get older. That's what society calls good-for-nothings. She gives me a pointed, do you understand sort of look, sort of surprising from her.
Man, am I really that helpless that you're concerned about my future? Why are you so worried about me?
Because you don't laugh, Amiya. I'm talking about training camp. Everyone had a blast, but you never really let yourself truly laugh, even at my best jokes.
So that means...
Yeah, I'm still mad about that, and I keep receipts.
Mitsuzuri says this, smiling in challenge at me, her chosen opponent.
What I'm really saying is, you should think I'm so funny and cool. That was the entire point of this conversation. Nothing else.
Club practice ends by the time the sun sets. The sun goes down early in winter.
and they must be taking into account the incidents that have been happening lately. Oh, yeah, Mitsuzuri, where is Shinji? I haven't seen him. He's ditching. Maybe he got a girlfriend, but he's been acting like that recently. Mitsuzuri says as if it's nothing and makes her way towards the school building. See you later. I had some business at the teacher's office. The Kyudo captain leaves, fiddling with the room key. We're at the front gate. With the sun setting on the town below us, I part with the others along with Fujine, Sakura, and Saber. Bye, Miss Fujimura. Don't bully Emiya, Taiga. Everyone sees us off in high spirits as we start down the hill. We descend back into town. Beside me are Sakura and Fujine, and Saber follows slightly behind us. Why is that girl following us? Well, it seems as though she didn't think anything of it at the time, but it's finally catching on. Hey, Shiro, do you know her? This is the second time someone's asked me today. Thanks to Mitsuzuri for giving me a rehearsal, I'm able to answer without hesitation. Of course I know her. I'm the one who brought her. I answered as nonchalantly as I can.
That's what I thought. So, Senpai, how do you know her? Yeah, I didn't know that you had a foreign friend.
Well, not a friend, but she's an acquaintance of my father. She's the daughter of someone my old man met when he was flying around the world.
Kiritsugu's? So she came to visit Kiritsugu?
That's right. She'll be staying at my place for a while, so please do your best to be accommodating.
What?
Both Sakura and Fujine react in the same way at the exact same time. Well, if I was told that girl will start living with you today, that'd be weirder not to be surprised.
What? Shiro, are you saying you're going to be living with her?
No, Saber's only staying for a short while. I'm just giving her a place to stay. It's nothing to be shocked by.
Senpai, is her name Saber?
Yeah, it's a rare name. She's not used to Japan, so she might act differently. Oh, also, she seems unapproachable, but she's actually really nice. Sakura, it'd be helpful if you could be friends with her.
Okay, that's fine, but...
Sakura doesn't make eye contact with me and looks at Fujine as if pleading for help.
Miss Fujimura, do you approve of Saber staying over? I can't approve of it as a teacher, but I can't ignore someone who came for Kiritsugu. She looks responsible, so I don't think anything will happen. Right, Shiro?
She gives me a sidelong glance. Of course. Kiritsugu's guest is my guest. I'm not going to be rude to her. If anything, she's like a little sister.
By the way, how old is she? She looks younger than Sakura.
Well, something like that. Fujine stares directly into my face, and as we're at the bottom of the hill, suddenly...
Shiro, do you like her?
Surprise attack. I don't know, I just met her, so I can't say. My face is hot. I bet my face looks red to Fujine right now.
You're not lying, but the possibility isn't zero.
I don't know what she got from that. Fujine crosses her arms and goes quiet, as if she's thinking hard about something. As a result, Saber's stay was approved.
I guess it's fine. It'll be a good experience if you think it is a homestay, and there's a lot of empty rooms here.
Fujine's single opinion settles it. Sakura didn't say anything the whole time, but in the end...
Yeah, and I don't feel like I have a say in this.
She agreed in the end. And so, dinner time rolls around. I put in extra effort into making dinner to welcome Saber. Starting with preparing salad-style seared bonito, then fried chicken with a zesty green onion sauce, a classic meat and potato stew, and to top it off, a variety of tempura including shrimp. June, I knew a guy named Gunner. I also knew a guy named Gunner at one point. In my youth. The menu's kind of all over the place, but... It ended without anyone saying anything. Splish, splash. I washed the dishes in the kitchen.
Not that I expected everyone to be the best of friends from day one, but couldn't there have been a bit more conversation? I think I made the tempura especially good this time. It's straight instead of curved, and the outside's crunchy. It was perfectly made, so they could have at least said something. They still finished everything. What's up with the "more please" repeated 3 times being the only thing said? Splish splash. Cleaning up after 4 people takes a while. Now that I think about it, is Sakura protesting the situation by not helping today of all days? It's past 9 p.m. They usually go home around this time. Fujine, if you're going home, can you see Sakura off? I call out from the kitchen while washing the dishes. There's no response. Fujine is watching TV as if it's not her concern. Hello? Where's the Miss Fujimura? I go to the living room and tap her on the head. Then...
Sorry, but no dice. I won't be able to take Sakura home for a while.
Why? Do you have to do something, Fujine?
Nah. I'll be staying here tonight, too. I'll be staying here starting tonight, too.
As if it were nothing, Fujine makes another sneak attack on me. What?
Oh my, why don't you join us, Sakura? I'll contact your family, so don't worry. Wouldn't it be more fun if the 3 of us had a sleepover? Oh, yes, please. I knew I could count on you, Miss Fujimura.
Wait, why are you so enthusiastic about it, Sakura?
Alright, then let's use the room in the back. We have plenty of beds and pajamas for all of us. That's fine with you, right, Saber?
Is it just me, or does that sound like an order? Saber looks at me as if asking for help.
This is troubling, Shiro. I must protect you, so I cannot fulfill my duty if I'm in the same room as them, and I would not know how to interact with them either.
Sorry, if Fujine brought it up, I can't stop her. Also, she's probably doing this as a compromise. If we decline, she might take back letting you stay here. If that happens, we'll have to sleep elsewhere.
That would trouble me too. The bounded field at this house is excellent, so this location's a good base. As long as you're here, you'll be prepared for any enemy surprise attacks. Yo! Thank you for the gifted memberships, Herschel. I appreciate it.
I see. Then even more so, please just hang in there. As long as we're both here, we can meet up anytime, right? Dealing with Fujine is a lot, but if you have trouble, just say you don't know Japanese.
Hey, stop whispering over there. Come over here, Saber. Shida was a boy, so he's fine by himself, alright?
Fujine pulls Saber to her. It's been decided. Saber's stay got approved, Fujine is staying over, and Sakura is keeping them company too. In only half a day, the occupancy is drastically increased. Actually, this really is comparable to a hotel. It's bedtime. I don't know what happened to Saber, but the lights have gone out in that room. The sound of activity from it has gone silent. I've heard it gets noisy when there's 3 girls together, and it seems that's true even when they're quiet like Saber and Sakura are. Wait, never mind. It was mainly Fujine's laughter. I just like... She's just like mostly talking to herself while the other 2 sit there like, yep, yeah, that's great. That's so interesting. Though it was still pretty noisy. It isn't good for my mental health to have girls the same age as me being rowdy under the same roof. Damn it, my sleepiness went away thinking about them, like Saber's troubled expression. If Sakura and Saber are getting along, or what Fujine is even thinking. The more I think, the more my head starts hurting. If it's like this, it might have been better if Saber slept in the room next to mine. It's 11 p.m. The lights are out in the house, and there's not a single sound outside. My hand goes to the door to slide it open and tiptoe by so Fujine doesn't hear anything. I go out to the garden. The moon is shining bright, while the cutting breeze is cold. In the winter night, the world was silent as if frozen. The shed has gone still. The place where I got cornered by Lancer yesterday, and the place where Saber appeared. The entrance is still open, and the darkness inside feels uninviting. I go inside. Closing the door behind me to shut out the cold air, I turn on the old stove heater. Shoot over 200 arrows, huh?
The teaching of archery focuses on accuracy, piercing strength, and persistence. Accuracy is how well one can hit the target. Piercing strength is the power to pierce the target. And lastly, persistence is how long one can maintain the accuracy and piercing strength. I read it somewhere in an archery manual. Once one aims to be a shooter, after they learn the true meaning of Kyudo, they continue that forever. So they're to say to shoot over 200 arrows, or something. Yeah, I don't know what I should do as a master, so I should at least train my magecraft. I sit down inside the shed and take a deep breath. I control my breathing and begin my regular training. My mind imagines the same thing that it always does. An image of a sword that comes to mind. I ignore that and clear my mind even more. Once I've let magical energy flow throughout my entire body, I practice strengthening like usual. When I was attacked by Lancer last night, I succeeded in strengthening for the first time in a few years. I need to repeat it so that I don't forget the sensation, or else it would be a waste. Trace. On. I narrow my eyes and breathe out deeply. That's all for now. I forget all about the Holy Grail War, Saber, and Tosaka once I immerse myself into the process. Clear all thoughts and hesitation from my mind. But during the process, the thought that Tosaka, who is a mage like me, might be doing the same kind of training never leaves my head. Interlude? Really now? Okay. She weaves her way through an unnatural darkness, a desolate night. While the moonlight shines, she makes her way through the dark hallway and enters a room. This is a room of a random building. There are about 50 workers here. Most of them are male, and they're scattered like puppets with their strings severed. She grits her teeth. It helps that the darkness limits her vision. The rotten air is from a plant smell that turned into smoke and filled the air. What is this scent? Can you tell, Archer? Opening the door and windows, she asks someone behind her. There was no one there, but in the shroud of smoke, a strong presence wavers.
It must be witch's ointment. The kind made from umbilifiers that destroys love.
Umbilifers. Yeah, it's umbilifers. I don't know if I pronounced that completely right, though.
That's...
Oh, wait. That's hemlock, right? Destroys love. Oh, I see. I wonder if the instigator of this has some grudge against men.
If so, it must be a woman. I don't know what kind of grudge, but it must be deep-rooted to take it out on people even after becoming a servant.
Stop mansplaining and open the windows. They're still breathing. At this rate, it doesn't matter whether we call for help now or if they're found in the morning. Let's leave as soon as we're done here, Archer. She opens the windows on one side, treats the people in especially bad condition, and leaves the room. I have to take my clothes to the dry cleaners. She sniffs her coat. Though she was careful not to touch things for the most part, the scent of rust still made it onto her. The room was sealed, and the floor of that room was covered in the blood that 50 or so people threw up. The presence behind her takes form. What appears behind her is the knight in red. He is Archer, the servant who is protecting Rin Tosaka in spirit form.
So? Are they flowing towards
Ryudo Temple?
Yeah. All the life energy that was taken is now flowing towards the mountain. The coma incidents happening in Shinto are caused by whoever's at the temple. I don't know about the master, but such a thing's beyond human power. If there's anyone capable of doing it, it would be the servant caster.
A witch at Ryudo Temple, huh? In that case, we made a blunder last night. Oh, I think this might be reversed, actually.
A blunder? You mean how we called her to tie with Berserker? I think that was the best possible outcome.
Wait, no. God damn it. Called her to tie with... Yeah, fucking whatever. I don't know. I don't know about that. If Caster has such a large network, I'm sure she saw last night's battle. But despite that, we could not defeat Berserker. We let Saber go, and we gave away the scope of our power. Wait, that sounds more like Archer.
Despite that, we could not defeat Berserker. We let Saber go, and we gave away the scope of our power.
part of all that's good for us.
Okay, yes, I was right. I was right. I got it right the first time. His tone is biting and sarcastic, but Rin does not answer. It was not a mistake to drive Berserker away and help Saber, and most importantly, Archer hasn't shown the full scope of his power yet. Last night, it is true that the arrow Archer fired stopped Berserker, but even Rin, his master, has yet to find out his identity, or the identity of that powerful noble phantasm.
Ren.
No, she knows the principle behind it. It was just a bomb. He just detonated a bomb called a noble phantasm in front of his enemy. It goes without saying how exceptional it was. That was a one-time explosion of magical energy, created by using the most powerful of illusions, a noble phantasm. Broken phantasm. This is what the Red Knight's deadly noble phantasm is called. Ooh.
Ren.
Though that itself is also strange. Servants typically only wield only one noble phantasm, and it's part of them that they have had in their past life. What kind of heroic spirit would destroy such a thing so freely?
Ren.
It's not easy to fix a noble phantasm that's been destroyed. It's like committing suicide for a servant to destroy their own.
Ren.
In other words, Archer abandoned his strongest weapon in a situation where he still had 6 enemies he needed to defeat. No, more than that, other servants would faint if they found out he destroyed his own noble phantasm. It's their proof as a hero.
Ren!
What? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
I asked what we're going to do. You must be tired from the previous battle, so we should go back and get some rest.
Rin clenches her fist in response to Archer's words. The previous battle. A large number of skeleton golems wriggling in the hallway. All of them were destroyed by her own hand. She didn't need Archer's help and didn't want to expose Archer's abilities over something like that. More importantly, she felt anger towards enemies who break the rules as a mage and involve innocent people. That's why she destroyed them. She beat them without mercy until there was nothing left. She did not show any sympathy, even if the bones were someone who could have been alive until just the other day. She did not suffer any wounds from this battle, except one. She fought and kept the nausea from overwhelming her. In exchange, she bit her lip so hard it bled. We're going after Castor. You can still feel her presence, right? We'll get things over with before she escapes to Ryudo Temple.
What? I'm surprised. Wasn't it your principle to not do things you don't think you can do?
That's right. I can't do things where I know the outcome. But that's different. If we go after her right now, I'm sure we'll be able to find some clue. And most of all...
You can't stand without starting a fight, huh? Good grief. You're letting the easy opponents run loose and going after the hardest opponent to defeat.
It's fine. Let Saber be. We can finish them off at any time, so we don't have to worry about them. We don't have to go out of our way if they're not going to do anything. As long as he's hiding at home, I'll let him be.
So, will it be a different story if that master's out in front of you? For example, if Shido Emiya were to appear before you, without any self-awareness as a master.
Those words are as if to test her. In a voice without emotion, looking down at the night town. I'll kill him. I have no obligation towards someone who doesn't know something like that. Rin Tosuka asserts, as if to convince herself. Oh, Rin. I kinda doubt that, honey. I doubt that you would do that. You're too good of a person. Okay. Bonnie and Clyde. Funny as fuck chapter name. Alright. Winter, 5 years ago. It was a beautiful moonlit night. I was just enjoying the sight with my father, Kiritsugu Emiya. It was winter, but it wasn't very cold. On the veranda, it was just a little chilly. The perfect weather to watch the moon. Kiritsugu didn't go outside much anymore. He rarely went out, and he spent most of his time lounging around the house. Every time I recall this, I still feel regret. Why didn't I realize that he was acting the way any creature does when they know their time is almost up?
When I was a boy, I wanted to be hero of justice.
He blurted it out just out of nowhere.
My father, who already seemed like a hero of justice in my eyes, said that as if he were reflecting on a memory.
What? You wanted to? So you gave up on it?
I asked, unable to completely hide my disappointment. Kiritsugu smiled apologetically and looked up at the distant moon. Unfortunately, yes. You can only be a hero for so long. It gets harder to call yourself one as you grow up. I wish I'd found that out earlier. That made sense to me. I wasn't sure why, but if Kiritsugu said it, then it has to be true.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
Yes, it really is too bad. Kiritsugu nodded in agreement. So I just kind of blurted something out, as if it were a natural thing to say.
Okay, if you can't do it, then I'll do it for you. You can't do anything because you're an adult, but I can. You can leave your dream to me.
Because I'll make it a reality. That bold promise made my father smile. His face said everything I needed to know. Kiritsugu made a long, contented sigh and whispered, That's a relief. There, he closed his eyes, and so too his life came to a close. This happened in the winter, 5 years ago. Such was the parting that would determine the course of his life. The night that Shido Emiya swore to be a hero of justice. There's no way I could forget. I never talk about this, but I still remember it. 10 years ago, a man saved me from a fire. He said thank you as he picked up the child who was unconscious, covered in burns and on the verge of dying. That he was glad to have found him. He smiled as if thanking someone, saying that he was glad to have been able to rescue at least one person. The emotion that I felt then is engraved in my mind. Nobody saved me. I couldn't save anyone. In the midst of that, I was the only person that was saved, and there was one person who saved me. That's why I decided to be like him. I wanted to become a hero of justice that saves people and doesn't let anyone die. Even if it was a childish fantasy, I dreamt of doing so. And then, Kiritsugu, who was the embodiment of my dream himself, left behind his dream of becoming something like that and died peacefully. It's only natural for a child to follow in their father's footsteps. Shido Emiya must become a hero of justice and save someone like me. Yes, I strongly swore so as a child. Shido Emiya would fulfill the dream on behalf of the man that he admired more than anyone else. But I don't really know how to be honest. I don't really know to be honest, if the way that I think is correct. Where that way of thinking comes from. What I can do as an amateur. How to make the dream of making everyone happy that Kiritsugu would often mention, which is itself as far-fetched as magic, come true. Oh, and what I can do as a master now. There's too many things to think about that my head feels like it's about to burst. A nostalgic dream flitters through my mind, and then I wake. The bright morning light comes in through the window. It's chilly in my room, and my body feels it despite a blanket wrapping around me. Damn, I fell asleep here again. I shake my head and change from my coveralls to my school uniform. It's a bit before 6 a.m. Sakura is probably already up and making breakfast. I make my way out to the yard and take in the morning air. It's a good morning. Though I'm preoccupied by the thought of the 3 girls also staying here. Well, not exactly, more like 2 girls. I'd be hard-pressed to call Fujine a girl. Anyway, now. Well, let's see. I mean, yeah, I think we should just... I have to go see what happened to Saber. Despite Saber's stoicism, she seemed sociable enough, so I think she ought to have handled Fujine and Sakura okay-ish, but still, I'm worried. I bet Saber is already awake. Then there's only one place she can be. Sakura's in the living room, so Saber should be... Just as I thought, Saber's in the dojo.
Shido, what is it? I believe it's still early to be awake.
No, this is normal for me since I have to prepare breakfast.
I see. I'm surprised. You wake up rather early. It must have been
It must have been really unexpected for Saber to be surprised over something like that. Yeah, I guess I am an early bird. But it isn't that big of a deal. Is it really that surprising that I'd be awake, Saber?
No, pardon me. Taiga's still asleep, so I hastily assumed the rest of the Emiya household was also slow to rise.
Yeah, I gotcha. She sleeps like a rock. Yeah. And she's a restless sleeper too, come to think of it. It must have been hard for Sakura and Saber to get any shut-eye. By the way, good morning, Saber. How'd you sleep?
Well, thank you. Since we did not have a battle yesterday, I'm not at all fatigued.
That's good. I thought you might have had some trouble because Fujine tosses and turns a lot. It also seemed like you were up pretty late. If it gets too loud, I can tell them to give you a separate room. Given Saber's personality, I can't imagine she finds it entirely comfortable sharing space with Fujine.
There's no need for that. As long as there is no issue, I would like to go with Taiga's proposal.
You sure? Well, if you can do that, it'd make things easier. You know, I feel like she's a little more approachable now. There's a bit of warmth in her tone. There's something about Fujine that strikes your fancy?
Yes, Taiga is a good person. I find it rare for someone to be so guileless. As I understand that she's helped raise you, I follow why you were so earnest.
I don't know if I should take that as a compliment.
I mean it as one. I've only known her for a short time, but I feel I understand her well.
Makes sense. I do think she is an open book like that. The real problem begins with whether what you read makes sense, but that's a different story. So, you were able to get along with Sakura too, right? Sakura isn't as bad as Fujine.
I believe that's true. However, I've not come to an understanding with her quite yet. I would not characterize it as open hostility, but she is hesitant to lower her guard.
So you haven't talked with her yet?
We've spoken and come to an accord. As you say, she's a kind person, like Taiga.
Oh, then there shouldn't be a problem. I sigh with relief. Well, not to say I'm not still concerned about how that sounded more like negotiations than people getting along, but I'll shelve that for now. For now, all the problems in the Emiya household should be solved. Everyone digs in. This is the first time that the four of us are eating around the dining table. I can't help but feel that this is nice. This tastes kind of bland. Did you change the broth, Sakura?
Yes, I figured that Saber wouldn't be used to miso soup, so I thought I shouldn't make it too strong. Yes, I like today's miso soup more than last night's. However, Sakura, I'm used to Japanese food, so please do not worry about me and cook as you will. I'm certain it will be fine. Oh, are you sure? Hey, you can use chopsticks. I'm surprised. You're very good at that, Saber. I'm used to it. However, to be honest, using chopsticks is tiring. I do believe that they're superior to a fork and knife, however.
Yeah, you usually use a fork and knife and not chopsticks, huh? Oh, that's not what you put on there. You have to put some soy sauce on that.
I see. Thank you for the warning.
No problem. I'll take some of your seaweed as a reward. Give me seconds, Shido.
Okay, don't eat too much and fall asleep again.
Miss Fujimura, I think you should hold back a little if you're going to participate in today's morning practice.
It's alright. I need to eat this much or else I won't last until lunch. And you're one to talk, eating rice balls after morning practice.
Oh, you knew about that?
I was watching you since you were in the corner acting suspiciously. A girl your age shouldn't be eating 2 meals for breakfast. The devil comes down on your scale one day to terrorize you. According to my estimate, your weight right now is...
No, please don't, Miss Fujimura. If you say it, I won't make you breakfast anymore.
Man.
Also, I only eat between meals every now and then. It's not like I do that every day.
Oh, is that so? I thought you make rice balls every day since you always cook extra rice.
You knew...
Oh wait, that was Shido. Oh, is that so? I thought you make rice balls every day since you always cook extra rice.
You knew about that, senpai?
Oh, Sakura. Shido's oddly sharp when it comes to picking up details like that. I bet he knew from the first time you made it.
The first time? You mean last summer?
Is there dust in the air, Sakura? Why are you waving your hands around like that?
The weight talk is not my favorite thing in this novel, I will say that much. I'm not fond of it.
Breakfast proceeds like that. The morning is twice as noisy as usual. In the midst of that... Oh, okay. Hold on. We gotta...
Over 50 victims were found earlier this morning, and they're undergoing treatment at a nearby hospital.
Some disturbing news is on the TV.
What? Another gas leak in Shinto? Wow, it's 50 people this time. Hold on, so people couldn't contact the victims last night, so some of the family members got suspicious and called their work. But when they checked with security, there was nobody left in the office. What is this? How did security not notice that everyone in the building was unconscious since the evening? That's way beyond dereliction of duty.
Fujine must have lost her appetite as she stops eating her third bowl of rice. Saber's watching the news with a grim expression. In that case, there's no doubt. I don't know what their motive is, but this is something done by a master. It's fortunate that there were no deaths like the other gas leak incidents, but...
Jeez, that's getting dangerous. Shido, no more working in Shinto for a while. You have a lot in your savings, so take it easy during these times.
I appreciate that she's worried about me, but I can't reply. This is no time to be working anyway, but I won't be able to come home as often now that I'm at war. And so, when I can't come home, I'll have to lie and say that I'm working so that I don't make Fujine and Sakura worry. I finish cleaning up and go to the front door. Fujine and Sakura already left for morning practice. Saber's trying to follow me again like yesterday, but I can't let her do that today. The weekends are fine, but there's no way I can bring Saber to school on a weekday. Saber, this is as far as you can go. Please stay here while I'm at school. There will be more commotion if you go to school with me, and most of all, you'll stand out. Masters should avoid attracting attention, right? She must not be satisfied as she silently protests. It's okay, I won't be attacked in places where there's people, so school's safe. Besides, I can manage if it's just protecting myself. Saber's eyebrow twitches. She must have an objection about the fact that I can protect myself.
Allow me to ask you one thing. Are you saying that you can defeat enemies by yourself?
Of course not. I'm saying that I can avoid danger by myself during the daytime. I won't go near places where there are no people, and I'll come back before dark. That'll be okay with you, right? You also have to be resting to preserve your magical energy, so you don't have to follow me.
I understand. I have to believe you if you say so.
She's seriously worried about my safety. I feel bad for turning her down. I'm sorry, Saber, but it'll be alright. Also, you know when I'm in danger, right? You can come to me if that happens.
No, that does not happen. Our connection is weak. The only time I'll sense you in danger is when death is already imminent. It will be too late if I head over then.
Then I have to call for you myself?
Yes. If you think that you need me, then I can tell as your servant. Even then, if you believe that I will not make it in time, then please use a command spell. With that, I'll be able to jump through space and go to protect you.
Jump through space? That's really close to true magic, I think. The right to absolute obedience to command spell is something that powerful? Got it. I'll try my best not to get into that situation. I'll be back before dark, so please look after the house. I wave her goodbye and put my hand on the door.
Understood. Please be careful, Shido. Your school is abnormal. Please be on guard the whole time. Make sure not to go near Rin, especially.
Are you saying that Tosuka will attack me at school? I don't think that's likely. She truly is a mage. The association's rule is to not involve any innocent people is ingrained in her, and she seems set on wearing the mask of the model student. I'd think that she'd even greet me casually if we see each other at school.
I'd like to believe so. Rin's not the kind of person to change her decision out of concern for witnesses. It seems like she regards you as an enemy, so it will do no harm to be on guard.
Okay. I think it's a needless worry, but I'll be careful. It's past 7 a.m. It's later than usual, but I should make it on time without having to hurry. It's 7:40 a.m. I go through the gate with plenty of time, and as I make my way to the building, I'm overcome with a strange feeling and stop in place. What is that? I guess there's nothing wrong. It's not like someone is watching me, nor is the view any different. If anything, it would be that it's muted. Like there's some sort of illusion going on. Everything, the students, the trees, even the school buildings all feel like they've lost their color. Maybe it's my imagination. I might be hypersensitive from everything going on. I close my eyes and rotate my shoulders. But even after taking a deep breath, that unknown strange feeling doesn't disappear. I go up to the 3rd floor and head to my classroom. Then, I run into Tosaka. Yo. Since we do know each other now, I casually greet her. But Tosaka is frozen as if she saw a ghost. Tosaka? What, is there something on my face? I wipe my cheek with the sleeve of my uniform. Tosaka still doesn't reply. She looks away and goes back to her classroom. I'm confused. What was with that reaction? I don't think it's like her to ignore someone who greeted her. The strange feeling hits me once again as I enter the classroom. Someone might have brought in some snacks here since I smell something slightly sweet. I guess the classroom's the same as usual. I greet the other boys and sit at my seat. There's 10 more minutes until homeroom starts. I look around the classroom and notice a seat without a bag. Shinji's absent, huh? Come to think of it, he missed yesterday's practice, too. Despite how he looks, Shinji's punctual and tries hard to follow the rules. It bothers me a bit that a guy like him's been absent for 2 days. That is interesting. It's lunchtime. I usually go to the student council room on the days that I make my own lunch. If I eat in the classroom, the guys will take my food and the girls will tease me. What's wrong, Issei? You're not eating lunch?
Oh, I just finished. I'm really sleepy right now. Wake me up before lunch break is over, will you?
Issei says and puts his head down on the table. Did you pull an all-nighter or something? Thought you have to go to bed by 11 at the temple.
Correct. That is how it goes. But I haven't been able to sleep well lately. No matter how much I sleep, I can't get rid of my fatigue. I've been sleeping whenever I get the chance.
What do you mean? If you're sleeping at any chance you get, then you shouldn't be sleepy.
I'd think so too. But since I can't get rid of my fatigue no matter how much I sleep, I have to sleep to get rid of my fatigue. I know it's contradictory, but I can't help it.
I'm worried about you, Issei. Be okay, King. Man, it's too early to be sleeping like a log in spring, Issei. I slumbered spring's morning and missed the dawn from everywhere. That touches a sore spot. Issei doesn't even try to get up. Nothing for it, I guess. It seems pretty bad, so I'll keep him company until break is over. Issei, someone's here.
I don't care. Tell them that the student council's closed for the day.
Well, I can say so if you want, but I think it's Mr. Kusuke.
Oh, that would be bad.
Issei slowly gets up and opens the door. Oh, okay. This guy, who's only ever been in the background up until this point, but is also in the opening, so...
Ryudo, it's about the Kyudo Club this morning.
I'm just trying out a voice. I don't know if it's fitting or not. Kusuke stops his words after seeing that I'm here. Soichiro Kusuke is the homeroom teacher of Class 2A and also is in charge of the student council. He's the strictest teacher of this school and regarded as unfriendly.
What? So she didn't even make it home? Correct. We'll most likely call the police. I'm sure you know, but don't go around telling people. I understand. Then what about Mato? One of the first years from the Kyudo Club said that they saw her and Mato together. It's the same for him as well. Shinji Mato has an unexcused absence and does not seem to be home either. His sister Sakura Mato was staying in Miss Fujimura's house and does not know anything.
Issei and Kusuke were talking about disturbing stuff. To summarize what I overheard, there's a student that's been missing since yesterday, and Shinji's the last person she was seen with. Oh, that's not good.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm sure the school curfew will get earlier due to this.
Kusuke just states his business and leaves.
Jeez. Hey, Emiya, have you seen Shinji? No, I haven't. I didn't go to the archery range this morning. You know that he's absent, too. That's how it is.
Issei's face clouds over.
Well, this sucks. It's not something I should poke my nose into, but it seems like this concerns the Kyudo Club. I'm sorry for Issei, but I should get some information out of him. Issei, you said this person didn't come home yesterday, but who is it? Well, I already know that Shinji hasn't been home.
Well, you're no outsider, so I suppose you can know.
I have a bad feeling.
It's about last night. A family contacted us saying that their daughter who went to Kyudo practice hadn't come home. When we asked the students who participated, we found that the last person to see the missing student was Shinji.
Shinji, huh? Hold on. Shinji wasn't at yesterday's practice, and I was with everyone at the gate.
Yes, that was corroborated as well. This was after that. When one of the first years went back to get something they forgot, Shinji was in front of the dojo. Seems like he was arguing with them.
Oh, okay. So like an unnamed first year. Interesting. I didn't know if it was going to be somebody that we knew or... I have a bad feeling. If there was someone still at the dojo, there could only be one person. Oh, wait. Maybe we do know who this person is, actually. Don't leave out the important details, Issei. Who's the student who's been missing?
Right.
Ah, god damn it, I knew it!
It's the Kyudo captain, Ayako Mitsuzuri.
Fuck! Alright, Shinji, you motherfucker.
After she went to return to the dojo's key to the teacher's office, she's been missing since she was last seen in front of the archery range.
Issei averts his gaze, as if it's hard to say. Fuck. I'm not happy about this. Classes are over. I don't know if it's because of the incident, but club practices are canceled for today. The library seems to be closed as well, and the students who are done with their homeroom class hurry home. There's an announcement telling students to go home unless they have some special reason. I'm the only one left in the 2C classroom. The other classrooms are probably the same, so I should hurry or else I'll be the only one stranded in the building. Let me ask around before that. I can't leave without doing anything after finding out that Mitsuzuri has gone missing. She's strong and has more arm muscle than some guys. It's a big deal that she's gone missing, and most of all, I can't ignore it as her friend. Sorry, Saber. I have something to do. I apologize to Saber and leave the classroom. I should go talk to people in Mitsuzuri's class, 2A. Ayako is absent today because she's sick. Mitsuzuri is absent. You should know that if you're in the Kyudo Club. I'm telling you she's absent. Her luck must have run out. Her streak of 0 tardies and absences ends today. That's all I could get from the... Oh, okay. That was all girls. That's all I could get from the girls getting ready to go home. It seems like everyone in Class 2A has been told that Mitsuzuri is absent due to illness. Sorry for interrupting. If Mitsuzuri comes tomorrow, please don't tell her about this. I wave goodbye and leave. If there's anything else, there's only the archery range left, but... No one is here. Well, obviously there's no practice. The door to the range is shut tight. There doesn't seem to be anyone inside, so there's no reason to be here. I guess I'll talk to Issei. He might have some new information. It's been 3 hours since lunch. There's a possibility that Mitsuzuri has already been found out, and it turned out to be nothing at all. Man, I didn't think the student council room would be closed as well. There's barely anybody at school, so it'd be hard to ask around any further. I should go back. Fujine should know something about Mitsuzuri. I grab my bag and go out into the hallway. The sky is tinted crimson. The sun is setting, and it should get dark in an hour or so. I don't trust the fact that we're staying here so long. The fact that the scene hasn't already cut, like, yep, I went home, and it's just like, I'm going through the hall. Then I go down the stairs, and I go through another hall. Like, something's about to happen. I get to the stairs on the 3rd floor. As I sling my bag and start to make my way back home, I hear a sound above my head. I fucking called it. I look up. There. What is it? What? Oh, hey. Hi, Ren. What's up? Tosuka is standing firmly at the top of the stairs leading to the 4th floor. Oh, you're still here, Tosuka. She doesn't answer. First this morning and now this. I feel like her stink eye gets worse every time I see her. What? You have nothing to say, then I'm going. I raise my bag to show her that I'm going home now. What now? The sigh Tosuka gives is telling me that she's had it up to here. I'm stunned. Coming to school without your servant. Are you insane? She mutters in a voice without emotion. Of course not. Saber can't go into spirit form, so there's no way I can bring her to school. Then you should skip school. A master walking around without their servants, like asking for others to kill you. Emiya, do you know how stupid you are? What? I'm not stupid. Knock it off. Masters don't fight in places where others can see, right? Then during the day, especially at school, is out of the question. Alright. Then let me ask you. Is this a place where others can see? Huh? What is she saying? I don't need to check if others can see. Huh? How did this... Conveniently, there's no one around. There's no one in the 3rd floor hallway. I'm sure it's also the same for the 4th and 2nd floor. The school building, bathed in the setting sun, is completely still. At this rate, there must only be students or teachers on the 1st floor. It seems like you finally understand. Seriously, this morning I was more pissed than astonished. I told you so many times, but you still came to get killed. With a harsh tone of voice, Tosuka rolls up her left arm sleeve. Oh shit. What is... A pale and slender arm. On that feminine arm, something like a glowing tattoo appears. The heck? It's not a command spell. Could that be? I don't have one, but is that a magic crest? The proof of a real mage family? Oh, okay. Interesting. I don't need to explain to you, right? This is the crystallization of the magecraft passed down by my family. I can activate any magecraft carved on here just by passing magical energy through it. Right. A magic crest is like an attached engine, separate from the magic circuit in a mage. Looks like Twilight Princess language. It kind of does, doesn't it? There's no complicated incantation or procedure to follow. It is an ultimate shortcut mechanism that makes the car called magecraft run just by turning it on. But consequently, the magic crest won't show up unless it's in use. A magic crest is like any other magic circuit that's formed when the owner passes magical energy through it. I had Archer leave. The gander shot in this crest is enough for you. Her voice is flat, almost mechanical. That makes me realize that she's serious. You can run away, but you'll just be making it hard on yourself. I'm going to win anyway, she says coldly, but my mind is all over the place. We're going to seriously fight here? Why here? Why now? Most importantly of all, why does it have to be against Tosuka? Oh, hold on, Tosuka! Are you out of your mind? We're at school! Who knows who will come if we cause a commotion? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I have a principle that I won't let the chances in front of me slip by. Sorry, but the coup de grace comes here. And besides, I don't think I can stand having you walk about so carelessly like today. I said hold on! I don't have any intention of fighting you! Well, I do! Just prepare yourself, Shido! Tosuka makes a declaration of war and moves her arm. Just what kind of magecraft is that? The instant Tosuka points her left arm towards me, my vision is filled with light. It's about 4 steps if I leap towards the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. If I'm to retreat back to the hallway, it'll also take me about 4 steps to get in Tosuka's blind spot. There's no time. I should... I don't think... Well, I mean, she's on the stairs, so Hallway. Just by instinct, I leap without looking. I use Tosuka's blind spot, the corner of the hallway, as a shield, and jump sideways with all my might. Just barely, I slide into the hallway. Damn! I hear her click her tongue irritatingly, and something heavy hit the wall. Wait, what did she... I look behind me as I stand up. Holy shit! The wall that was behind me has something sizzling and smoking coming out of it, and... to be more specific, there are 3 fist-sized burn marks on the wall. A projectile weapon. No, that's a curse that infects the target with illness. I think the gander shot that Tosuka was talking about is from the Northern European rune magecraft. It's an indirect curse that can worsen the condition of a person by pointing it at them. But that should just be a curse that makes a person feel sick. It shouldn't be anything like physically striking something with a projectile. And yet,
Tosaka's gander is so packed full of magical energy, it manifests like a bullet. Fucking hell. Like, it doesn't just appear similar to a bullet, but strikes like one, too. Wow, as expected of Tosaka. There's usually a limit to how much force one can use to turn a slow curse into an immediate curse. Man, is she trying to kill me? That's what I've been telling you! Her descending footsteps echo behind me. Ugh! I regain my balance and take off at full speed. No time. I have no time. I have to get out of here. The hallway. No, the hallway's stupid. Can't do that. There's no cover. Tosaka's weapon is a projectile, so if I just run down the hallway, it'll just funnel the shots right into my back. Don't move! Tosaka leaps out from around the corner, and just in time, a hair ahead of her. I dive into the classroom beside me, room 2F. Ugh. Holy shit. Gander shots fill the hall. It seems like Tosaka fired the moment she cleared the staircase. What a joke. I can't fight something like that. How could she tell me to fight? I'm no match for her. I urgently look around the classroom. I need protection. Is there some shield or clothes or bulletproof vest that would protect me even if I got shot? Crap, she's here! Tosaka's footsteps stop at the entrance of the classroom. I'm sure she saw me run in here. Maybe she's wary of a counterattack, so she just froze just outside. Yeah, right, idiot. I run. As I dart from one side of the classroom to the other, sprinting towards the exit up front. A hail of bullets mercilessly fly through the air. Oh god, she's shooting like crazy! The bullets penetrate the wall, shooting radially inside the classroom. Ugh! One must have grazed my back! If I hesitated for a moment longer, I'd have been a hit center mass. No way! How are you still standing? Rin Tosaka springs into the classroom. There are about 4 meters between us. As we stand at both entrances in the front and back of the classroom, we glare at each other again, but I have to. I jump out into the hallway. Interesting. Okay, so I just wanted to take a second to pause here and talk about this for a second. This is one of the things that I found really interesting going through Tsukihime as well, that I think is definitely being sort of replicated in Fate. It's really interesting to see how between routes, like, specific relationships or alliances change. Obviously, considering that Rin is very obviously the protagonist of this route, or, like, not protagonist, heroine of this route, I reckon that her and Shido's relationship will definitely improve before, you know, this is all over. I'm sure that they won't be fighting each other the entire time, at least that's my suspicion anyway. But it is really interesting, like, in Tsukihime you would have characters who in a certain route would be, like, really close to the main character, or like a friend, an ally, whatever else. Depending on how things could go in a completely different route, or like a different decision or whatever, that person could become an enemy, just straight out. Like, okay, well, I guess you're not on my side, so I'll fucking kill you. Like, well, I guess I shouldn't give any specific examples in Tsukihime, but, like, they do that a lot with some of the main characters. It's very interesting. I really like how you can see how it just spins out in a different direction. It's definitely a thing that I like about Type Moon VNs a lot. I jump out to the hallway. Escaping through the classroom's not an option. At this point, I can only sprint towards the stairs. Man, she really is merciless. I think it scraped my temple just now. My side too. Ow, ow! Damn, are you serious? That's gonna screw me right over if I get hit by that! That's the point, you jackass! If you don't want to get hurt, stop and I'll make it nice and quick! The bullets fly through the air. And just why does it sound like even more like actual bullets now? Hold on, aren't you shooting Gander? That sounds more like a freaking gun that'll kill me! Shut up! Then don't run away! It's your fault that I have to focus my fire! The moving target is harder! The gunshots echo even louder, but in the nick of time, I barely make it to the stairs by the two-way classroom. I run down the stairs. Making it this far brings me closer to victory. I reach the landing for the second story. If I can get to the first floor, even Tosuka won't go through the trouble to follow me. I'm speechless. Tosuka took a shortcut by jumping over the stairway handrail. By which I mean, in order to get down to the first floor from these stairs, I now have Tosuka barring the way in front of me. She smiles confidently. I'm surprised. You're pretty agile, even though you were saying you had some extra weight before. Oh wait, no, that was Shido. I'm surprised. You're pretty agile, even though you were saying you had some extra weight before. Ah, yeah, I think I can see the vein pop on her forehead. It's scary how I'm getting used to this. The instant I realize it's coming, my legs send me jumping sideways as I hear the sound of bullets hitting the wall. I flee in the opposite direction. The good news is I'm down to the second floor hallway. If I'm able to make good time, I can get to the first floor, where I'm sure that even Tosuka won't... Really? Still? You're persistent, Tosuka! Give it up already! You also don't know when to give up! I won't kill you, so give it up already! I don't know if it's because she's seriously serious, or because she's just lost it from the goose chase I've given her. But if Tosuka's shots get any louder, someone's gonna call the cops on us for sure. Yeah! I really gotta stop worrying about stuff like that. With the power increase comes bigger bullets, too. The near misses from this so-called curse felt hot before, but now they're torching everything in their path. Ow! One gander just faintly scrapes my leg. My speed drops immediately. The instant I know she'll catch up to me before I make it to the stairs, I fling myself into the nearest classroom. Ugh. Inside, I make for a window. So now, I should be able to manage to jump out from the second-story window. I'll get shot if I go back into the hall, so this looks like the better choice. Decisive. Prepare. Vogelkafik. Echo. Oh, soundproof. Termination. I hear Tosuka's voice in the hallway. Something like a thin membrane envelops the classroom. A bounded field? The moment I realize that it's a bounded field with some sort of soundproofing effect, I know exactly what she's going to do. Ah! I dive towards the walls by the windows. I can feel a strong magecraft being activated. Quickly, I upended a desk and crouch behind it. This isn't like the gander she's fired until now. I close my eyes and place my hand on the underside of the desk. She's making an incantation. Even though she has the help from her magic crest, Tosuka's chanting a spell. Will I make it? No, I have to make it. I skip all stages of the process of creating a second set of nerves in my spine and pour as much magical energy as possible into the desk. Aim. Volley fire! Trace on! Light and sound explode. It's an ordinary day after school, and this mundane, everyday classroom is suddenly a dance floor. The desks dance. The magical energy being released here is nothing like the pistol fire from before. This is more like a machine gun in terms of coverage and speed. I don't exactly know what effect this curse filled with magical energy has, but it's strong enough to be visible to the human eye. As it has mass, it destroys everything it touches. The desks that are lined up in the classroom go wild like a person set ablaze. My eardrums are already screwed from the sounds of the dancing desks and the echoing bullets. A battlefield might actually be a more apt description. Despite that, there's not a single crack in the windows. It must be the power of the bounded field that Tosuka put up. Right now, this classroom's an enclosed space. Even if one can enter, they can't leave. The dozens of bullets fired in here are no exception, and even those loud sounds don't escape this room. Oh, Chido just did it properly under extreme pressure, of course he did. Well, hey, I mean, when you think about it, I guess Rin is still acting like a teacher for him in a way. Damn. Even when she looks like she's going apeshit, Tosuka's a calculating mage through and through. Ugh. I put as much energy as I can produce into my makeshift shield. The desk is under the effects of strengthening, the one kind of magecraft I'm any good at, giving me a defense against this magical rain. Ugh. But that's only for a brief moment. My strengthening can only endure 3 seconds from the rain of bullets. As a result, I redo the spell the instant that it wears off and have to repeat this for as long as my magical energy lasts, but... Damn, does she have infinite energy? The rain does not stop. Maybe Tosuka knows what's going on in this classroom. She might still be attacking since she knows that I'm blocking her attacks like this. In that case, the rain would stop when my magical energy runs out, huh?
While focusing my energy on the desk, I slump my shoulders. Then, let's compare our stamina. We'll just have to see who concedes first. Even so, it's like the match has already been decided. I feel like I got KO'd 15 seconds into the first round. I'm not wounded and I've still got stamina to spare, but I'm stuck and can't do anything if I run out of magical energy. Man. I peek from behind the desk. The smoke filling the classroom makes everything hazy. I hear a clanging sound. My hand bumps into some kind of rod on the floor. A chair leg, huh? She really destroyed this place. Well, I guess it can be used as a makeshift weapon. The rod's about 20 centimeters long. I take hold and pour what remaining magical energy I can into it. It worked. Guess I never miss when it's the real thing. I try a practice swing with a strengthened club. Well, things won't get better if I just sit here. I'll be full of holes if she attacks again. Maybe I use too much magical energy as I can't even stand. And I can't even breathe in this smoke. Smoking me out, huh? She's got it all planned out. Tosuka's experienced in fighting. She'll just corner me if I stay here. I'm sure she's waiting for me in the hallway, but I can't escape from the window because of that weird bounded field. I make up my mind and go to the hallway. With the numbness of my feet still there, I push past the wreckage of desks, and I crawl forward into the white smoke before me. Then, beyond the scorched ruins. You finally came out, Emiya. Tosuka's waiting for me, with her shoulders heaving. I glare at her and manage to pull myself up. Guess the numbness is temporary and I can move my legs if I really try. Not that mobility will be enough. Tosuka's only winded from all the running around. She's got plenty of magical energy to spare. I've got no magical energy left. She's just a bit low on stamina. The moment we resume this battle, I'm gonna be shot down for sure. It's over. Come on, throw away that silly weapon. You don't have a chance at winning. Rin Tosuka gloats over her victory. That pisses me off. Honestly, I know I have no chance in hell, but I can't help but feel insulted. Well, you never know, and I don't think you have any room to say that while huffing and puffing like an asthmatic, stupid. I point the leg of the chair at Tosuka as a sign that I'm gonna go down swinging. I see. Fine, I was gonna be nice if you were gonna give up, but it seems like that's casting pearls before swine. So, let me apologize in advance, Emiya. She grins. I wish she wouldn't make such an ominous smile. Huh? Apologize for what? Even if you apologize now, I'm not gonna forgive you for this. I'm apologizing for what's about to happen, Emiya. I can't hold back if you resist, right? If I accidentally kill you, it'll be too late to offer any apologies then, you know. Ugh. Shit, she's serious. Not that she hasn't been serious up to now, but this seems like she's had her last breaker flipped. I now realize I'm truly just a sitting duck, and earlier she was just getting her ducks in a row. Oh, you finally understand? Good. If you'd said something brainless, I'd have had to really do something about it. What do you mean by something? She glares at me. Okay. Something brainless like that. Yeah, I got it. This is your final warning. Throw away that silly weapon of yours and give me your command spells. Worst case scenario, it'll rip your arm's nerves, but that's better than losing your life, right? Give up my command spells? Those aren't something I can afford to give. And most of all, no, I can't do that. I see. Let me ask, why? If I were to give you my command spells, that'd be the same as betraying Saber. Alright. I'll give you 3 seconds. It's your life, so decide. Tosuka raises her left arm. I bet she'll fire a gander the moment I refuse. Okay. 3. What's your reply, Emiya? Oh? We stare at each other. Did I just hear a scream coming from below? Tosuka, that was... a scream, right? I immediately stand up and start running. Hey, do you know where it came from, Emiya? How would I know? I can only tell that it came from below. Hold on, I'll lift the bounded field. Interesting. I run down the stairs. I said hold on, it's dangerous to go by yourself. This isn't the time to be worrying. That scream sounded bad. I know that, that's why I'm saying it's dangerous, stupid.
I go down to the first floor. At first glance, the hall looks empty, but then I spot a female student lying on the floor at the far end. Oh, god damn it. Oh, no. No! The student's in a heap in front of the emergency exit. Is it? Ah, fuck! It is. Good, she only passed out. I run to the student to check if she's okay. Is she a first year? She's unconscious, but I don't see any bleeding or wounds, so she seems alright. It's more than that. She's so pale. Can't you tell that she's empty inside? Huh? Empty inside? Oh, I thought it was Ayako, but maybe it's not. She's had her magical energy, her life force drained. It's as bad as... no, worse than those attacked by Castor. This girl is going to die if we leave her like this. What, die without a single wound? Okay, it is just a random student, I say. Even if there's no external wounds, it follows that she'd die if her life force is gone. She doesn't even have enough blood flow. Hold on. In this state, I might be able to do something with the stone I have. She rifles through her pockets. Thank God. It seems serious, but Tosuka seems to know how to cure her. She kneels over and treats the collapsed student. From her profile, she looks incredibly serious. She tends to the student as sweat forms on her forehead. What is it? It's... her expression is so laser-focused, it pains me just to look at it. I feel like it isn't the first time I've seen... That's so annoying. Emiya, can you close that door? My hair keeps flying into my face. Oh, the emergency exit? I look at the open door. Open? Come to think of it, we haven't even discovered why the girl collapsed in the first place. It's not like she did this on her own. Someone obviously attacked her. It didn't even take us a minute to get here, so if the culprit fled, it had to be out this door. Oh, shit. Oh. Is it because I was looking in that direction? I can just make out something dark flying in our direction. Watch out, Tosuka! I shield Tosuka with my right arm. What is that? Emiya, your arm! A shadowy dagger's pierced right through my arm. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, it's right. It is exactly who I fucking thought it was. Protruding from between my elbow and wrist is something that resembles a nail. No, it's far too large to be just a nail. And whatever it is, it's completely skewered my forearm. Why did you... I mean, you're bleeding so much, but it doesn't hurt? It hurts. It hurts like crazy. But it hurts so much that I can't panic. More importantly, it looks like this thing was aimed at Tosuka's head. Tosuka, take care of her. I get ready to run. There's no time to wait for her response. With my left hand, I adjust the grip on the metal pipe I'd strengthened earlier and fly out the emergency exit. My right arm dangles as I run. Everything below the elbow is red from blood. Is it just bad luck with limbs for me today? Tosuka tells me to hand over one hand with the command spells on it, and now my other hand is partially severed from the rest of me. It has to be around here. I look around. Though I don't know who or what did this, I can feel them drawing me out. Whoever attacked that female student. Whatever attacked Tosuka with that dagger is nearby. I haven't lost them yet. If I close my eyes, I can feel the dark magical energy moving. Behind the archery range. In the woods! I jump over the fence and run across mossy ground. Then... ah, fuck! Between the trees, concealed amongst the thicket, a familiar face takes one look at me and laughs. Shinji? I stop without thinking. Just what is he doing here? He's supposed to be missing. Wait. No. Mitsuzuri is the one that's missing. Shinji is the last one who saw her and... My injured arm throbs. The moment I'm about to fall forward. A nail-like dagger's thrust at my throat. I manage to dodge. Instead of going backwards or sideways, I follow my tumbling body and roll forward to avoid the blow. My throat. It scraped my throat. My skin is cut. Even then, I'm lucky. If I had been any slower, it would have cut through bone and sinew. You! I scramble up.
In front of me stands a smiling woman clothed in black. Hi, Ryder. A servant. I don't even have to check. A concentration of magical energy far beyond that of a human. Not even Tosaka compares. I don't know what class she is, but her spiritual presence is greater than a human without a doubt. She disappeared? The shadow vanishes from my vision. Instinctively, I can feel death's swift approach. I desperately swing my weapon above my head. Yuck! The rod's able to repel the nail coming at my head from above. I don't know if she's somehow related to a spider or something, but she's leaping and clinging to the trees like one. I run. It must have been chance that I was able to block that. There's no way I'll be able to dodge another, and fleeing's out of the question. I make it to a nearby tree and put it to my back. That's one direction that I should be safe from, or so I have to believe if I have any chance at this. Damn it! Even though she's wearing something that stands out that much, why can't I? I don't see the servant in black anywhere. She might be jumping from branch to branch, since she hasn't come down to the ground at all. Sweat rolls down my forehead. I can hear the sound of jangling chains. It's like the rattle of a snake ready to strike. Under the tree, I try my best to suppress mirthless laughter. The sound of chains echo through the woods. In this life-and-death situation where the next attack is sure to kill me, my mind is blank. I have no sense of time. The guillotine just hangs in the air. That's what's strange. The battle should be over by now, but I'm still alive. Strange. Maybe that last attack killed me, and my mind's now blank from wanting to believe that my fear of a surprise attack is actually a posthumous dream. Saber. I can't compete against a servant by myself, and I'll have to rely on her. Command spells. If I use a command spell and call Saber, I should be able to get out of this predicament. But can I? I'm the one who got myself into this death trap. Then I should be the one to handle it. And most of all, I haven't exhausted all of my options. That's right. I have a weapon in my hand, even if it's a shoddy one. And I can still move. If the location's bad, I can just move. I can call for Saber after that. I'm surprised. You're not using your command spell? The voice echoes. Above. So she was hiding up in... Oh, okay, that wasn't Shinji. That was Ryder. I'm surprised. You're not using your command spell. The voice echoes. Above. So she was hiding up in the tree. Unfortunately, I don't have that many left. If I use one over something like this, I don't know what I'd do moving forward. And well, to be honest, I don't really know how to use it either. I see. You must be brave, unlike my master. I search for her exact location. Where's her voice coming from? Then, I shall also change my strategy. I cannot go all out against a master without a servant. I shall gently kill you. The voice goes silent. Only the sound of chains echoes through the woods. She's coming. What I have to do is get out of these woods. But to do so, I would have to block this servant's nail weapon multiple times. The fact that I only have the leg of a chair that I strengthened to defend myself is so pathetic that it's funny. If only this thing was impressive like his blades, then I could not only block, but even counterattack. Let's go. I don't have the time to be thinking about what ifs. It's about 30 meters to get out of the woods. This isn't much compared to the chase I had with Tosaka. I run. I ignore the harsh sound of chains and run frantically towards the exit. I repel the attack from above. Then I block the roundhouse kick from the servant that landed on the ground to my left. She's in front of me now. I think she's getting irritated from having her blows blocked, but I manage to deflect another onslaught. This just isn't... The servant in black retreats. It's just chance. Just like the first attack, blocking everything else has been because of fortunate happenstance. I can't even see the enemy. For someone like that to be able to survive is nothing but pure luck. But is it really that common? No. What if my assumptions were wrong in the first place? The first attack, a surprise attack to my head. Such attacks that would be impossible for Shido Emiya to dodge. There's no way that coincidence is lining up this much. You. The servant in black mutters to herself, a surprisingly beautiful, sensual voice despite the irritation evident in it. You suck! You lack power compared to the other servants! I swing at the servant standing in my way. The servant in black blocks my blow and jumps back, her hair flowing in her wake. I can do it! There's nothing in my way now! The servant in black retreated. If I just keep going a few more meters like this. This is the end. From the very beginning, you've been dancing to my tune. Huh? My body falls. Rather, I'm being pulled backwards. My right arm hurts. Some unknown force is dragging my skewered arm back? Do you still not understand? The object stabbing your arm is my nail. Your nail? That makes me realize. Extending from her weapon. The grating sound of metal against metal. The sound of chains. I've been hearing them ever since leaving that doorway and... Shit! I reach out for my right arm with my left hand, but it's too late. Dragged by some invisible force, my arm flies up and out of reach. With no mercy to my agony, it lifts me into the air. The nail piercing my arms attached to a chain. The chain extends up into the canopy, using the branch as a fulcrum and leaving me strung up by it. Well then, you said something interesting earlier. The servant in black approaches. I can't run away or fight now that I'm suspended in the air. You said that I'm inferior to other servants. That is most troubling. I must correct this mistaken perception before I slay you. I'm like a sacrifice. It's like I've been sent to the gallows in a western. The nail-like dagger is raised. The servant in black licks the tip of it. Let me see. First, I shall take those mistaken eyes. Then your remaining limbs afterwards. She makes a nimble jump and appears right before me, suspended 3 meters in the air. You would assume he pulled out the giant nail in his arm, but no, the Shiro we're talking about. I mean, yeah, like Hersher says, I would say pulling out a giant nail piercing you might actually be more troublesome in the long run because you're gonna lose a lot of fucking blood. The nail is swung downwards. My body can still move. I don't want to use my command spell, though. Oh, okay, that's the right choice? Sure. Okay. I still have this weapon in my hand. Still suspended in the air, I swing with all my might using my other hand. She must have known it was coming. The servant in black dodges in midair. This Grim Reaper smirks. I desperately swing my body to avoid it, but it's no use. The servant mercilessly thrusts the nail towards me right before my eyes. She's shot from the side by numerous light bullets. Ah, yeah! We're in with the clutch! Ah! I fall to the ground. The bullet cuts my chain, and I am unceremoniously dropped on my ass. The servant in black turns around. She jumps to the tree branch and retreats like a beast. See, we didn't need to waste a command spell on that. Emiya, are you okay? As soon as Tosuko runs up to me, she takes my hand. We have to stop the bleeding. Do you have anything to wrap around it? Here's a handkerchief. It's probably clean since Sakura gave it to me. Great minds think alike, but it's better than nothing. We can make do with my towel and that. She takes my pulse while murmuring what sounds like a spell. It must be styptic in a painkiller, since my right arm feels a bit better. Tosuka diligently puts the handkerchief on my wound and wraps my right arm with the towel. Seeing her profile again confirms it. Tosuka's as good a person as she is beautiful. Up until 3 days ago, she was just someone that I admired from afar and thought of as a model student. Now that I had the chance to get to know her, she's definitely far from that pedestal, but the person beneath it all is still worthy of admiration. My heart is throbbing. My pulse is racing. Tosuka is a good person. She's so close to me right now that we're about to touch, and she's so beautiful that I can forgive her for everything that's happened until now. I can't think straight. Alright, this should be good for first aid. So, what was she? I tried to back you up since you were in a horrible situation once I caught up.
I don't know either. I followed them here and got attacked.
I concisely explain what happened. I decide not to say anything about seeing Shinji. It could have been my imagination, and even if it was him, I have no proof that he's connected with that servant. Don't make that face. I couldn't tell who she was. But she's a servant, right? Then that means there's a master other than us. Yeah, I knew there was another master, but they finally made a move. Tosuka sighs. It seems like Tosuka had already realized about the third master a while ago. In that case, is that master the one who attacked the female student? Wait, Tosuka, what happened to that girl? She's doing better. She's sleeping in the nurse's office, so we should be alright. Okay, that's good. I sigh with relief. Then that means all pressing matters have been solved. So, all that's left is... What? What's with that look? Just so you know, I wouldn't do anything like what you're thinking. I don't know how she misunderstood. Tosuka sometimes makes some weird misunderstandings. Hey, I know that. Of course you wouldn't do such a thing. What I want to ask is if you want to continue. Do you want to keep fighting or not? Hearing that, Tosuka freezes. I wonder how long that lasted. Tosuka glares at me once, and then hangs her head in defeat. I mean, okay, but it sure is uncomfortable with you making a face like that so close to me. Tosuka? So what are you gonna do? We're done here. This is it for today. I'm not in the mood anymore, and now I owe you for another thing again. She stands up and dusts her knees. Let's go. I'm sure it hurts, but bear with it until we get to my place. Tosuka offers me a hand. I tilt my head and look into Tosuka's eyes. I said we're going to my place. You can't heal that wound by yourself. Oh, well, that's true, but why? There's no reason. You'll die from necrosis if we leave that wound be. It'll be my fault if you can't move your arm anymore. No, wait. I don't get it at all. I mean, guys, for what it's worth, you're saying like, Shinji was there, you're so stupid, but like, we saw Shinji for like half a second. I don't think it's like totally like outside the realm of reason to catch a brief glimpse of somebody and then find yourself thinking in like the heat of a situation like, nah, I saw that wrong. Tosuka's house is in the residential area on the other side of town. There are Western-style houses near the top of the residential area, but I've never been there. I know of the area, but I don't have any first-hand experience. It's basically unknown territory. Then, this is the famous Western-style mansion at the top of the hill, the home of Tosuka, a mage with a prestigious lineage. I look up at the mansion, dumbfounded. Well, I'm used to seeing things like this because of Shinji's house, but this has its own aesthetic. Emiya, the entrance is over here. Oh, yeah, right. I clear my throat and follow after Tosuka. Man, it's understandable to be wary of entering another master's home, but the real thing throwing me for a loop is the thought that it's Tosuka's place. So, this is the Tosuka household's living room, where Rin Tosuka spends her daily life. Show me your arm. She gets straight to the point. Thanks. I sit on the chair and put my right arm out. She takes off the towel that was wrapped around it. It feels like she's even closer now than before. With Tosuka tending to my arm right in front of me, I can't help but notice how beautiful her black hair is, and it makes my heart beat faster. That's weird. The wound's smaller than earlier. Did you put some self-healing spell on yourself? No, I definitely didn't. Really? But take a look at it. Your wound's already pretty much healed. I didn't say anything about it being pretty. Wait, what did you just say? I said your wound's pretty much healed. All I did was stop the bleeding, so it shouldn't be like this at all. But I don't know anything about this.
You sure?
Well, I don't know anything about this. You sure? Well, you're basically an amateur, so I guess there's no way you can use a self-healing spell. Then I wonder if it has something to do with Saber's abilities.
What does my wound healing have to do with Saber's abilities?
Well, this is just an assumption, but when you made a contract with Saber, you might have made some mistake, and the flow of power might have been reversed. I don't know what kind of contract you formed, but there's some servants that make their contractor immortal. Saber's healing powers might be flowing inside of you, too.
Then as long as I'm in a contract with Saber, then even if I get hurt, I'd be fine?
Well, that's what it would mean, but you shouldn't rely on it. Saber's the one healing your wounds, so that means you're consuming her magical energy. And more to the point, it's a power to heal wounds. It doesn't bring you back to life. If you die, you don't get another chance, so don't do such a reckless thing ever again.
Well, she says all of this. Before I even know it, she's finished her treatment and rebandaged my arm. She taps my arm and stands.
Well, I'll go get us some tea. You want sugar or milk?
Well, neither for me. Can you tell me one thing before that, Tosuke?
What is it?
What were you saying earlier? About how there's one other master and that they're up to something.
Oh, that? Oh, yeah, you wouldn't be able to notice the bounded field, huh? To put it simply, there's one other master at school, other than you and I, who's been doing things just like we saw.
The image of the collapsed female student appears in my mind. She was pale, and she would have died if Tosuke didn't run over to her. So, masters don't only go after other masters, huh? The priest said so, but why would they do such a thing?
To win the Holy Grail War, of course. The more servants eat human spirits, the more magical energy they can store. That master's aim is to try to use all the students as sacrifices and make their servants stronger.
What? Using the students as sacrifices? Are they insane?
Who knows, but there's already a bounded field set up around school. It's not complete, but once it's activated, everyone inside will weaken and die. Although I'm not going to let that happen.
Tosuke explains in a straightforward manner. This must be something she's known for days. That's why she knew that she was going to what she had to do and went to school, even though she told me not to. She knew it's dangerous to be there, but she still went to stop the master who set up the bounded field. I'm ashamed of myself. It's only natural that Tosuke got irritated seeing me come to school without any thought. I wasn't prepared for anything, as I was nonchalantly basking in my everyday life at school.
Hey, what's wrong? Why are you so down? Did I say something bad?
She looks at me worriedly. I bet she's making weird mental gymnastics again. No, you didn't. I was just thinking that I'd never be able to beat you. I feel like it's wrong for me to apologize, so I try my best to put my feelings into words.
What? This wasn't about last fight.
Oh, this wasn't about last fight.
I know that, Emiya. Do you want to make a truce for now?
Then, she made a surprise attack on me with a smile that makes my heart jump. You mean, between us?
Yeah, the master hiding at school is definitely acting out, and they know about you, too. I personally want to take care of this master before you, so do you want to call a truce and look for the other master together?
It takes me aback, but I should consider it carefully. No, don't overthink it. What Tosuke's saying's correct, and most of all, I can't ignore this master. First of all, I decided to fight so that I could stop masters who hurt innocent people. What do you think?
What do you think? I don't think it's a bad proposal.
Yeah, it's promising if I can get your help.
Hold on. It doesn't mean I'll be helping you. We just promised on a truce.
I see. So, it doesn't mean that an enemy of an enemy is your ally, huh?
Nope, but you can trust me until then. I'll have your back as long as you don't betray me,
she declares. This is so like her, and I'm genuinely grateful for this good fortune. Then, you can count on me. I look forward to working with you, Tosuke. I nod and hold my right arm out.
I'm sure it won't last long, so be useful, okay?
Tosuke sounds ungracious, but I'm not falling for it. For all her bluster, she still takes my hand and gives it a firm shake.
I see. No wonder I thought it was strange. So, you're not an official successor, huh? Oh, wait. Oh, okay, yeah. So, you're not an official successor, huh? Your father passed away before he could pass down a magic crest to you, right?
I don't know. It seems like my old man has no intention of passing down his magic crest to had no intention of passing down his magic crest to me. And he was against me becoming a mage.
But he taught you magecraft, right? Isn't that contradictory?
Maybe. It seemed like he taught me reluctantly, since I wouldn't give up. At first, he told me to focus on being a spellcaster rather than being a proper mage. We talk about unimportant stuff for a while. If we're in a truce, I want to know about your family. Since Tosuka asked me that, we started talking about how I learned magecraft. Kiritsugu Emiya was a lone wolf mage, an outsider to this region. By contrast, Tosuka's family has a prestigious lineage that manages this land. Normally, a mage from outside must show some good faith to the mage that keeps the land they stay in, but Kiritsugu didn't do so. Actually, he hid the fact that he was a mage. It seems that as Rin Tosuka is the head of the Tosuka family, she's the manager of this area at her young age. She was entrusted with it 10 years ago, and she said that it's only recently that she actually became able to protect the land. For that reason, the Tosuka family was unaware of Kiritsugu Emiya's existence, or his son for that matter.
A spellcaster, huh? So, you really are an amateur. You don't have any knowledge other than the magecraft you can use, right?
Yeah, that's right. I can only use strengthening. The only things I know about are the names or a brief overview. I only used strengthening on that desk to use it as a shield, and that was the best I've ever managed.
What? Are you serious? Why are you telling me something like that?
Then, she gets mad for an entirely different reason. Is that something to get mad about?
Well, I'm not mad, but look, Emiya. We are cooperating, but there's still things that we have to keep secret, right? We should be hiding the scope of our power, and most of all, a mage needs to keep their magecraft hidden at all costs.
Really? There's no use in hiding anything now, right? It's true that we can't be telling people, but you're a mage. There's no problem if I tell you. My old man said that magecraft's not something to hide desperately, no matter who the person is. Wait. Is not something... Yes, okay, I read that correctly.
What? Your father seriously said such a thing?
Yeah, I guess he wanted to tell me not to be bound by the rules. He always told me that I don't need to learn magecraft and I can quit anytime I want to.
Ugh! Tosuka grits her teeth. I don't know what she's so irritated about, but Tosuka radiates hostility like never before. Don't be ridiculous! Your father's not a mage. If you were trained by someone like that, I won't approve of you as a mage either. Tosuka, calm down. Why are you so mad?
Well, I know I'm no mage compared to you, but my old man was a great mage.
That's not it. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I can't stand is that...
The what? That what? She got herself worked up, but having said that, her anger seems to dissipate.
I'm sorry. I was wrong. Everyone's trained differently. I'm proud of myself, so I don't have the right to tell you what's right or not.
I don't get it. Is there something that bothered you? Like my old man's way of teaching? Or is it my lack of experience?
Yeah, I have some complaints about your inexperience. How you've been training for years but only know strengthening, or how you tell me your weaknesses.
Tosuka smiles suggestively. I think I just felt a chill run up my spine.
Look, I get it.
Oh, look, I get it. But there's nothing I can do about it. I'm only good at strengthening and my old man passed away. There's no way for me to learn anything else.
Yes, that's the limit of a lone mage. Mages don't know when they're going to die, so that's why they pass down their magic crest and join the association, right? What I got angry about was that your father didn't try to do any of that. A mage's craft isn't theirs alone. Magecraft is the sum total of each mage's life that's passed down from parent to child over many generations, so that responsibility is no longer one person's. So the first condition to be taught magecraft is to pass it down to future generations. A child who's born into a mage's family instantly becomes a successor and an inheritor. We were born for that purpose, and die for that purpose. A mage's child isn't meant to be a human in any way. No. It's the duty of a mage with a lineage to change what's born as a human into something else through many years of hard training. I'm trying to say your father isn't a mage. Your father prioritized being a parent over being a mage.
She explains
She explains without making eye contact and looks away. To be honest, I don't know why Tosuka is mad. How Tosuka felt being raised in this house. What kind of training she went through as the daughter of a mage and how much she had to sacrifice. No matter how hard I try to imagine, I'll never be able to be like her. Hey, Tosuka, is that why you saw me as an enemy? Since I don't have the mindset of a mage? That's right. It's not that I hate you, but I can't approve of how you carry yourself. So that's why I had to teach you a lesson. Is that bad?
Well, it is bad, but I appreciate the warning.
Oh, Rin, you have a bit of a troubled upbringing, huh? I don't think that your childhood was very normal.
If it wasn't for that happening today, I wouldn't have noticed the master at school, and I wouldn't have been able to cooperate with you. I stare at her in affirmation. Tosuka groans uncomfortably.
Jeez, why is a guy like this Saber's master?
Her complaint really comes out of left field. We've been taking so long. It's already gotten dark. It's almost 7 p.m. I need to get home soon or else Saber will get mad. So, Tosuka, we're going to look for the master at school, right?
Right. Let's meet at the hallway after school tomorrow. Oh, also I'll have Archer take you home. I can't walk you home since I have something to do, but there's no problem with Archer, right?
I completely forgot until she mentioned him. This is Tosuka's house, so of course Archer would be here. The knight in red, Archer, takes form. Come to think of it, this is my first time actually facing him. The servant that fought Saber and almost got his head cut off by her. The man who paid no heed to Saber and even tried to bury her along with Berserker. It might be because of those things. When I faced him and looked him in the eyes, I instinctively felt that I hate him. It's probable that I'll never accept him. Maybe it's the same for Archer, as he stares at me with enmity. That's just what I want. If he hates me, then I can hate him back without any guilt.
Take care of him, Archer. We're in a truce now, so don't attack him.
I know. I'll obey my master. Archer disappears. Since he can't go outside dressed like that, it must mean that he'll escort me in spirit form. I walk through the darkening town. It's not yet 7 p.m., so there are still people around. I don't think an escort's necessary, but I have no reason to turn down her goodwill. But maybe I should have declined. I feel on edge. The goosebumps on my skin are going crazy, and I feel like I'll hurl from the tension. I feel hostility piercing my back. The invisible guard is the most cautious of me, the person he's supposed to be protecting. What the hell kind of protection is this? The sensations being caused by him. My very nerves are being worn out from this guy behind me.
I think, by the way, once we reach the end of this day is probably when we'll go ahead and save and wrap up shop and start doing art and stuff. Just giving you the heads up.
Around here's fine. Things might end up like last time if you get any closer. I tell the presence behind me. Archer doesn't answer. He just accepts my complaint and tries to leave. Hold on. Don't you have something you want to say? I glare at the invisible guy. The presence trying to leave stops. He takes form, with his hostility still present. I have a better opinion of you now. Seems like you at least have the ability to feel hostility. Well, I thought you were a pacifist who wouldn't even kill a bug. Don't mock me. I'm still a mage. If my enemy wants to fight, I'll fight. I confront the knight in red with all my might so that I don't get overpowered. He gives me a mocking smirk and shrugs. Don't talk nonsense. A mage that does not smell like blood's a half-ass. Didn't you learn so from your mentor, Shido Emiya? What? My spirit weakens. Yeah, Kiritsugu certainly said so. Mages are stained with blood. It doesn't matter whether you hurt others or not. Even if you don't do it yourself, the path moving forward is paved with blood. That's why Kiritsugu said not to become a mage. Are you saying you don't smell blood on me? Of course not. You're not fit to be a master in that regard either. You're way different from Rin.
What do you mean? You saying that you can smell blood on Tosaka?
Yes. She's a bit too nice, but she's merciless when she has to be. She wouldn't go around looking for masters every day if that wasn't the case.
Looking around for masters every day? That means she's fighting other masters. It's not like she's done when she finds them. Then, so Tosaka is doing stuff like what happens today all the time? The incident at school. The same thing as what happened in the woods?
Huh, of course not. I'd hope that something like this wouldn't happen again. It seems that even a mage with that much willpower and ability goes back to acting her rage when she's facing you. First of all, she does not need to cooperate with you with the skills that she has. Yet she still does meaningless things. I'm against this cooperation, but, well, hell if I can do anything about it. Servants obey their master. Isn't that right, Shido Emiya? Even if the master is a useless amateur, the servant must obey them.
I'd swear he's talking about me and Saber.
I see.
I feel bad for Tosaka having to partner with such a cynical guy.
I'm amazed. You still say such nonsense. Here's some advice. Don't worry about the personalities of servants. We're summoned to fight. Servants are only tools bound by command spells. You guys have total control over us, so ignore whatever nonsense the tools have to say.
I can't tell him that that's not the case. What Archer, who is bound as such, said is the truth. I can't think of Saber as a tool, but it is true that Saber's bound by command spells. So, why'd you stop me?
Oh, so why'd you stop me? There's no way it's something stupid like trying to be friendly.
There's no reason. I just don't like him, so I needed to complain. Oh yeah, Archer. Do you want the Holy Grail too? I ask an obvious question in desperation. Then,
the Holy Grail? Oh, that awful treasure chest that grants wishes, huh? I'm not interested. My wish can't be granted by such a thing.
The knight in red so declares, his disdain obvious. What? That's contradictory. Servants desire the Holy Grail. Isn't that why they answer the call of their mage and become a servant? Wait, that's messed up. Why else would you become a servant?
Over the course of events, I had no other choice. I don't have free will. Do you think that servants answer the call by their own will?
What? Don't have free will? Does that mean that he was called against his will even though he's not interested in the Holy Grail?
I'm in the presence of a real genius here. Have you never thought about it? Get it? Servants are the ones being called, not the other way around. They didn't get a say in the matter. Heroic spirits respond to another's will. They aren't the ones reaching out. We became heroic spirits because of past achievements. Our legends pass down through the generations and we become support for people in the future. But, do you think that heroic spirits would really wish from the bottom of their heart to just be of help to humans?
Well, I don't know. If they're called heroic spirits, they must be noble to some degree. That's why I have the impression of them protecting people, but that's not the case for many of the servants that I've encountered.
That's right. Heroic spirits do not have any will to start with. Heroic spirits are just there to help protect people. We're only summoned when there's some inconvenience, and we disappear after everything's settled. We exist, but we don't really exist. We save humanity but ultimately go unrecognized. We're just a convenient guardian. It is all over once we become one. Our will's stripped away, and we become nothing more than a cleanup crew for humans thereafter.
What? Summoned only to disappear. Heroic spirits are tools without a will? That can't be true. You and Saber both have your own will. Well, you might have been summoned against your will, but don't you have a choice after you've been summoned? Like how Saber turns down things that she doesn't want to do.
Of course. We are servants. I don't know who made this system, but this war's well made. It gives what ought to be a fractional part of the heroic spirit a full form, and allows that to act as the completed being. The moment heroic spirits are given bodies, they can regain their humanity, along with the desires and regrets they once had. That's why servants seek the Holy Grail. We should be able to clear our regrets with the Holy Grail, and it will let us stay in the world as humans, even if it may be for a short while. stay here as humans. That must mean that they can be free as an individual and not as a servant. In addition, the Holy Grail has the power to grant wishes. If it means that they can grant the wishes they had before they died, then it makes sense for servants to cooperate with their masters. So the Holy Grail is a miracle that came out of nowhere to the heroic spirits as well. Then why? You said you don't need something like the Grail, but you can fulfill a wish that couldn't come true, and you can quit being a servant. It's simple. I have no wishes that couldn't come true. I'm different than the others. I fulfilled my desire, died, and became a heroic spirit. That's why I don't have any desires that I wish to fulfill, nor am I interested in staying here as a human. That must be the same for your servant. What? Don't be stupid! Saber said that she needed the Holy Grail. She's not like you, a servant with no objective. Like me. Objective. Archer murmurs, stunned. I wonder why. He was just muttering to himself, but I felt a chill. It's the same whether you have an objective or not. Ask your servant if you're curious. While Saber's objective is the Holy Grail, she'd never use it for herself. In that regard, she's ideal as a guardian, a literal slave. If you are to be her master, you must never forget what I've just said. His presence disappears. The knight in red hurls spiteful remarks until the very end as he leaves. I have no wishes that I can't fulfill by myself. My objective is something that I completed on my own. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Anyway. I'm home. Even though I don't really feel it, I try to carry on with a normal routine. It feels like a lot's going on in the living room. I bet Fujine is watching TV and Sakura is preparing dinner. Saber, is she in the living room? I shake my head when Archer's words flash through my mind. I don't know what he wanted to say, nor do I want to know. But it's stuck in my head and I can't ignore it. A familiar called a servant. His honest opinion, scorning heroic spirits like they're merely a cleanup crew.
Oh, welcome home, Senpai.
Thanks. Sorry I'm late. How much of dinner is done?
I just started, but I don't think I need your help. We're having stew tonight, as per Miss Fujimura's request.
I see. Yeah, I can't help with that. I see that all the ingredients are cut up already. Sakura is efficient, so surely there's all that's left is to simmer them. Where's Saber? I don't see her in the living room.
She's taking a nap in the other room. She said to wake her up when you came home, but...
Was she mad?
I don't think so. The Saber always looks a little on edge.
If Sakura is hesitant to say it, it must mean that Saber was really mad. It's only natural, though, since I broke our promise of coming home before dark.
Hey, welcome home, Shiro. Saber was really mad. She said she wanted to talk to you in the dojo when you're home.
Fujine makes a frightening statement while munching on a mandarin. Fujine, you didn't drill anything weird into Saber's head, right? Like a person who breaks a promise should be punished by getting beat with a shinai or something?
I did. We're athletes, so I told her that she doesn't need to hold back.
I see. The other masters aren't my only problem. An enemy force has already infiltrated my home. This is off topic, but did you take Saber to the dojo? Did you tell her to use a shinai if she wanted to practice?
Yeah, I fought with her a bit. She's amazing. She doesn't even know kendo, but she seems even more like a Japanese fencer than I do. She do Western fencing where she's from?
No, I don't think so. I think she's actually a lot like you. Like how she swings around a huge sword that doesn't suit her frame, or how she attacks enemies like a wild animal. Oh well. I'll accept my punishment since it's my fault. By the way, about Mitsuzuri, do you know if she's home or not?
Why do you know about that? You shouldn't have been informed yet.
Yeah, I heard about it in the student council room. So how about it? Had anyone find Mitsuzuri? I stare at Fujine.
Fujine is still a teacher, even if she may not seem like one. She keeps quiet about things she shouldn't talk about, and I'm sure she'd lie to keep students calm. So I have to make sure I don't overlook anything she says or does when it comes to this. It is nice to see a little bit more of a, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I think Taiga is very fun and funny, and I love her. But, like, it is fun to see her sort of have the more, like, serious adult persona going on in more of these scenes in this route so far. Like, her actually, you know, taking a minute to be like, okay, no, I gotta take this shit seriously. So, Fujine, has nothing changed?
I guess I can't keep it from you. You look like you'll go run out if I keep quiet, and it's not like this is a secret. But this is special treatment, okay? I'm telling you since you're her friend.
I know. I'll owe you one, so tell me already.
Well, to start at the end, they found her and she ought to be home by now. I'd assume the examination is over by now. She's kind of confused, but she's uninjured and her life isn't in danger. I can't tell you anything else, though. Your friends say you should ask her about it yourself.
I see. I mean, it's a multitude of themes in the background. There are multiple themes that play on the TV, but pretty much almost all of them are from Tsukihime. So, it wasn't serious, huh? I'm glad. I still don't know what Mitsuzuri got into, but I can tell that it has something to do with the strange incidents happening in town. There's a high possibility that the culprit is the master hiding at my school. I don't know what I would have done if something happened to Mitsuzuri. Oh, yeah, Sakura, can I talk to you for a bit?
Yes? What is it, senpai?
Well, it's nothing much. I was just wondering if you knew what Shinji's up to.
I'm sorry, senpai. I spent the night here last night and went to school, so I haven't been home. I heard that he skipped school today, but
So, you don't know about the situation, huh? Yeah, there's no way that you would know. Sorry, dumb question.
No, it's okay. I know my brother more than anyone else, so I should know why he skipped, right?
No, that's not your responsibility. Besides, it really helps to have you here. The incident in the woods. If the one there was actually Shinji, there has to be some kind of connection to the servant in black. Worst case scenario, there's a possibility that he's a master. If that's the case, wouldn't it be dangerous to let Sakura go back to the Mato household?
Senpai, what does that mean?
Sakura, spend the night here tonight. You can use Fujine's clothes if you don't have spares.
Huh? Senpai, is that
I'd feel better about it if you can stay here for a while if you can. Well, you can go home if it's really that much of a pain. Oh. Right. This is really coming out of nowhere for her. It really puts her on the spot, too. Sorry for being so pushy about this. I bow my head in apology. Then...
Okay. I'll take up your offer.
Sakura nods and agrees so quietly that it blends in with the sound of brewing stew. It's getting late. After dinner, I went to the dojo with Saber to receive punishment. Saber called it training, but I swear she was just bullying me. And when we finished, it was past 10 p.m. The three of them are rooming together again. Fujine and Sakura already turned in.
Shido, what is it? Are you not returning to your room?
Yeah, I'll go. But there's something I wanted to ask you before that.
Is something bothering you? Please go ahead. I'll answer anything I can.
I guess I should get straight to the point. What Archer said. Servants who have no freedom desire the Holy Grail to obtain freedom. Saber should be the same, but he said that she doesn't seek freedom. Saber, you need the Holy Grail, right?
Yes. My objective is to obtain the Holy Grail. I became a heroic spirit for that reason. I believe I told you this before.
I know. But for what? Servants who obtain the Holy Grail can stay in this world without a master, right? Then, you're going to obtain the Holy Grail and do what you wanted to do here, right?
No. I will leave this world after obtaining the Holy Grail. It will not be permitted for me to stay here, since I am not from this world. And most of all, I do not have anything that I want to do.
Her eyes are determined. There's absolutely no hesitation or deceit in them, and no room for me to argue the point. I see. I can't say anything since I don't know what your objective is, but, well, I'm starting to think that it's unlike Saber to ask for a wish from the Holy Grail. I don't know what the Holy Grail is, but I have a feeling deep down that it isn't the sort of thing this golden-haired girl ought to pursue. But I did promise that we would obtain the Holy Grail. I'll believe your words for now.
Is something wrong, Shiro? You've not seemed well ever since you came home.
That's not true. Oh, yeah, Saber, about our plans moving forward. Saber looks serious again. As expected of her, no matter how close she gets with Fujine, Saber is still Saber. It's annoying, but just as Archer said, fighting is her true nature. I went to school today and found out that there's a third master. Then I had a quarrel with Tozuka. A lot happened, and then we ended up settling on a truce until we find the master hiding at our school. In a rush, I report what happened. Saber was listening with a serious face at first, but as the story went on...
Master 3000, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. I don't know if there was meant to be a message attached to that, but I appreciate it.
She started looking at me in dissatisfaction. Saber, are you opposed to cooperating with Tozuka?
No, I agree with learning from Rin as you have little knowledge. However, if you make such important decisions, you must tell me right away. Consulting me beforehand would have been preferable as well.
With reproach in her tone, Saber stares me down. I'm ashamed of myself since she's absolutely right.
Then you will cooperate with Rin to search the school starting tomorrow?
I guess that's how it'll be. I'll call for you if we find something odd, so stand by here until then.
It is too lenient of a plan, but it will be perfect until you get used to battle. So, for the time being, we will be going after the master that set up the bounded field at school?
I nod. After thinking for a bit.
Allow me to confirm. After we defeat the master hiding at your school, your truce with Rin will end, and you will go back to being enemies. Is that correct?
Saber asks to make sure. Well... I mean, yeah, I guess that is how it'll be. I'm pretty sure. Yes. I don't want it to be that way, but... I guess that's how it'll be no matter how much I try to smooth this over. Tozuka will challenge me even if I refuse to fight. When that happens, it'll just be more painful for Tozuka if I get killed without putting up a fight. Yeah, once we defeat the master hiding at school, I'll go back to being enemies with Tozuka. That's fine, right, Saber?
Yes. I have nothing else to say if you understand that. Let us cooperate with Rin and have you build up battle experience.
Saber bows and dismisses herself. Battle is unavoidable as long as I'm a master. We'll eventually face off as long as I'm alive. When that time comes, will I be able to fight against Tozuka as Saber said?
Ooh. Good cliffhanger to leave off on, I think. I'm very interested. Water. Okay. Okay. So we're already on day 6, by the way. That's pretty good. Okay, back to title. And just sit on the menu here. Okay, well, that's pretty good. I'm gonna pull up art now. But, yeah. Actually, one second. I just fucking remembered again. But I didn't fucking prepare. Hold on. Sorry. Hotkeys. One moment. I'm going to mute the game. And just put on some chill music in the background while I pull up stuff. Okay, anyway.
But yeah, I'm definitely quite enjoying this route so far. I really like the divergences. I'm really, really happy to see more of Rin's character in action. Also Archer, because, you know, obviously we didn't get that much of Archer last time. So I'm excited to see more of him. Her share of autism with the 50 pounds. Well, if that's where we're ending for today, then have some money before I vanish into the night for the next week and prepare myself for the consequences of staying up until 6 a.m. watching this. Good luck. But thank you so much. That's so generous of you. Holy shit. I really, really appreciate that. Oh my god, these fucking memes. But yeah, I've definitely been really enjoying seeing more of these characters that we didn't get to see as, like, I mean, granted, we did spend a lot of time with Rin last time too, but like just seeing more sides of her and stuff, I think it's very fun. Okay, got this. Gonna be a little late in upload. Don't worry. Can just nab it off of the Discord if need be. Okay, let's see. Aw, that's cute. Some really good art this week. I say that as if that's not true every week, but, you know, whatever. Let's see. Go to fucking... Why is Discord trying to switch up a bunch of shit? Don't do that. Go to Stream Art. There we go. Found it. Okie dokie. Oh, okay. Bird already got it. I will grab that real quick. There we go. I think that's everything. Yeah, we'll go ahead and show the art, and I'll probably still talk a little bit more while we're looking at art. But yeah, let me go ahead and pull that up. Turn off PNG. Okay, so first off, as usual, we have another fantastic piece from Chiyoko at Chiyoko Arts on Blue Sky. For tonight's stream, we begin a new route. Personally, my favorite route of the game, but I also have a huge Rin bias. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this one a lot so far for the exact same reason, because I love Rin. So yeah, I mean, you and me handshaking together. Also, this is really good. The posing on this is really excellent. You did a fantastic job putting these two like back to back like this. Also, Archer back representation. We always need to see Archer's back. And you did a fantastic job rendering it as well, Chiyoko, as you always do with everything you draw. But this is really good. I really like the different sort of like this different reds bouncing off each other as well. It's pretty cool. Really good stuff. Next up, we have these two memes from Donpanpan on Blue Sky. How I think Kiritsugu actually died. OG comic by Unpeeled Human on Blue Sky. Fucking... Wait, babe, I didn't bring a condom.
Don't worry, you leave it to me.
Counter. It appears some bizarre force has completely annihilated the shaft. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell, dude. The deadly yaoi. And then this. I love my beautiful Holy Grail. Fucking Christ, dude. This is... the most accurate depiction of Kirei. This is fucking awesome. Oh, Jesus, this is really good. Oh, man. Really good. Next, we have this posted by Philip at Philip Kanzarovsky on Blue Sky. Wanted to showcase just how much fun the animators at Ufotable had animating Rin in the UBW anime. The many faces of Ufotable's Rin Tosaka. She's so fun. I love her. The fucking, like, the face. It's so funny. Oh, man. This is like, you just have to, like, take the text off the top and change that to, like, you know, the Simpsons, like, do it for her. I just, like, put that above my desk, and I'd be able to get through this whole playthrough just with that alone. This is very good. Also, I do love the UBW anime's art style quite a bit. It's very nice looking. Especially for the time, honestly. Like, I mean, granted, I say this as an old person. I don't really think that it's that old of an anime, but I mean, like, it's getting on in years now. So, yeah, though, I do definitely agree that Ufotable is prone to exaggerating certain character aspects of some Type Moon characters, especially. In particular, I'm not going to get into it, but there's a specific character in Garden of Sinners who has, let's say, and if you know who I'm talking about, let's not go into it. Let's not mention specifics or whatever. But let's just say there's a character in Garden of Sinners that has a very particularly controversial character trait, let's say, and but I still think that, like, despite the fact that there are plenty of things that you could say about it, I still think that she's actually a really solid character in the original novel that Nasu wrote. And I think there is actually a lot of, like, interesting nuance to that character as originally written, in a way that, like, I think is still, like, interestingly done, even if not every aspect of it is something that I like. The UBW, or not UBW, the Ufotable anime, like, film that contains that character's arc, it's, like, so fucking butchered. It's so bad. It's genuinely really bad. They, like, lean full tilt into that aspect of the character in a comedic way, and, like, basically the character in that animated film almost barely resembles the character from the original novel. Like, it's kind of night and day how bad of an adaptation it is for that character's arc and, like, character traits in particular. Usually I like Ufotable's work, but they, like, fucked that one up super bad. Anyway, sorry, that's my ramble about Garden of Sinners. Moving on over to Tumblr, we have this from Dingo's Trash yet again, with the fantastic art. I procrastinated on this so hard for a variety of reasons, probably most of all because UBW is kind of my least favorite route. But that doesn't mean I won't do a fancy Rin drawing to celebrate the start of it. I appreciate it regardless. I hope everyone enjoys it more than I do, haha. Also, quick doodle of Saber and her 2 knights as a treat. the smug pose. That's really good. But yeah, both of these are excellent. I really like the haughty Rin here with Archer just like, okay, fine, I'll help you pose. Are you done now? Did you take the picture? It really does, like, just come off like, did you get the picture yet? Did you get the picture yet? And Saber's face here makes me happy. It's very good. Well, yeah, thank you for submitting regardless. I mean, I always look forward to your art every week. I'm definitely curious what I will think about UBW. Considering that Rin is my favorite, I think I'll probably end up being a little bit biased towards it, but we'll see how it goes. I'm definitely liking it a bit, I'm liking this beginning section a bit more than I definitely did the Fate route, personally, but that's just to my personal taste, I suppose. Well, I'm sure I'll come up with more conclusive, more solidified, rounded opinions by the end of the entire VN. So we'll see. Next up, we have some doodles from Astrom00M00. No thoughts, all from the dome. So we got a berserker here. Tap water. The fuck was in that water? That flattened berserker. We got Shiro with a saber following him, little kitty saber following him. That's adorable. We got some Saber, Fujine, and Sakura. Very cute. And we also got a Mitsuzuri! Yay! It's her! Yay! I hope she's okay. I hope she's doing okay. I mean, I know that she's back, but we need to figure out what's going on with her, because I don't trust that Shinji wasn't doing some shit. I don't believe for even a fucking second. Yeah, well, we'll see. Very, very good doodles. Thank you for sharing. Next up, we have this from Ubi-Ubi. Quick Rin sketch for the new route. Very good. Very, very pretty. I really like this. The slight touches of red color that you did are also really good. Honestly, the coloring is fantastic here. This is really good. Really like sort of the texture going on with it. Also, the eyes are really well done. Just the face in general is really well drawn. Very, very good. Fantastic Rin. Really like this. And also on Tumblr we have from Deathbird at the Death Dashbird. New route, new board. Lancer seems worse for wear still, though. Shinji has a fast food bag because not only can he not cook, he has horrible taste. Very good. So yeah, we have allies here with Sakura, Fujine, Shiro, and Rin, as well as a pact between Shiro and Saber. The fucking Arby's? Hold on, what does that say? I can't read it quite. Is it just supposed to be Arby's? Pact between Shinji and Ryder, of course. The mustache. Yeah, Lancer with the Stone Lancer statue, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, we know the pact with him and Kira. And with Gil, who's in fucking Disney World. Oh my god. DBs. Okay, I see. Oh Jesus. Yeah. Fucking Berserker with his lives. Pacted with Ilya, of course. Near Death's 11 for Shido, of course. Archer and Rin pact. The faint enemy line for Rin and Issei still persists. Oh, okay. Yeah, we got Kuzuki on the board now. He's a guy, he exists. You have Caster over here and also Assassin over here. Very cool, very cool. Also, yeah, glad to see the little chibis as well. Yeah, this board's filling out. This board's filling out already. I'm confident that it's gonna go in some interesting directions during this playthrough. I'm sure. Or this route, rather. Okay. And then last but not least, we have this from CrossTech on the Discord. Hey, so you know how I said I wanted to make something a bit more substantial this stream? Yeah, I got a dumb idea that wouldn't leave my brain, so here we are. Fun fact, the backgrounds are all from Siki Remake. Also, the building is Tokyo Tower, but it's a bit too zoomed to tell, lol. Well, it's really cool. I by the way, I do fucking spot that goddamn Arcuade in the background near the moon, making her cameo. I saw her right away. I wasn't not gonna see her, but yeah, this is really neat. Good angle. Very like good dramatic framing here. Archer looking all cool as usual. He's about to do an acrobatic fucking pirouette off a skateboard, then ride down to tell Shiro to kill himself or something. You know, as he's wont to do. Yeah, really good. Oh, I reffed the Piccolo shot. Yeah, that makes sense now that I think about it. He kind of does have a little bit of Piccolo to him, a little bit. I can see the connection. Yeah, very good. Let's go back through all of these yet again. Very cool. All right. Well, I don't know if we're waiting on anything else. I don't think we are, but before I close out of this window, so everybody tell me real quick just to make sure. If anybody, you know, speak now or forever hold your silence. Oh my God. Yeah. Doesn't seem like anything. Doesn't seem like we're waiting on anything. I think we good? Okay. I think we're good too then. Alrighty, well, in that case, then I will go ahead and get rid of the fan art tab. But thank you, as always, everybody, for submitting your stuff. It all looks fantastic. We had a pretty good stream here. I think, you know, definitely there's a little bit of adjusting to be done to cold reading as opposed to reading a route that I already kind of knew what was going to happen. I do feel like I stumbled a little bit here and there with certain things, at least a little bit more, but I feel like overall it was pretty good. I feel like I held it together pretty well. And overall, I'm just like a little bit more excited to like actually have these sorts of like live reaction moments to certain things. I really felt like the stuff with the Rin fight was a lot of fun in that regard. I really had no idea what was going on there, so I was having a good time, just sort of like, you know, taking it all as it came. Yeah, I really like this route so far. I'm very interested in what's going to happen from here on out. Obviously, I think that, you know, something is cooking with Shinji in the background. I don't trust that motherfucker as far as I can throw him. I'm really not sure what exactly is going on with, like, the whole missing students angle, though. I don't think he was doing that before, as far as I can tell. I don't think he really got far enough to do stuff like that before. Obviously, the stuff is, like, still set up at the school, but I don't know if he plans to still use that like he did last time. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see where that goes. Also, yeah, I definitely am noticing the fact that, you know, Kuzuki seems to be taking a bit of a promotion relevance-wise, so I wonder if we're going to get more out of him this time as well. I mean, last time he didn't even have a fucking speaking role. He just showed up for 2 seconds to, you know, walk into the room next to Issei and then left. So, you know, I think the fact that we're actually getting dialogue from him is, you know, interesting. Yeah, I know that it's happening earlier altogether. It's just, it's definitely something, like, that I don't remember seeing signs of before, so it's an interesting divergence, is what I mean. But yeah, I guess we'll figure that out. Probably, I would have to assume we're gonna follow up on the Shinji stuff pretty soon. Oh, well, maybe. I mean, we're going to focus on whatever's going on at the school, but I feel like as a natural consequence of that, we're going to have to probably be figuring out what's going on with Shinji soon. You know, look, the sooner we can get Shinji out of the narrative is fine by me. I don't really mind. Let's go ahead and get this motherfucker out of here. But yeah, we'll see. Philip with the 8. One final fun fact for a great first stream. The Rin chase was put into the start of the 2016 anime for some reason. What? Why? That's fucking weird. That is a weird-ass place to put that. Okay. I mean, like, if you want to have a cool cold open or something, I would think that the summoning of Saber works just as well, but I don't know. That's very strange. Oh, Dean, Studio Dean, making decisions with all of their visual novel adaptations, many of which I disapprove of vehemently, but, you know, whatever. Do what you will, I guess. Okay, well, I don't really think I have anything else to add, but I think this is a pretty cool, and I'm looking forward to seeing where the rest of the story goes. Thanks for joining me, everybody. Exciting to now be in the part of the game that I know, well, I wouldn't say nothing about, but know substantially less about. So, yeah. Excited to share the first time experience with all of you as we go on. So, next Tuesday, Ace Attorney. Next Friday, more of this. I'll see you later. Bye!